All right. Hey, everybody. How's everybody doing today? Happy Tuesday afternoon. We'll see how happy you are after we get through this debate. I think it's important we do it because there's been a lot of bullshit bantered around in this debate, just to be very clear about it. Especially with our guy, Tim Gordon, up here, who's going to do what I think is probably one of the absolute worst cases of like legal gaslighting in the history of the world. He's going to he probably chat GPT'd what some legal terms mean, and he's going to come to Rob Knoerr and pretend he's an expert in everything and start throwing out this legal jibber jabber. Hey, Scotty. Hey, Viren. Who else we got here? Chapingro. What's up, buddy? Hey, Jason. Hi. Oh, this debate is completely fucked. Who else we got? Viren. Yeah. Okay, cool. Viren, Chapingro, Scotty, and Jason. Good to see you all. So we'll be stopping somewhat frequently to correct the legal definitions, and hopefully I was a little bit late. I had trouble tracking down the stream because it's been clipped so many times. Like every time I try to get back to the stream, I would find like Rob Knoerr's clips on it. Hey, Rasta, how you doing? I saw that. I saw you sent me the link right before I went on. I have to see that shit. But didn't the chat accuse you? Yeah, but the chat accused him of like spreading Ryan law slop or something. Isn't that right, Rastlin? No, the pizza drive, the DoorDash guy named Pisco. Yes, the Pisco. All right, so let's go ahead and kick this off. So again, just the resolution here is there compelling reason to think Israel instigated the murder of Charlie Kirk? Ryan Mullally slop, that good old Mullally slop. All right. So that's the resolution they're debating here. Is there compelling reason to think Israel instigated the murder of natural slop?
A letter expressing rupture.
Oh, wait.
And rupture is going to be the...
Sorry. He kicks off fast.
The Sniggerat.
Whoa, that sounded like you said a bad word.
Second big political...
Okay. Hold on.
Tonight. Keep just two humongous looming background considerations at the front. Involvement.
Jesus.
Much for having both of us here.
Here we go. Okay, here we go.
The question in this debate tonight is actually a very narrow one, especially considering that for this debate's narrow purpose, we're both assuming, arguendo for the sake of argument, Tyler Robinson's guilty involvement just for tonight. So I'm not asking you, dear gentle listener, to conclude that Israel killed Charlie Kirk or to find anyone guilty beyond a reasonable doubt or even to find probable cause of it. That would be too much. The name of the game tonight is simply this. Is there a reasonable suspicion, which is a legal term at law, shockingly low standard, by the way, prompting further investigation of a possible Israeli nexus to Charlie Kirk's assassination?
So he agrees to debate a prompt that says there is compelling reason to think that Israel instigated the murder of Charlie Kirk. And in his opening, he comes out and he says, I want you, dear gentle listener, which sounds a little bit light in the loafers, but whatever, to consider the standard of reasonable suspicion or reasonably likely suspicion. Now, reasonably likely suspicion is there any indicia of facts that would lead an officer of reasonable training to think that criminal action might be afoot? That is true, Varian. It did. It did. The thing is, some of this stuff actually has meanings, and so this is called like the reasonable suspicion standard. And that's, for example, if you're a cop walking around and you want to stop and frisk somebody, you do a Terry stop, right? You have to have a reasonable, articulable suspicion that criminal activity is afoot. And it's not criminal activity might be afoot sometime in the past, or, oh, I know this guy's a crackhead. No, you have to have reasonable facts that are articulable at the moment you're going to make the police interaction begin, that criminal action may be afoot based upon your training as an officer. That's what that means. And that's not an evidentiary standard at all. That's the indicia you need to institute or instigate a police-citizen interaction. That's what that's for. Now, above that, he's going to go through now. Probable cause. Probable cause is the amount of evidence after you've already interacted with a citizen, is the amount of evidence needed to make an arrest. For example, you have somebody swerving all over the road, right? It's like 2 a.m. based upon your experience as a law enforcement officer, you notice that the bars around here close about 2 a.m. And so this person is driving like they might be drunk or they're sleepy or something, right? And so at that point in time, you have a reasonable set of articulable facts that criminal activity, i.e. the DUI, might be afoot. Now you pull him over and the guy's got a fifth of Jack Daniels in his hand and a cigarette in the other and is driving with his knee. Well, now you have probable cause to make an arrest for drunk driving. So those are not evidentiary standards. Those are the standards that allow an officer to instigate either a stop or to make an arrest. Now, those things can be challenged in court. For example, if you arrest somebody for a DUI and you don't give them a breathalyzer and their lawyer comes to the court and says, I'm going to prove that there wasn't sufficient evidence for him to make the arrest, you can challenge that in court and try to get the case thrown out in a motion to suppress hearing. And the defense, of course, will have to file that motion to suppress. There have to be a hearing called, and you can argue that to the judge. So those are those two standards. Now, once you get into actual courtroom stuff, there are 3 different standards that are relevant in both two that are relevant in civil and criminal law, and one that's relevant only in criminal law. The criminal law one we all know is beyond a reasonable doubt. That only goes for the guilt phase of a trial. At the guilt phase of a trial, the burden of proof is beyond a reasonable doubt. It doesn't matter if exactly. And it doesn't matter if it's a judge who's the fact finder or a jury who's the fact finder in a criminal trial. Beyond a reasonable doubt is the burden of proof. Now, there are 2 more standard burdens of proof you can run into. One is preponderance of the evidence. Preponderance of the evidence, this happens both in criminal trials for pre-trial rulings on evidence or certain kinds of evidence coming in at trial, as well as the burden of proof generally in civil trials is more or less, preponderance of evidence is 51% and a feather. It's more likely than not that this thing happened or this evidence is relevant. Now, the other thing is what's called clear and convincing evidence, which is both a burden in criminal and civil trial. Clear and convincing evidence is somewhere in that 75 to 80% threshold. I think clear and convincing evidence would likely be somewhere around this compelling word here, the compelling reason. So clear and convincing evidence is the evidentiary standard to overcome a presumption in a lot of civil cases with domestic relations, especially involving parent and child custody. Clear and convincing evidence is the highest civil standard that you can have. It's around 75 to 80%, lawyers will tell you, as far as certainty. All right, so he's going to use this word reasonable suspicion, or this phrase reasonable suspicion, a ton. And now you all know what it means. He doesn't.
I think that's what this whole thing's about. And as you listen to my Israeli Charlie Nexus timeline, which constitutes my whole opening claim, I'm keeping it simple tonight. Keep just 2 humongous looming background considerations at the front of your brain if you can. Keep them in the front, even though they're background considerations. First, numero uno, the young nation of Israel has a historically unprecedented, extraordinarily extensive, openly documented history of using targeted assassination operations, I'll be calling them TAOs, as a first option instrument of statecraft. It's unlike anything we've ever seen in the history of the world. It's shocking, and it's unlike, like I said, any other country we've ever seen in mankind's history. According to expert Ronan Bergman in the 2018 study, which is completely comprehensive, Rise and Kill First.
It's not a study, it's a fucking book, first of all. Anyways, I don't know what completely comprehensive is, and we'll get to some problems with his study right from the beginning here.
Israeli intelligence and security services have conducted a mind-bending 2,700 targeted killings, frequently across borders. You can't even say these numbers. In, at the time, just 7 decades. It was exactly 70th birthday of Israel at the time when they conducted this. So these Israeli guys do just under 400 political assassinations per decade. No other country comes close, and no other country comes close to using TAOs for such petty reasons. Maybe later in the debate, I'll get into the most common rationales that Israelis use TAOs. It's basically someone steps on their toe. Second big political consideration is that political assassinations only very rarely reduce to a solitary individual acting in complete isolation. Another recent comprehensive study, like the one in the first major thing you should keep at the front of your mind, was conducted at the Counterterrorism Center at West Point by Ari Perliger. And it shows that conspiracies, which militant normies train everyone to snigger at, even the use of the term conspiracies, constituted over 90% of all political assassinations from 1946 to 2013, which is a useful time period because 1946 is almost 1948. And it's well under 9% of this West Point study's completely comprehensive.
But this comprehensive study is talking about all the assassinations during Mao's reign, all the assassinations with with Russia and Stalin and Antoine the Pika Beria, whatever, Baria, his freaking secret police chief, and all the different political assassinations of all the Red Guard, and all the political assassinations in South America when the communists took over, and all of Guevara's stuff, and all of freaking all of Franco's stuff in Spain, all the stuff in the Southeast Asian triad, right? Right. Yeah, you got it. Varian understood finally. Okay, good.
Statistics show that of all the 758 successful TAOs that they looked at, the only very few, under 9%.
Now he's back to his first.
Now
he's back to his first.
In the realm of TAOs, the possibility of a conspiracy is not at all an extraordinary hypothesis that investigators are entitled.
Yes, when Israel goes to take out the Hamas leader or Yasser Arafat or whoever else they're going to go after, usually it's the IDF or the Mossad. The pager thing, when they planted the pagers everywhere, that was not a one-man operation, but those are all considered TAOs. Hey, what's up, Kai? How you doing, brother? Good to see you.
Simply to assume away. That's just not the case if you're living in the real world. If the numbers show anything, and I'm not suggesting this, but if they show anything or squinted anything, it's that lone actors, when we're talking about the realm specifically of political assassinations, are the extraordinary hypotheses. So bear those two things at the front of your mind. They're important as we consider the chronology of Charlie Kirk's turn away from Israel. Once you see these events compressed into a single factual timeline, you can't unsee them. And the obvious question becomes, can you just walk away from the mafia after you're in bed with the mafia? That's the question. And again, the question is based on a reasonable suspicion standard, not a higher standard at law. There are 4 higher standards at law. This is the lowest one. To start with May the 2nd, 2025. Charlie Kirk sends...
First of all, like I just said, there are 5 standards at law, and this one's not a trial standard. This one's not an evidentiary standard. This one is does a police officer have any reasonable articulation of a factual scenario when he thinks crime is afoot, looking at what's going on? That's what we're at here.
Bibi Netanyahu, a very tough letter, John Deere letter, or Dear John letter, a letter expressing rupture. And rupture is going to be the recurrent theme here tonight. Charlie's just effectively saying, you need to carry your own water. I'm not going to do it for you anymore, and I'm sick of it. I'm tired of defending Israel politically. I won't do it. By the way, throughout all of May and even April, this is only a sort of a further conceptual nexus, but a real one. Charlie Kirk had been turning increasingly toward coextensively anti-Israel Roman Catholicism, which is more rupture with his former worldview, a change in the status quo. That matters because, by the way, it establishes the beginning of an increasingly visible rupture.
Because Roman Catholics hate Jews, by the way. I didn't know if you knew that.
With American, typical evangelical-styled, quasi-religious Israel support. Then on June the 13th, the 12-day war begins. This is very important because there's an interest in this country and in other countries around the world in having the 12-day war, if we're thinking from the perspective of someone in mid-June 2025, turn into a very extensive war. 5 days later, on June the 18th, Charlie Kirk goes to the Oval Office and proves his Israel support has ruptured by yelling at President Trump or saying respectfully to President Trump, I don't support this, and Trump didn't like it. Again, I'm not saying this proves anything because the P word doesn't even enter into our debate tonight. All we're talking about is reasonable suspicion, which ought to have prompted further investigation.
The P word is proof.
We're not in a criminal courtroom, and I'm asking, does any one of these facts or these facts taken collectively, jointly or severally, tend toward contributing to the reasonable suspicion warranting further investigation? That's the name of the game here tonight. So then we get to mid-July 2025. Patrick Bet-David says that while he was in the Hamptons, wealthy and powerful people approached him with a weird proposition. Would he be willing to lead Iran if its existing regime were toppled? PBD wouldn't end up deciding this until October. He was given, I guess, 3 or 4 months to decide. Which is a weird thing. I've never been given a proposition like this by these wealthy billionaire, presumably Jewish donors. Then we come to July the 27th. Netanyahu gives what has been described as his 8th front speech, calling upon Americans and others to participate politically in Israel's information struggle. Now, whatever interpretation you or I put on this now famous speech, compare it with Charlie's May message where he said, you do your dirty work. I'm not doing this anymore. You know, I've been paid a lot. My organization has been made huge by our Israel support, but I'm not carrying water for you anymore. Bibi evidently didn't accept this message willingly. Netanyahu is recalcitrantly, publicly saying, in effect, we need others to continue fighting this front with us. Around late July, certain internet researchers like Baron Coleman and others identify Google Trend data that's interesting. For a reasonable suspicion basis, the lowest one at law, concomitant to like a Terry stop, a temporary detention on the road. It supposedly shows haunting name and item searches originating in Israel for names like Tyler Robinson. You wouldn't search for that name anytime before September 10th, 2025. Lance Twiggs, same story goes. Hunter Kozak, that's the guy that was asking the coincidentally timed question when Charlie shot. UVU area medical examiners, coroners, surgeons, other counterintuitively related terms before the assassination. Now stop before you.
I think so. I think it's one of their citizenship requirements. I think if you want to be a citizen of Israel, as long as you back TPUSA, then you get your green card there.
Get going on anything in your minds as you listen to this. I do tend to agree with every skeptic out there that all these require independent validation, which is all I want to see. That's precisely the point. Investigate it, which is what was happening when it was throttled in the cradle. Then comes August 4th and 5th, the Hamptons. Charlie attends a gathering involving pro-Israel billionaire Bill Ackman and a number of younger pro-Israel influencers. I hadn't heard about all the influencers until recently. What exactly happened there is disputed. It's fine. Some people say it was really ugly. Others say it wasn't. But according to a source described as very close to Charlie, the Israel discussion became an intervention, and Charlie left feeling angry, frightened, and blackmailed, according to Gray Zone reporting. Again, disputed. So investigate it.
That fuck is Gray Zone reporting.
That's all we're asking. We don't know beyond a shadow of doubt anyone's guilty, but investigate it. The very next day, on August the 6th, Charlie goes on Megyn Kelly and rails against Israel and its aggressive American supporters publicly. This is the next day after he left the Hamptons. He said, it's all of a sudden, Charlie, he's no longer with us. Well, who is us? He said, I'm an American. I have American interests at heart. He's sounding more and more America first by the day at this time in August. First, it was just the month that he was increasing toward it in October of 2023, but now it's by the day. So I ask again, can you just walk away from the mafia? August the 13th, maybe one of the most striking entries. Harrison Smith publicly posts, quote, I was told by someone close to Charlie Kirk, this counts as double hearsay or hearsay within hearsay, that Charlie thinks Israel will kill him if he turns against them. Now, if someone publicly reports 4 weeks before a man's assassination that the man fears a particular foreign nation, known for its proclivity to use assassinations very frequently, might kill him if he turns against it. And then that man turns against it, semi-publicly, and then that man is assassinated. Does a competent investigator simply shrug? I'm not talking about a competent jury to convict. That's a much higher standard of evidence. I'm talking about a competent investigator. Well, should this be shrugged off? Sorry.
At the 10-minute. I can give you a little bit if you want to wrap that up.
Okay, sorry. Can you just walk away from the...
Don't worry. He's gonna go on from the 5.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Sorry about that. It doesn't seem so. In late August, at an Aspen TPUSA donor meeting, Charlie is asked an eerie succession question. If God forbid something happens to you, what happens to Turning Point? It's eerie. August 26th, Netanyahu invites Charlie to Israel. Would he be alive if he'd accepted that invitation? Investigate the interrogative. We don't know. Now moving to September 2nd, according to Bishop Joseph Brennan's later account, Charlie tells him that unlike early summer, he's now very close to becoming Catholic. Evangelical rupture. That matters because Charlie's political and religious relationships were changing simultaneously.
Because Catholics don't support Israel, no matter what, apparently.
In a way that's conceptually close. September the 8th, the now public multi-part conversation. Charlie tells associates, including Josh Hammer, that under the existing circumstances, he's no longer willing to support the pro-Israel cause as he had. Complete rupture. This, by the way, was the kill switch Charlie had said in August would or may trigger his killing. September 9th, Charlie participates in an extended Zoom conversation with Rabbi Walicki and Josh Hammer concerning Israel-related issues, and it's contested amicability on the phone call, but Walicki corroborated the conversation. September 10th, Charlie's assassinated at UVU. The 18th, Netanyahu issues a bizarre preemptive declaration that he and Israel didn't kill Charlie Kirk. And then finally,
preemptive. This comes back later. He says preemptive declaration.
We come to, and you can dock me on the back end. Sorry for going over on the closing statement. Finally, we arrive at perhaps the most important institutional fact in the entire constellation. After the assassination, Joe Kent says the National Counterterrorism Center began examining the potential foreign nexuses to Charlie's murder. Kent emphasizes that they're only in the very early stages of that investigation. And according to Kent, roughly a week or two after the assassination, NCTC was told by FBI, DOJ, specifically Kash Patel, to stop. Kent says there were additional leads that he hadn't run down yet that he wanted to. Think about that. The government's own counterterrorism apparatus begins looking for foreign connections. Leads remained, and the investigations were stopped, stymied. How can anyone confidently tell you after all these articulable facts in regard to Israel's potential connection?
An articulable fact is an articulable fact, not a question, not hypothesis. When an officer stops and frisks you on the street or pulls you over, he can't be asking questions. He's like, I wonder if that guy might have a pound of heroin in his car. Okay, let's pull him over. Oh, I wonder if that girl walking down the street in a dress and a burqa is a prostitute. Let me arrest her and rough her up and see. So even under this whole standard, right, of what's reasonable suspicion, it takes articulable facts that prove that criminal action may be afoot. Not a hunch. This is in the Supreme Court decision in Terry v. Ohio. Not a hunch, not a suspicion, not a niggling at the back of your neck. You have to have a reasonable, articulable facts. I saw this factually, not, there's a conversation. Ask questions. So even though he's completely changing the prompt disingenuously, instead of a compelling reason to think, that Israel instigated the murder of Charlie Kirk. He's saying there might be reasonable suspicion. But even under that, he doesn't understand the actual legal basis, and he still is just completely off the mark, even with that one. So dumb.
There's no foreign nexus. They don't comfortably fit together. So I'm not asking you guys, in conclusion, to accept that there's courtroom-ready proof Israel killed Charlie. We'll talk about burdens of persuasion probably as we debate. I'm not even asking or suggesting that there's probable cause to charge an Israeli operative. I'm not arguing either. Question's much narrower. Given Charlie's deteriorating relationship with Israel and its supporters, his letter to Netanyahu, his Iran intervention with Trump that didn't go well, the disputed pre-assassination search data, the Hamptons confrontation, Charlie's own public comments immediately afterwards, Harrison Smith's extraordinarily specific tweet, which was just odd. Netanyahu's subsequent invitation, Charlie's September text, his final Israel-related conversations, Joe Kent's statement that the governmental foreign nexus investigation had not yet been completed. They were throttled in the cradle. And of course, Netanyahu's odd preemptive declaration that he didn't kill him. Is it reasonable to investigate further? Is there reasonable sufficient evidence for?
It's like logical Mario Brothers. Yeah.
That's the name of the game. So sorry, I went over. You can dock me on the back end from closing statement.
No problem. Thank you very much for that opening statement. And folks, if it's your first time here, my name is Dr. James Coons. We are a fully neutral platform here at Modern Day Debate, hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. And a couple of things for tonight. Quick housekeeping notes. First, very important. 100% of tonight's super chats will be donated to Charlie Kirk's family. So that's not to TPUSA. It's not a political organization. It's to Charlie's family. That's the Give, Send, Go, which I'll put in the description box. And I'm also putting that in the live chat. So if you happen to do a super chat more than, ideally, if it's more than $10,
he does a lot more stuff. Try to get through it.
Or was otherwise involved with it. He then says that this means that it is the lowest standard of sort of legal proof necessary, even below probable cause. But I don't see where he gets reasonable suspicion from the wording of the topic. Compelling to me would mean very convincing or just convincing, depending on the dictionary definition that you're looking at. So it would have to be a convincing argument to believe that Israel was potential to have been involved in instigating or committed this crime with Tyler Robinson. Now, I respect the fact that for the purpose of this debate, we're going to agree that Tyler Robinson committed this murder. And so we can have a further discussion. To the audience that thinks that's not the case, I'm sorry, this won't really be brought up in this debate because we're trying to limit our arguments to sort of the framework that's been agreed upon here. Given that, I think what you'll see is that almost all of the evidence that Tim puts forth here falls into one of two categories. One is just motivation. And that is sort of, well, Israel was really mad at Charlie. He was a staunch supporter of them for a long time, but come 2025, he started to get off that train. Maybe started to become more Catholic, started to voice opposition to what was happening. And the truth is, there's a lot of truth to that. I absolutely agree that it does appear that Charlie Kirk, who, much to the lamentation of some people on the right, was seen as a great soldier for sort of U.S. political system and advocating for Israel, did seem to at least somewhat be changing that position. Now, there's a question as to how much and exactly what that change would have meant, but so be it. I'll concede that there was a potential motivation. But motivation alone does not rise to suspicion that we would think that it's compelling to think that they were involved in a murder. In fact, if we're looking at motivation alone, I could think of nearly limitless organizations or people that would have had just as much, if not more, motivation than Israel. And yet, Tim probably wouldn't suggest that we need to investigate each and every one of those groups merely because of this motivation. These groups can include the NAACP or any group that pushed DEI, seeing as how Charlie was a huge advocate against that. The Democratic Party and all of their fundraisers and organizers, as Charlie was huge against that. Specific people in organizations on college campuses that Charlie went against. Specific countries that are mad at Trump's foreign policy with things like tariffs.
After this debate, I never want to hear those words again. Those are not the part of any criminal statute or any investigative procedure. That's some fucking made up CSI bullshit. You'll never find a court case ever that cites means, motive, and opportunity as any reason for anything. That's some fucking like Dexter, fucking CSI. I know you know, but I know you know McGrievous. I know. It is funny as fuck. Like this is like somebody who fucking saw Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego one time and calls himself a fucking geographer or a cartographer now.
In Trump's continued success, you can see countries that were Islamic, which he criticized quite frequently, such as Iran, perhaps Qatar. Other countries like that could have been upset. You can also see other domestic organizations, such as organizations that favor trans people, organizations that have been more left-leaning. All of these organizations would have motivation. Is Tim prepared to say that there's compelling evidence that they were involved as well? The timing of it may seem suspicious that Charlie just started arguing, but actually the timing's going to hurt Tim's case. The question I want you to ask as you go through this debate is twofold. If we're going to rely just on shady background and motivation, and I could name you 10 other groups that would have that same predominantly left-wing groups that most of us right-wingers would agree are shady and would have motivation to dislike Charlie Kirk, why is it that we'll single out Israel to say that it's compelling that they were involved? I would postulate that the reason is because people have motivated reason. Now, I'm no fan of Israel whatsoever. I think that there's legitimate criticism that can be levied. But one of the problems of blaming Israel for everything when there's no evidence is that it actually belittles the legitimate criticisms that we can all have of the nation of Israel, or for that matter, the legitimate criticisms we can have of the people that we could prove actually were involved in this murder. In fact, you know who had a motivation? Every left-winger that took to social media and celebrated the death of Charlie Kirk. Organizations like the New York Times and other Democratic organizations that said, well, we're not going to celebrate, but Charlie Kirk was a fascist. These groups all had motivation, and instead of coming together to point out the people that were literally cheering at the murder of Charlie Kirk, were engaged in sort of wondering, well, if there's any amount of reasonable suspicion that a nation like Israel could have been involved. The claims of Joe Kent and Harrison Smith are particularly laughable, and I'll explain why in a second here. Harrison Smith says that some unnamed source told him in August that that was close to Charlie, that Charlie feared for his life from Israel. I have a friend named Andrew Wilson, and I recently was down at Turning Point. While I was there, he got a message from a guy named Brian Shapiro, who, yes, unfortunately, has asked to see parts of my anatomy. But that's neither here nor there for this specific debate. Brian Shapiro, while we were at Turning Point, hilariously texted Andrew on his private number. And by the way, I have sources at Turning Point that tell me they hate you, which was laughable, seeing as how Andrew was at Turning Point with the very people in that organization. The truth is, so many people claim to be a source from Turning Point. I debated someone the other day that was a Candace Owens supporter who believes Israel is very nefarious. And guess what they have in their Instagram bio? That they're a Turning Point USA ambassador.
Yes, definitely.
The truth is,
Definitely, absolutely, he has.
People claim to be sources and claim to speak what's going on at Turning Point, and we have no idea who these sources are. Provably, some of them are laughable, as the case I mentioned before, and yet we just accept, it must be the case. If some anonymous person told Harrison Smith that Charlie feared Israel for his life,
You were the actual murderer.
The
Wouldn't it be very convenient for you to cook up an Israel story and go nationwide and go on podcasts and debate people about Israel's culpability just to distract attention from yourself if you were involved? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. In fact, like people who work at TPUSA, they have like freaking like cooks and janitors and freaking maintenance workers and HVAC guys at their headquarters, and staffers who work the cafeteria, and DoorDash people, or freaking assistants and secretaries and payroll people. Like, some of those people might hate Andrew Wilson, but they have a damn 9-to-5 job where they process paperwork for TPUSA. So,
sorry, this isn't evidence of anything. Joe Kent's claims also very interesting. Kent, who didn't involve in an organization that had actually police investigative powers, but was in an organization that was more of a liaison at setting up between different intel communities. He doesn't claim Israel whatsoever in anything that I could hear, talking about a foreign nexus and looking into foreign groups. It's just one man's opinions that he would have liked to look more. What does that mean? Is he aware of all of the information that the FBI had? How long was the investigation necessary before people like Joe Kent or Tim would be satisfied? Tim says, well, we just need more investigation. That's it. But he won't be able to tell you what investigation we've already had. What would have satisfied him? Would we had to have investigated for 10 weeks, 20 weeks, 40 weeks? What is there to investigate? Clearly, in the context of a criminal investigation into Tyler Robinson, if communications come up with someone that instigated him, those would be looked into unless Tim has specific evidence that that's not the case. If those happen to be foreign interests, I'm assuming the FBI would get back involved or the local police would run down those. Unless Tim has any evidence to suggest that's not the case, and we're merely relying on the words of Joe Kent, I wanted to look into more. And by the way, I think there's some level of impunity that we could put on Joe Kent. Joe, it was strongly suggested by Candace Owens, was the source for the 12 Israeli cell phones at a campus. This is indicative of the ways that people try to blame Israel. Well, as Candace admitted in her debate the other day, it could just be that those 12 cell phones were actually just VPNs or students that had been to Israel. In fact, Joe Kent then tried to distance himself from this in an interview he did after that debate, where he was like, oh, no, yeah, it could have just been students. Oftentimes, that's like obviously the case. Kent specifically said in this recent interview, by the way, he's not suggesting that there was any evidence of a foreign nexus. He just would have liked to look more. That's it. So that's what Kent literally said. There is a danger, as I said, to blaming Israel for things they didn't do, because we don't want to actually then use that to take away from legitimate criticism or of looking into legitimate investigations. Tim is a good man. I don't blame him for this, but look at how some people are running with suspicions of Israel, and all of a sudden that turns into blaming a grieving widow that she must somehow be involved with this. I have another question for Tim. When we have motivation for Israel, I'm sorry, I forgot to get to the other type of argument. The other type of argument that Tim will have other than motivation is this sort of combination of Israel's really bad and we have vague people that have said things. Well, if that's the case, every assassination attempt that we have, couldn't you say that there's reasonable suspicion that Israel was involved? For example, Brett Kavanaugh. There was an assassination attempt against him. Do you believe there's reasonable suspicion that Israel was involved? The litany of attempts against Trump life, most recently at the White House Correspondents Center, is there reasonable suspicion that Israel was involved? Claims that most of the time these sorts of acts are carried out by multiple people.
I mean, sure. But the FBI wouldn't be doing any investigation of foreign countries anyways. But yeah, the FBI is hot dog shit, have been, will continue to be, and it hasn't gotten better. Well, that's true. Now they just go suck in public on stage and podcasts and like let everybody know how retarded they are from like the get-go. So you're right. They've always sucked, but now they're like sucking publicly.
I have to look at the study, but it's interesting because I heavily suspect that it has to do with things like accessories after the fact, people that maybe spurred on someone, etc. But it's not really the same sort of TAO that we're talking about Israel doing, which he mentions before that. Here we're talking about not just a political figure, but a cultural figure. And is anyone surprised that the rabid left that's out there doing things like shooting at ICE officers and attacking them would actually also be involved in using an act of violence against someone like Charlie Kirk, particularly when he's going into the home of the radical left, which is college campuses? The last thing to say is, or two more things real quick. Why would it be Charlie that they would go after? There were voices that were more critical. While it is true that Charlie was pulling back some, it could be seen that his comments about being done with Israel lobby, etc., were hyperbolic because he was pissed off because they were pulling donor dollars from him. But clearly he wasn't as anti-Israel as some other people. Kirk didn't have the power in early June previously when Trump bombed Iran. Kirk didn't have the power to stop him there. So why would they think Kirk would have the power to stop him if he wanted to go into a more forced-scale conflict with Iran? There's no evidence that that would be the case, that Trump would listen to Kirk and not went. And if it's just that Kirk was going to start to be a voice akin to a Tucker Carlson or a Candace Owens, well, clearly Tucker Candace had a bigger audience with their anti-Israel talking points than Charlie did. And I think a good faith reading of this would be that I don't think Charlie was going to all of a sudden come out.
Yeah, I mean, it's true that they can suck on the daily and then suck extra hard at certain times. Like they're generally deplorable and can become downright despicable every other day. Yeah.
The anti-Israel, I think that he was probably going to just focus more towards an America first sort of, hey, maybe we should leave Israel fight their own battles, etc. This is a far cry from some of the bigger voices that we see on the right that are more anti-Israel. The last thing I'll say is the timeline doesn't make sense to this. If we're conceding that Tyler Robinson did this, most of the timelines, such as the Ackman stuff and things like that, aren't going to add up. For example, according to Lance Twiggs' testimony, Tyler started dremeling these bullets sometime in August. He doesn't give a specific time. That would mean that Israel would have had to have time pre-August, when there was hardly a reason to want to assassinate Charlie Kirk. They would have had to decide in June, July, to start some sort of network, hoping to find someone like a Tyler Robinson that they would then be able to convince. They're not going to be able to convince this dude after a day or two, so it would have to require lengthy conversations. So somehow they would have had to set this up, have these conversations with Tyler Kirk or Tyler Robinson, right? Then they would have to decide that they would tell him all by mid-July that he needed to carry out this operation. Meanwhile, they're still reaching.
So the thing that I don't like about Rob's argument here is it's just as speculative and just as hypothetical as Tim's is. And I get it. If somebody comes with you with some hypothetical bullshit, you can make up your own hypothetical bullshit. But it doesn't exactly like help ground it, because they get muddled in a lot of stuff now. It's like, well, you're saying this. And so I'm not sure really how to do it better other than just like don't do this argument. Don't do the well, if Israel made him part of their network and coerced him over to come over to their side, and the Dremel was found in August, that means they would have had to convince him in July or somehow earlier than that, because convincing somebody to become an assassin takes at least a month. I know that's probably in the Israeli assassination handbook, is leave a month before the assassination at least to convince a local to do it. I don't think that's true. It's just, it gets muddled.
Now to him, what would have happened if actually Kirk would have said, I will accept your offer, Netanyahu, to come? Some of the timelines things that Tim's saying are just erroneous. For example, he is correct that Bibi comes out on the 18th.
What would you call Kash Patel if not an FBI exhibitionist? Really?
And puts a video out saying, actually, Israel had nothing to do with this. What he forgoes is there was already conspiracies running rampant, including Ian Carroll within 24 hours blaming Bibi and Israel for the assassination of Kirk. In fact, on September 12th, Bibi Netanyahu went on Greta Van Sustren's show on Newsmax to talk about the importance of Charlie Kirk and how tragic it was. And she point blank asked him on the 12th, what do you think of all the conspiracy theories that Israel was involved? Which means he responded on the 12th. So now it's suspicious that as these conspiracy theories ran rampant for an additional 6 days, that Netanyahu responded. But that's how these conspiracies go. You get accused. When you respond, it's more evidence that you must have done what's accused. We also see with Bill Ackman. Ackman, after this meeting in the Hamptons, actually released text messages he had with Charlie where it was a total affable conversation. These text messages, I believe, occurred on August 15th, was the conversations, which I could provide those text messages if necessary.
Fuck. It was Israel, wasn't it? Son of a bitch. Spin it up. Kai, just start posting about Israel taking out Dolly Parton.
Again, if this was such an acrimonious relationship and they were so much so that they were willing to kill Charlie, why is Charlie sort of responding affably? It almost seems like it wasn't as bad as what people were suggesting. In addition to that, we see the day before, Charlie Kirk, in text message just released by Andrew Wilson and it talked about earlier, thought that it was the left that was trying to kill him. We yet to have any evidence except Harrison Smith's vague claim that some anonymous person told him Charlie feared Israel, that Charlie ever once thought that he feared Israel. As far as the Google Trends data, it's notoriously able to come up with false results, as even Google's itself admitted. This is not something that would ever be brought up in a court of law, even at a low standard, because it's oftentimes you have noise when it's specific names, specific times, and specific geographies. And so it looks like hits came up that were actually false hits. So it sounds suspicious to the average person, but not really. At the end of the day, what we have is this: a bunch of things that feel weird. It feels weird that Israel was, sort of getting on.
I just told my wife she's a huge fan. She's not going to take this well. Oh, told your sister that Israel killed Dolly. Okay, good job, Kai.
Getting on Charlie Kirk's nerves, and maybe he felt weird about it. But that's not reason to have some sort of criminal investigation. We already had an investigation that was looking at foreign actors. We have an open investigation that's looking into the murder of Charlie Kirk. There's no reason to suspect that there's any evidence that that investigation has clues that actually Tyler Robinson didn't work alone and was instructed to do this by someone in Israel. Tim will have no evidence that I'm aware of, that I'll be happy to see it, that he can provide any evidence whatsoever that Tyler Robinson was in communication with anyone connected to the Israeli government whatsoever. And instead, he just thinks the investigation into the foreign nexus and into Tyler Robinson himself was not good enough, even though he doesn't know what the extent of that was, and says that it should have continued for more of an indeterminate time because there's reasonable suspicion. Well, I would argue instead, we should take that reasonable suspicion to going after Tyler Robinson and any of the left-wing voices that put him up to this, because there's well more reason.
Who was it? If somebody knows, put in the chat.
To have suspicion that the left was involved than anything Israel ever did.
You got it. Thank you very much for that opening as well. And folks, we are very excited to mention two things. First, as I mentioned earlier, super chats are going to the Kirk family tonight.
And next, Dre Dyer is debating somebody, and somebody else is debating somebody.
Persuasion. We have 5.
All right.
Persuasion.
Apologetics will also be in October 24th and 25th. DebateCon 9 in Orlando. You don't want to miss it. Grab your tickets now. Link in the description box. With that, gentlemen, thanks very much. The floor.
That wouldn't surprise me. He looked like an anti-Dahlia.
Maybe we should start with like your depth. I don't know where you get reasonable suspicion from compelling reason to believe Israel instigated. That seems to be a stretch.
Yeah, let's do cross-exam. This is good, and I wanted to talk about this too. What's the legal difference? What's the standard for the legal difference, Rob, between reasonable suspicion and probable cause, and where does it come from?
Reasonable suspicion, I think, now correct me if I'm wrong. I am not a lawyer, right? And obviously,
I don't know why you would ask Rob this question. We went through it before. We'll go through it one last time. Well, maybe one penultimate time. Reasonable suspicion is you need to have articulable facts that an officer, based on his training, would lead him to believe that crime is afoot or a criminal action is afoot. So facts, not hunches, not feels, not suspicions. And this is in the Terry v. Ohio Supreme Court decision. A reasonable set of articulable facts that would lead a trained officer of reasonable intelligence to believe that a crime is afoot. Criminal activity is afoot.
You look into this specific term, but this is my layman's understanding. Reasonable suspicion is usually used to like beat cops, right? It's a standard to be like, is there reasonable suspicion that you think there's a drug deal going on over there? And if so, there are very limited investigative steps you could take because you've met that lowest bar, which is reasonable suspicion. That's my understanding of it.
It's not bad for a layman's definition. It's not bad.
Wait a minute. You critiqued the idea that I had compelling reasons. And compelling reason at law, there are 5 standards for constituting burden of persuasion. We have 5 different standards of persuasion. We don't call them proof. We call them burden of persuasion. Sure. Are you familiar with what those are at all? Because that's the starting point for this debate.
No, I think the starting point would be defining the term compelling, right? And
so, but we're defining compelling in legal terms. This is all legal. So what are those 5 standards? Do you know?
So let me just read you something. It's a legal definition of compelling from Supreme Court case. It was Judge Amy Coney Barrett, and this goes back to a whole plethora of cases, a whole lineage of cases, but she reaffirmed what compelling means. She said, compelling means, quote, tending to convince or convert by or as if forceful, or by as if by forcefulness of evidence. A reasoning or the evidence supporting it is compelling only if it's especially forceful and convincing in its context. Again, a reason is compelling only if it is especially forceful and convincing in context. Amy Coney Barrett. And that's in, I don't have the case. I'll pull up the case. But yeah, so that's recent Supreme Court jurisprudence about what compelling means in a legal sense.
So to be clear, you could read the 5 standards. I do not know. I'll fully admit that. Your argument that you're making here is that the term compelling in a legal sense means one of these 5 standards.
No, that's not right.
Okay, so
the 5 standards or burdens of persuasion are specific to domains of the law, and there are 2 investigative ones, and they're all graduated standards, so they're going up in both the quantity and the quality of evidence. Okay. You said that at the investigative level, which is all we're debating here tonight, what you essentially did in your 10-minute opening statement is you told me that compelling, which is relative to an investigative standard, if we're taking it the correct way that I am tonight,
it's not relative to an investigative standard. Oh yeah.
Be thrown into the highest of the 3 criminal standards, which is dead wrong. And then I said, well, okay, what do you think the 5 burdens of persuasion are, and which one do you think we're operating out of tonight? And you said, well, I don't even know the 5 levels of persuasion.
And these aren't burdens of persuasion; these are burdens of proof. I don't know why you can't get that right either. And they aren't burdens of proof either. The burden of proof in a criminal case is beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof in a civil case is preponderance of the evidence. The burden of proof for certain evidentiary things in criminal and civil cases are clear and convincing evidence or preponderance of the evidence. The 2 other things, the reasonable likely suspicion and probable cause are not even trial standards of evidence. He's completely confused, and it pissed me off.
So if you're going to critique the way that I
No, it's a clever
as an investigative predicate means
All
motive
right.
opportunity.
Sorry. So the court case where compelling is defined is Fulton versus City of Philadelphia. It's a 2021 case.
No. It's a clever sleight of hand, right? There's no evidence that us are in a court of law here, correct?
How are you defining evidence? I'm defining it.
Is there, okay, let's take
I
out
expect they at least use ChatGPT and are just making shit up. That'd be nice.
the term evidence. Are we in a court of law here? Or are we just having a debate?
Did you say that there's no evidence?
I said it.
You
Take
said
out
that there's
the
no
term
evidence, and I said, okay, this is
I said it.
relative
Take
to
out. Okay,
an
show me the
investigative
evidence.
predicate.
All right, fair enough. What I said was there's no evidence we are currently in a court of law. Provide the evidence that me, you, and James are in a court of law right now. Go ahead.
You just said that you wanted to define terms first, and you
Right.
clearly
And so
won't.
what I did
Out
was
of
I
the
just
federal rules
spoke
of evidence, section 401, there are two very, very low bars for
Oh my
anything constituting
God.
evidence. And again, they constitute evidence
Oh my
in one
God.
of 5 rungs. Okay, which
I
you clearly
understand that.
don't
My
understand.
claim is we're not in a
One,
court.
it's just let me define the first two, the 2 prongs. They're really basic. If a fact has any tendency, it's intentionally low on the federal rules of evidence to make any other fact more or less probable than it would be without the evidence. And number 2 element, if the fact is of consequence in determining the action. So basically, for the
No.
normies out there that are bright,
Wrong. Right. Yeah, and that's what compelling means. But just as far as evidence goes, right, as Amy Coney Barrett said in Fulton versus City of Philadelphia, as far as when it's concerning evidence, right, it is, quote, tending to convince or convert by, or as if by forcefulness of the evidence. A reason and the evidence supporting it is compelling only if it is especially forceful and convincing in context. More or less, I think. Yes. Yeah. So a compelling state interest, which is part of the test for strict scrutiny, right? There has to be a compelling state interest, which is something that is so vastly important to the state and for the well-being of society that it could not be accomplished any other way. So that in that legal definition of compelling is a compelling state interest. It seems even higher, right? But compelling for evidence, as Coney Barrett says in the Fulton v. City of Philadelphia case, is that this piece of evidence has forceful persuasive ability on its own. And so this is completely not what this. Oh, I like that. My pause game was on for Mr. Tim there. He's spurging out. He's got the demon coming. Right? I'm just going to screen cap that real quick in case it's needed later. I know, right? Gotcha. Yeah, that needs to be the thumbnail for sure. It's like the power of Christ, the power of the Jews compels you or something. It's like the Israeli mind control device going off in the back of his head. All right. Let's keep going here. He's going to go through 401 and 402R, and it's not.
in watch to TV and movies thinking evidence is only material evidence, only direct evidence, and it's a super high bar. Basically, everything is evidence, legally speaking, among lawyers, and that's really, really
All right,
important.
that's
and
an
why the
interesting.
federal rules of evidence
That's an interesting
set that up.
non-response to what I was specifically saying. My point was that you're using
You
the
said
term
you wanted to define
compelling.
terms.
Right, please let me finish my point. What I said was I wanted to define.
All right, so let's talk about 401. There's 401A and 401B. There's also 402, which he doesn't get into, but he says 401 and 402. So 401A is, and he misstates it, of course, evidence. So it doesn't talk about what evidence is. It has nothing to do with what evidence is. Evidence is evidence. Evidence is anything somebody wants to bring to the trial, okay? The test in 401A and 401B is relevance. Is the evidence relevant? A piece of evidence is relevant if A, it has any tendency to make a fact more or less probable than it would be without the evidence. And B, the fact is of consequence in determining the legal course of action. So first of all, in order to be relevant, it has to make any fact that's already in evidence more or less probable that it happened. And B, It has to be of consequence in determining the cause of the action. So, for example, this is the problem that he doesn't get, is that determining whether or not Tyler Robinson did the murder is the fact that Israeli cell phones were in the area. Like, okay, it might make the fact more or less true that there were Israeli cell phones in the area, but is that relevant to determining Tyler Robinson's guilt? Does it have any consequence in determining the actual charges that have been made? No, it doesn't. And so the point being here is that, first of all, it doesn't determine what evidence is. 401 does not determine what evidence is. There already has to be evidence that is otherwise admissible to court. It has to meet the other evidentiary standards. Next, the evidence has to be valuable in proving another contested fact at trial more or less likely. And 401B is that fact has to be related to the overall outcome of the trial. So you can introduce evidence that Charlie Kirk liked M&Ms. Hey, what's up, Jason? So you can introduce evidence at trial that Charlie Kirk liked M&Ms. That would neither be relevant to make any other fact true or false, and also there'd be no bearing of that evidence on the outcome of the case. Oh, God. So that's what 401 actually means, A and B. This guy gets it wrong entirely.
In the term compelling. And I said compelling to me basically means convincing. And I don't think that you've released the bar of convincing and saying convincing means reasonable suspicion, a specific legal term. I said the fact that you're trying to conflate that, we're not in a court. We still have to use terms that matter.
I'm using legal terms.
Please, you're doing this sleight of hand.
You're not. You're abusing legal terms.
You're saying, well, compelling to me means any evidence, right? So, for example, you read the 5 legal standards. Can you show me where it says the term compelling means one of these 5 legal standards? Go ahead.
Yes, specifically, that's what I was trying to do. You're calling it a slide. You came into a debate on reasonable suspicion,
Just give
which
the
is the lowest
definition.
burden of persuasion
Give the
accorded by
definition,
law.
Where's the topic say
Rules
that?
of evidence. Wait, hold on. Let me finish. You came into a debate on reasonable suspicion, which is the lowest of the 5, and it means I'm reading from Supreme Court cases, any articulable fact supportive of any suspicion that an investigator might have. And then I asked you.
No. First of all, that's not what compelling means. Second of all, that's Terry v. Ohio. That's in order to have reasonable suspicion to institute or instantiate a law enforcement citizen interaction, you have to have reasonable articulable facts that criminal action is afoot, i.e. no feels, no hunches, no, it says nigglings is what part of what the decision says.
What do you suppose, Rob, is the difference between reasonable suspicion standard and a probable cause?
She is, and now she's a pissed off tyrant because she loved Dolly Parton, and Dolly Parton, bless her soul, has left us. So my wife's in a tizzy on top of all that.
Standard, which I knew you'd throw at me. And you know what's even higher than a probable cause standard is a preponderance of the evidence standard, which is...
Yeah, which is you actually have to have indicia. It is chapped. Wait, what'd you do, Chapingo? What? Wait, did you just time out Jason Chapingo? Son of a bitch. Yeah, well, preponderance of evidence is, 51%, 50 and a feather. More likely than not. Yeah.
Compellingness has different levels that you must reach, different evidentiary levels at each of these. So it's reasonable suspicion, which is where we were, which is what a police agency or an investigative agency operates.
I do want to jump in just to be sure that we're on the same page, Tim, because you had mentioned it during your opening, but it was on Saturday, August 15th at 2:45 p.m. that you messaged me. Let's debate whether there's compelling reason to believe Israel instigated/helped Tyler Robinson kill Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, what you're doing is you keep saying, no, wait,
that's defined.
I give you plenty of time to speak. Let me have a chance. You just said you came into a debate in reasonable suspicion. I did not. You're just asserting that reasonable suspicion is the lowest standard. I don't disagree with that when it comes to legally. You haven't provided a nexus to the word compelling means reasonable suspicion. Even there, you were like, yeah, there is. And then you just went off about what reasonable suspicion means.
Compelling
so show me the link. Let me
convincing.
finish, please. So show me the link where there's some sort of Supreme Court decision or some sort of legalese that says the word compelling means reasonable suspicion or higher. Show me.
Okay. Alabama versus White.
Okay, what's it say?
Supreme Court case that says that there's an important difference. You asked for a Supreme Court case, reasonable suspicion versus probable cause, and what it defines as compelling. Since you asked, now let me answer. Alabama versus White.
Okay, first of all, Alabama versus White doesn't say anything about compelling. By the way, Alabama versus White has to do with reasonable suspicion. All right. So let me read again the actual Supreme Court case, Fulton versus City of Philadelphia. Most recent, Amy Coney Barrett, of all people, defines legally what compelling means. Compelling means tending to convince or convert by, or as if by forcefulness of the evidence, a reason or the evidence supporting it is compelling only if it is especially forceful and convincing. That's the actual Supreme Court definition. It's from Fulton v. City of Philadelphia in 2021.
Have researchers or fact finders look it up. Reasonable suspicion means at the investigative level, articulable facts that are lower in both quantity and quality than probable cause standard. Now, there are two separate probable cause standards. There's probable cause standards to get a warrant sworn out by a magistrate. Let's call it thin probable cause. And there's 6 standards if we differentiate.
There's no such thing as thin probable cause. I don't even know what the hell he's talking about.
Between these two. Then there's thicker probable cause standard, which is what we're going through in the Tyler Robinson case, right?
Thicker probable cause. That's a legal term. Thicker probable cause.
Now, to get a preliminary hearing moved to a trial, that's even more probable cause. Once you're in trial, there are 3, depending on what kind of law you're doing.
There's not like more probable. It's not like sort of probable cause, heavy probable cause, like light beer and like bud and heavies. No, that's not it. Probable cause is one standard. It does not change. And that's a reasonable belief that a crime has actually been committed. Not that criminal activity might be afoot, like the reasonable likely suspicion standard. No, it's the factual evidence to support a crime has been committed, i.e. you get pulled over, you got a whiskey bottle in one hand, a cigarette the other, you're driving with your knees, you get pulled over. We're not even quite sure. God damn it, Chipingo.
Willingness is defined and is mutually constitutive according to what level of law you're at. There's a lower civil
Mutually
standard.
constitutive.
There's a highest civil standard that's clear and convincing, and the highest standard is jury standard, which you know.
You keep
trying to interrupt.
No. You've talked at greater length than me, right? Like what I'm saying is you keep going off on sort of this, well, this is the standards. This is reasonable. I agree, right? No one's arguing that. What we're arguing is proof that these court decisions said compelling is reasonable suspicion. I personally have pulled up Alabama versus White. I've searched the term for compelling. I don't see it. You wouldn't be lying that it says the word compelling in Alabama versus White, would you? That'd be a really bad look.
I told you that the distinction between reasonable suspicion and probable cause is laid out there. And you asked about the investigative
that's not my
predicates.
question. That's not my question.
Well,
I said
you don't get to ask a question when you don't even know the difference between reasonable suspicion and probable cause.
That's outrageous. What I asked
you came into a reasonable suspicion debate without even defining the term.
Shortly, I do want to break us into 1 minute back and forth, or if you guys would prefer 2 minutes, do you guys have a preference for 1 or 2 minutes?
1 minute's fine to start. That's
okay.
Sure. Who's up?
My turn.
For 1 minute. Rob will go with you, and then we'll kick it over to Tim for 60 seconds as well.
Okay, so I asked specifically, does this court case say, can you show me a court case that says compelling equals reasonable suspicion? He says, yes, Alabama versus White, right? I go to that court decision, I type in the word compelling, it's not there. And instead, he just starts waxing on about different evidentiary standards of reasonable suspicion. And he says, I walked into a debate in reasonable suspicion. I did not. And I don't understand for someone who's so confident.
Yeah, it was last night.
In their case, why be playing these word games? And I think you're lying. I think you're absolutely lying when you said Alabama versus White defines compelling as reasonable suspicion. If I'm wrong, I will apologize. But based on the answer you just gave me when I said I searched and I don't see the term, I think that you're playing clever word games here, and it's beneath you, quite frankly.
Okay, do I get my minute now?
Yeah, you get a full minute. Rob, it sounds like you're ready to see the rest. You got 10 seconds left. Okay, 1 minute for you, Tim.
Okay, cool. So, what you don't understand, I guess, because you don't understand the terms that you're throwing around, is when you use the term like compelling, this is a relative term to whatever burden of persuasion you're operating under. So compelling just means persuasive evidence, and persuasive evidence is framed by Federal Rule of Evidence 401. Each of the 50 states have their own analogs. And what you didn't understand when you critiqued, I think in the first line of your opening statement, that there's no good reasons, no compelling reasons at the investigative level for me to claim that Israel ought to have its investigation not stymied but continued. You didn't understand that there are corresponding claims that maybe you weren't familiar with at the time.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't use the word compelling in the entire case. It's a case about like reasonable suspicion and probable cause standards. Yeah, you're exactly right. Griffiths. It doesn't mention it once. And Rob just pulled up the case and just did a Command F compelling and didn't find it. I've looked at the case. It's just only about reasonable suspicion. So this guy's again completely being disingenuous and lying and just shoehorning stuff in. It's so annoying.
Corresponding claims are, what's the investigative predicate? What is the burden of persuasion that goes with the claim? I think that so-and-so ought to have been investigated further. Reasonable suspicion. That's why we're in that.
Got to kick it over, Rob.
Right.
Again, like I don't mind having a conversation on reasonable suspicion. I'm just saying that's not what the debate is. We know that there's a famously very insanely low bar to investigating anything from our federal government, which is the reason that they investigate Trump and all these people, etc., as they did ad nauseum. That's a different question, though, than the idea of is it compelling. Basically, what you're saying is, well, there's reasonable suspicion, so why not investigate? I'll ask you straight up: do you think that there's compelling reason based on the same standard to investigate the DNC for the murder of Charlie Kirk?
The DNC, no.
Yeah, why
Tyler
not?
Robinson and individual leftists, yes. I think.
Why not
I
the
think it's
DNC?
good
They
that
have
he's
motive.
been investigated. Yeah, but I don't think that there's the same axis. And this is why you don't seem to understand the difference between organized versus extemporaneous motivation at law. That the leftists are evil. A lot of them clapped, but this was not a murder.
There is no such thing as organized or extemporaneous motivation at law. Like, that's not a thing. It's made up. There is the mens res, which is the mental state, which is the motivation, if you want to say that, and the actus reus, the act. There's no organized or extemporaneous motivation. Extemporaneous motivation doesn't even fucking mean anything. That's a nonsense sentence, a nonsense term. But he's like, extemporaneous motivation at law, as opposed to at the pool? What the fuck?
Murder by the left. Your claim, militant normies claim that it was a murder by one man, right?
How can you be militant and a normie?
So that, and I think that's maybe likely right. In conjunction with a non-extemporaneously motivated party, which would be Israel, and
An unextemporaneously motivated party, which is Israel. So they're not extemporaneously motivated. They're, I don't know.
that's what I think needs further investigation. But you know, we're going to have to move beyond. I hope we can move beyond the idea that compelling is a term that's less a term of art than the terms that it is ordered
I don't care if it's a term of art. It's a term in the resolution, brother.
to, and compelling is ordered to. The different levels of persuasion that we need.
No, compelling is not ordered to different levels of persuasion. Compelling means compel. Right. Rob's sitting here like I should be drinking whiskey and pounding my head with a hammer. Right.
To move the legal process forward from investigation to swearing out a warrant and arrest to going to prelim to going to trial, and then at whatever level of trial you're at, civil or criminal, so more evidence in both quality and quantity comes directly from that Alabama versus White case.
All right. More evidence in quality and quantity comes from that Alabama versus White case. If you wrote that sentence in a high school paper, the teacher would cross it out and be like, "What the hell is this?"
Two
It's
things.
specific.
Two things to say here.
We're at the 1 minute. Go ahead, Rob.
Two things to say here. One, no. I think that a reasonable understanding of the terms of this debate was saying compelling basically synonymous with saying convincing. Is there convincing argument or reason to believe that Israel instigated or took place or carried out the murder of Charlie Kirk? You then saying, no, I'm just saying that there's some evidence that exists in some way, which means there should be some level of investigation, which proves that it's compelling is nonsense. You're adding that term, and when specifically asked, you said,
Yes, actually, I've watched the whole thing through. I sacrificed 5 hours of my life last night and watched the whole thing. I don't think we're going to do the whole thing here, but if there's any parts later on, we'll go through, I think, the whole debate part, but when we do extra back and forth, it gets even crazier. So, yeah, but if there's any part that you want to see, Jason, if you can put in the chat, I'm happy to go to that one. I don't know what. Yep, good idea. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense then.
it was a legal thing. When asked for a legal document or legal case, you said that compelling was defined in Alabama v. White. I don't see it anywhere, so I think you're trying to play a sleight of hand. Secondly,
I didn't
if we
say
accept,
compelling.
please, I'd
I do have
let
to
you
let
have your
Rob
You did say compelling. You did say compelling was defined in Alabama versus White. You said that. It's on tape, motherfucker.
please. You know. Secondly, when it comes to reasonable suspicion, you then like make some sort of, you're like, well, the DNC wouldn't be someone because it would be extemporaneous or something to that. You try to use that term. This makes no sense. Clearly, there's ample motivation for the DNC and the Democrats as an organization to want Charlie Kirk to not be on college campuses anymore. They're playing Act Blue, anti-Charlie Kirk organizations to go and refute it. Why wouldn't there be
Rob,
reasonable
time,
suspicion?
Rob,
Take it over 10 for a minute.
Rob, time, Rob.
All right, so I'm going to move beyond compelling because it's retarded.
Well,
Compelling just means
You can't.
persuasive. And what you don't understand, should I apologize? I'm sorry you don't understand this basic claim of process, legal process.
What motivated Kierkegaard was largely a history of child abuse by his asshole aristocrat father. He would literally have dinner guests over and put Kierkegaard up in like a nook where we had to spy on the dinner guests. And after the dinner guests left late at night, he'd pull Kierkegaard down, and Kierkegaard couldn't eat until he named every guest where they sat at the table. You have to sit in their seats and then recite everything the person in that seat said. So something like that.
Is that to move the legal process along, there are graduated steps that require different amounts of compelling evidence in both quality and quantity, which is stated in Alabama versus White, in order to move to the next step. Now, I would ask you, because I think it's really, really relevant here, since you think there's no good evidence, that's all you meant by compelling reason, you weren't using the legal standard. What type of evidence do you think most cases turn on? Because you're ruling out all the evidence that timeline evidence, which is what we call means, motive, opportunity, predicate. So what kind of evidence would you, if you had to guess?
Well, let's get a little bit further through like the actual where they start bantering about legal terms, because that's really what I wanted to clarify, and then we'll go from there. to the humorous parts, I guess. If somebody can find me a timestamp of some timestamps, that'd be helpful. If anybody has a spare moment.
Do most crim cases turn on?
One thing is, just want to be sure that we stick with the 1 minute back and forth, just because I want to make sure that there's no tension or not too much tension in terms of speaking over each other. Go ahead, Rob, for a minute.
The condensation on the term compelling is laughable. I don't understand where the hostility is coming from. You're the one who's making claims that weren't there, that I correctly pointed out. There is no compelling argument that you've presented that there is instigation for the murder, as we talked about specifically at the timeline. To answer your question, I would assume most of its circumstantial evidence that cases would turn on would be normally where the ball gets moving. But in order to compellingly believe that someone committed some act, we usually want more evidence than just means and motive, which is all that you've been able to present. Lastly, I'll go back to the fact.
Yeah, he said motive opportunity predicate. Yep. And then he's going to go back and later on in this debate, he's going to say, I never used the word predicate. I never said predicate. I said prejudicate. He makes up some fucking word that doesn't exist later on. Oh, if we can find the timestamps for where start talking about butt plugs and hurling insults back and forth.
That there are a litany of organizations which you ran from, like the DNC, that would also have reasonable suspicion. And the reason you're running from that is you know how weak your position is. If hundreds of organizations would have reasonable suspicion, why are you only talking about one?
Okay, you said we want more than just means and motive circumstantial evidence. Do you think that's true in the investigative?
We want more than means and motive circumstantial evidence. Okay.
Process. What do you think the investigative predicates are? Yeah, that's what you want at the highest level when you've had a fact finding and mutual discoveries by both sides.
Oh yeah. You're right, Jason. Yeah, you're right. But it'd be good to have the timestamps because I don't think we have 5 full hours to go through this today. But we'll do a good 3 hours on this at least. So when we get to the bullshit, it'd be good to know where the funniest parts of the bullshit are. That's what I'm asking. Yeah, absolutely. Cool. Exactly. Perfect.
Sworn in witnesses that the jury's heard. We haven't even heard evidence in Tyler Robinson, and you think you know shit that's going on. All of the big guns on both sides have not even been heard yet. So do you want to revise the statement, we want more than means, motive, and opportunity as investigative predicates? Because it's dead wrong. That's all investigation.
Means, motive, and opportunity are not even going to meet your freaking stupid probable or your reasonable likely suspicion standard. You have to have articulable facts that are reasonable off of facts that you can articulate. The guy was here. He had a gun. He was walking down the street with his gun out. So I think there's a reason for me to think that there is crime afoot. That's reasonable suspicion. Not means, motive, opportunity. Who in the Rolodex of humans have that? So that's also
based
true.
on in the initial state.
The question of investigation again is being supplemented for if there's a compelling reason to think that they instigated. There already was an investigation. You have no idea what the length or the details of that investigation were. You can't give a detailing for how much you think the investigation should be. And you also have no reason why we shouldn't have commiserate investigations into groups like the DNC and other groups that had motivation and means to hate Charlie Robinson want him out as well. In addition, if you...
It's also just weird how this guy's like, how Tim's mouth just like naturally hangs open. Like whenever Rob's talking, he just has his mouth hanging like slack-jawed. It's interesting.
Want to get smug about it. You just said the claim, quote, we haven't seen evidence against Tyler Robinson. How long do you have? I could give you the litany of list of the evidence that we have seen, both at the pretrial hearing and that's been released in official government filings, including DNA evidence, witness evidence, admissions, and a confession by Tyler Robinson, and other claims that we've seen, such as a video that likely point him as good evidence. Show me one piece of evidence you have with Israel, but anything like that.
Well, I did. I read you a timeline, but the point is, you seem to think, and I agree with you.
Well, I did. I read you a timeline. Same thing.
There is evidence for Tyler Robinson. There's evidence Tyler Robinson didn't do it. I'm talking about FRA 401 standards. Loads of evidence.
Those are those rules of evidence standards. The one that, and a piece of evidence is relevant. That's 401 is relevant if it tends to make any fact in the case more or less provable. And the B is that fact and that piece of evidence has to be relevant to the ultimate answer, the ultimate question in the court case. Okay.
Evidence that Israel has means, motive, opportunity more than any other actor in the world to have this.
And that doesn't make something evidence. It's already evidence at that point in time. The question is that evidence admissible to a trial? That's what 401 is. It's the logical relevance of a piece of evidence in order to get it into trial. You also have to pass the 402 standard, which he might go into. If he doesn't, I'll talk about that too. So you have to pass 2 hurdles to get a piece of evidence, which already has to be evidence. It's not whether something is or is not evidence. It's if you can introduce this evidence at a hearing or at a trial. Has to pass 401A and B and 402. Oh, you're fine, brother. We'll get it. We'll get it.
Gentile, Charlie Kirk, killed at precisely the time he did. We see all the indicia of regime change in, unfortunately, TPUSA. That would be an Israel thing. But it seems to me that you simply don't understand the difference between courtroom compelling the burden of persuasion there,
Between courtroom compelling
and move an investigation further compelling. Joe Kent, who
and an investigation compelling. That word is not used in investigation. That's not a thing.
was director of this of the NCTC, said that he had 100 leads he wanted to pursue that were inorganically stymied by Kash Patel. That's a secondary kind of evidence. Why should that have been cut short, according to you?
Again, this is just the claim of Joe Kent. Other people there have said that that's not the case. Joe Kent wasn't aware of everything that the FBI investigated. We also would see these things continue to be investigated if connections to Tyler Robinson came up. And we're just relying on the words of one guy. You said that only they would have this exact, at this precise time, the mean motive and opportunity. That's not true whatsoever. If Tyler would have been killed, or Charlie would have been killed a month earlier or later, you would have
We'll find it, guys. We'll find it.
also been saying it was the unique timing that meant that only Israel had the most motivation. It's not true, right? And just because someone has mean motive and opportunity doesn't mean that we say that they likely did this or that there's compelling reason to think we did it. There could be slight investigative steps taken, but once those investigative steps are taken and you have a better evidence of who committed a crime, we don't continue to say there's compelling evidence that that group instigated this. Can you show me one piece of evidence that Tyler Robinson was ever in communication with anyone from Israel whatsoever to instigate this crime? What time do you suspect?
Of course not.
But what time do you suspect that they were in communication with Tyler Robinson? If he was dremeling these bullets in August, what time?
The state has a Cellbrite extraction of Robinson's phone. The defense has a Cellbrite extraction of Robinson's phone, right? That gives every message that was ever sent, every app that was ever sent. Even Telegram and Signal has records of that. Every message that was deleted, every communication, every email. That Cellbrite extraction has a time of day that was sent to, or received from anybody. All emails, all Google searches. It has the location data at the same time that any message was sent or received. It has, if something was deleted, it has what was deleted and when it was deleted, because it goes to the cell phone's infrastructure and pulls it off. The prosecution has that. The defense has that.
Time do you think that they would have taken to instigate this guy to do it? How many months do you think it would have taken to get this guy to do it?
One sec. I'm gonna actually, just as we're doing this, I'm gonna bring in Mike. Mike is jumping in right now, folks. So he's gonna moderate. And
man, poor Mike, poor Mike. The shit goes off the rails on Mike's watch. Sorry, Mike. You did what you could, brother.
then we'll give you a chance to respond. Pardon me on that. I know that you were wanting to respond right then and there, but do hold that thought for just a second as Mike is jumping in. Big Mike, thank you for being with us. I am actually hosting someone, and that's why Mike is doing me a solid by jumping in.
Hey, guys.
So with that, good to see you,
What's
Mike.
up, Mike?
And Mike, I will kick it over to you. But I do need you, Mike, just for context, we're in 1 minute responses, and it was Tim's turn. And I will let you go there. So I'll let Mike take it from here. I'm just going to fix OBS, and then I'll be out of here letting Mike handle it.
All right. Go ahead, Tim. We'll start your 1 minute when you start talking.
I mean, for my part, I just wanted to do a cross. I thought we were doing 30-minute cross exam, so
I'm fine with that.
I don't need the full
Switch it
minute.
up.
I don't need the full minute on all these times.
Tim, real quick,
I'd rather
you
have
wanna-
rapid fire.
Tim, real quick, how about you take the first half hour? You lead the
I don't have any HR friends, so don't worry about it.
discussion. If you want me to shut up at any moment, I will, and then I'll take the second half. I'm
Okay,
fine with that if you are.
that's fine. What does that lead us? 20 minutes now?
That
Just since we
works.
already used up.
That is true. And
But
Tim,
we're
by
gonna
the
stay
way,
for 3
You can't be friends with HR, Shapingro. You cannot be friends with HR. Don't do it.
hours. You go half hour at a time, back and forth. I'm fine with that.
and Tim, I am so sorry. You did ask for 30-minute cross exams. I screwed that up, so I'm sorry about that, Tim.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm just saying sometimes I want to talk a little longer. Sometimes I just want to ask you a question. What you just implied that Joe Kent, who is director of the NCTC, and he said,
Oh, I thought you meant human resources. My bad. Sorry.
leads they wanted to run down, not the FBI, that they, the NCTC, who was charged with foreign nexus investigation, wanted to run down. What evidence do you have that he's lying?
My bad.
Well, I don't have evidence that he's lying. What I do know is this:
said you
that
did.
I said that it is one person's word, right? And you, Kash Patel, and others have said that it's not the case. That
Do
it
you
wasn't
think he's
preemptively
lying?
shut down. I
It
think
could
that
be subjective.
I think what's
Sorry, Shapingro. I know what you mean. I know who horseradish is. I thought by HR you meant human resources. I thought because they're talking about racism and stuff in the chat or whatever, that you thought that HR was going to come after me. That was my joke. I mean, exactly, right?
likely occurring is that there were rumors, but there wasn't really specific evidence of anything, and that Joe Kent was interested. Joe Kent clearly has an anti-Israel motivation, and he wanted to look more in. However, keep in
Wait. You
mind-
think what? You think it's clear he has an anti-Israel motivation? That's
Well,
a
I think-
big. That's
all
a
right,
big charge, man.
let me
Wild.
rephrase. Do you think Joe Kent left office because of the Iran conflict?
That and other things. So I don't.
You think that was the biggest impetus of it?
I just want to
maybe not.
clarify.
I don't really care.
We're
But,
starting your 30 minutes, right, Tim? Because if
Yeah,
so,
yeah, if we're gonna do- if
let's
you're-
limit
if we're
the
gonna do
questions
this.
back to you so we can keep your direction, and then we'll have Rob's questions.
Yeah, I'm still
keep them
choosing the
pointed.
shot
So
on
Rob, keep track of what questions you want to ask him for yours as they come.
Oh, horseradish is a really cool guy who does a DMZ debate thing every Friday and Saturday night. I've been part of for like probably 3.5 months now. He's a good guy. He does good faith debates and like doesn't do any blood sport stuff. He's pretty fucking cool. He's at the horseradish on YouTube. You can check it out.
Okay, good. So So you think Joe Kent is probably lying, and you can't say exactly why?
No, I won't say that he's lying. I'll say that he probably had a different opinion, that he thought, hey, there's other things I personally would like to look into. Law enforcement officers, if you ask them, would probably run down stuff till they're blue in the face. But there was no evidence. Was he? I guess I can't ask. Okay. I'm unaware that he was at a body that gave him law enforcement powers to investigate things. I thought his role was more of a liaison between different intel communities. So I heavily suspect that he was unaware of all the evidence that was being ran down by other investigative agencies.
Well, wait a minute. No, I mean, it gets complex when you're talking about the actual 10th Amendment police powers that are accorded to 4th branch admin gov.
10th Amendment police powers that are accorded to 4th branch gov. The 10th Amendment is about federalism and reserving all rights not granted to the federal government to the states, if not the states to the people themselves. There is no such thing as a 10th Amendment federal police power. The hell?
Creatures like the NCTC, but no, there's a para police power, and they were allowed to investigate via the FBI.
Just like paranormal activity, a para police power, like paramilitary. What?
You know roughly how long? So think of them as para police investigators. Do you know roughly how long his investigation lasted, and how long NCTC investigations normally last?
I'm guessing it was about 2 weeks, and I'm guessing normally these investigations are through nexuses of things that they have evidence that foreign governments are involved in, not just suspicious and innuendo.
No, where they start, it was interesting. I was looking at this over the last week.
Oh, good.
Where they start is specifically means mode of opportunity predicates. And of course,
no, they don't. The fucking national security apparatus does not focus on mean mode of opportunity predicates. First of all, that's not a thing.
Has a significant cognizable benefit to be gained.
Specific cognizable benefit to be gained. We're just going to point out nonsense words.
By killing, regime changing the most valuable Gentile in the world who's about to turn the tables on them. That is all you need by the investigative predicates, the reasonable suspicion standards used. And that's precisely
that's all you need. You don't need any facts. You just need mean modes of opportunity.
Kind of thing that the NCTC investigations normally begin along. This investigation went anywhere from a couple of days before it was stymied. I've heard that account, and I've heard anywhere from 1 to 2 weeks before it was stymied. The average length is somewhere between 1 and 2 months. And the simple fact of the matter that Joe Kent, who's boss over there at the time, makes plain that I don't think he would be possible of getting wrong, is that there were lots of leads he himself was leading a team and running down that he was stopped short by Kash Patel, and he said it was one of the oddest things he'd ever seen. How do you account for that?
I think that it was probably that Joe Kent wanted to run down things that the rest of the people didn't think was relevant, given the overwhelming evidence they were seeing from Tyler Robinson. Looking at his communications, they saw that there wasn't international conversations or anything like that. The timeline wouldn't make sense. Joe Kent doesn't specifically say it was Israel. In fact, he could have easily been talking about communications that came from a place like Russia, China, or litany of other places.
Of course, but it's really unlikely. Hold on, I just need no answers on this.
Okay.
You're just burning my time here, man.
Okay.
So it's
25 minutes left.
yeah, it could be me. It could be you. Maybe the NCTC was looking into Tim Gordon or Rob Knoerr. No, Israel is specific here because Israel is well known, has an unprecedented level of proclivity toward using political assassinations. Let me get to the part I didn't read in my opening statement. According to this expert on it in this 2018 study, Ronan Bergman, he gives the rationales that Israel has used. No other country that's been around for like 1,500 years comes close to 1,000 of these things, TAOs. Israel in 70 years had 2,700. They're running nearly 400 per decade. And here's the common rationales. I want you to respond for these. He gives.
If I was Rob right here, or even before, I would have stopped him. Like, can you define what Roland Bergman, what gets grouped into a TAO, a targeted assassination opportunity or operation? Like, does that include, like, when they blow up a Hamas headquarters or a Hezbollah headquarters? That include the different high-value target takeouts across the Middle East and Lebanon, in the Iraq, when we were fighting Iraq and Afghanistan? Does that include the Mossad taking out people following the Munich Olympics? Like, what does that include? Does that include the teams of Nazi hunters that were running around South America trying to take out specific targets? Like, who does that include?
10 rationales for them. I picked the pettier 5 rationales for ending a man's life. Here they are.
Of course you would have picked the pettier 5 rationales.
Staggeringly trivial, these 5. Petty retaliation, like Jews brag about in Hollywood, right? The Munich movie, petty retaliation. They'll go across borders and kill dudes.
Yeah, because a bunch of Jews were kidnapped and killed at Munich. That's not petty retaliation. Like, Hamas soldiers infiltrate Israel across the line and kill 3 IDF soldiers in a market full of women and children. So Israel bombs Hamas. That's targeted assassination operation.
Deterrence, decapitation of opposing organizational leadership.
Yes, like killing the leaders of terrorist organizations. They've been doing that since day one.
Does that sound familiar? Strategic disruption of adversarial groups. Sounds familiar.
right? By like killing, just masculine. Yep.
Also, and long-term non-emergent Israeli survival and security. This means non-emergent. This is in peacetime. So if they've done 2,700 plus of these, unlike any country in the history of the world, yes, they're always suspect number one when there's Israeli interest at stake. So that is precisely the sort of means, motive, opportunity predicate that groups like the FBI.
Okay, but how does the fact that this country has taken out a bunch of terrorist leaders in the past through whatever they define as a TAO, target assassination opportunity, how does that have anything to do with means, motive, and opportunity at all? It's like a course of conduct.
ONI and the NCTC look for. These are investigative predicates. So you tell me, assuming, because I think we both agree that Charlie Kirk was a very, very valuable Gentile to the cause, and he was turning. You even acknowledged that some. If they would kill people, and they've done it 2,700 times over the last 70 years, for posing some sort of institutional threat or jeopardizing Israel's long-term security over things 1/50th as existentially important to the continued sustenance of an Israeli state, why would they suddenly think twice about this one? I'm just thinking like an investigator. I'm not thinking like a jury reaching a verdict or even a prosecutor. I'm thinking like an investigator here. Why would they suddenly grow a conscience?
Is he wearing lipstick? Hey, Nine Tails, what's
Just tell me, I
up?
want to know.
It's not growing a conscience. There was still a lot of good that Charlie Kirk could and would do for them. There's no evidence that their relationship was severed to the point that it would warrant wanting to take them off the table completely. Would you like an answer? You just talked for like 10 minutes. I can finish.
Well, I know because it's my time. You can ask me stuff.
Don't worry, I'll use my half hour commiserately then.
All I'm asking you is, I'll give you more time to answer on this one, but I want to stipulate to the point, okay? I'm not trying to be a dick. It's just, if you flinched him off. You just, allergically tried to flinch him off. That's the problem with debates. People act dishonest. I don't like it. Ask me a question. Do you think Tyler Robinson did it? Yeah, probably in some way. The problem is 91% of the time, it's not a lone gunman. But I'm asking you.
91% of the time, it's not a lone gunman. Okay.
Back to Israel. So literally, you could say it's double hearsay, but sometimes, and we don't want to go through all the 27 exceptions to hearsay under the federal rules of evidence, but sometimes double hearsay is admissible.
Well, since you didn't know 401 A or B, it'd be very difficult for you to go through the rules of hearsay, the 801 series. That is true. It's very weird. It's very weird.
When there's some specific prediction, that's actually quite alarming. Some specific prediction, 4 weeks to the day. If X, then Y, a conditional claim. If your neighbor cuts down his hedge, he told the cops that he's going to kill you, and then you turn up dead. That makes
Grassy Michael Knowles is always involved with the Jews.
it probative. Under the federal rules of evidence, that makes it probative. If
No, you weren't even talking about probative. Okay. So 402, he's now talking about 402. We've been through 401 for the people who just got here. 401 is if you have a piece of evidence to get it admitted into court for either a preliminary hearing or for a trial. 401A is the piece of evidence. It already has to be evidence, like a hard piece of evidence, like either a message or a testimony from a witness or DNA or something. It has to make any other fact in question either make it more or less likely true. 401B is that fact that you're introducing evidence you're introducing has to be relevant to the ultimate issue with the case. Like you can't introduce evidence as to whether or not Charlie Kirk liked peanut M&Ms as part of the case of whether or not Tyler Robinson murdered Charlie Kirk. Okay. Then there's 402. 402 is probative versus prejudicial value. If any piece of evidence has a probative value, i.e. it speaks to the ultimate answer in the trial, outweighs its prejudicial value. So, for example, if Tyler Robinson had a text message where he called a bunch of people the N-word, and since it's relevant because it's Charlie, it goes to his state of mind, let's say, right? It goes to the kind of person that Tyler Robinson was, or goes to his state of mind on the day that he killed Charlie Kirk. This is in the state's theory of the case, right? Well, then introducing that text message where he says the N-word a bunch of times, the prejudicial value, the idea that effect would have, that message's effect would be on the jury, would prejudice the jury against him. If that doesn't outweigh the probative value, the actual relevance to the claim that he murdered Charlie Kirk or any of the other charges, right? That evidence would be kept out, failing the 402 standard, because it's more prejudicial than probative. And so this is a 50-50% thing. If the piece of evidence that's past 401 is relevant, it's relevant to an issue in the case. If it is more probative, gets to the meat of the matter, gets to the evidence in the case, gets to the actual question at trial, if it has more probative value than prejudicial value, it comes in. Even if it has something that is probative for the prosecution's case, if the prejudicial value of it would outweigh the probative, the judge will keep that out. Yes, exactly, Nine Tails. It exactly is. These are the two tests that you have to pass in order to get like a physical piece of evidence, like a text message or a receipt or something like that, into evidence at trial. It has to be, and the first one is called 401. Lawyers call it, it's logical relevance. Like, is it logically related to any fact in the case? Is it logically possible it could prove any fact in the case more or less true? And is that fact in the case logically related to the actual issue at trial? Like whether or not he cheated on his taxes, it might be factually true. It might be relevant to his character or whatever, right? But it's not relevant to the murder charge. So that would stay out under 401. 402 is the evidence more probative than prejudicial? And the judge has to weigh that. And if the evidence would be more prejudicial to, in the mind of a jury, to the defendant, even if it has some probative value, even if it tries to prove something relevant to the case, the judge can still keep it out for being more prejudicial and probative. So yes. Yeah, good job, Nine Tails. Way to be. Supreme Bro.
Who issues this haunting,
Go listen to
preemptive repudiation of the crime and says we didn't do it. If there had been pro-Israel billionaires that were trying to intervene, don't turn around, Charlie, don't turn around on us. What have we been paying you for? Why is your ordinary run-of-the-mill organization, no one's really said this, ordinary run-of-the-mill college debate organization now worth 9 figures? Because
ordinary run-of-the-mill college debate organization, like the only one that ever existed before it was copied?
of Israel and Israel ownership. This was the most valuable Gentile on the face of the planet under 50 years old to Israel, who was having an ostensible turnaround. Now, you said that it doesn't require them growing a conscience. Just assume arguendo that all of the facts in my timeline are true.
Assume arguendo. This guy like looked up some freaking like disabled person's legal definition. Assume arguendo. No, you see, arguendo means for argument's sake. So saying assume arguendo, you're saying this, it's repetitive, it's redundant. So arguendo, X, Y, and Z. So assume X, Y, and Z. It means the same thing. You don't say assume arguendo.
Why, if they think he's going to go all the way to the wall, would they not kill him? I just want to hear you reason it out.
One, your facts aren't true, as I'll get to in mine. You just repeated a lie.
If any one of them are true.
Okay. Secondly, because there are reasons, just because they've killed other people in the past, which I can't see all of your data to suggest exactly why they've taken out people, doesn't mean that they would do so in an unprecedented way to an American citizen who is highly public. We don't see any evidence of that happening in the past. Second,
there's tons of evidence of that. There's tons. That's wrong. That's wrong.
Nick,
Wait,
okay,
there's tons of evidence in the past that they've taken out. Israel has taken out very public, private American citizens in America. Okay.
a chance. If you want me to answer, I'll continue to answer. Right. Secondly, if they botch this or if they're found out, they literally go from Donald Trump being someone who's basically doing what they like to now Donald Trump declaring war on them, unless you think Trump's involved. So now we're in a situation where Israel, just because they think, you know what, maybe this guy that's helped us before is not going to help us
I like symbols. They're fun.
as much anymore. We're going to kill him and risk going to a war with the United States. I don't see it happening.
So you're saying that you know beyond a shadow of a doubt that this couldn't that it couldn't have been Israel, even though they have means, motive, and opportunity.
No, he's not saying that. And means, motive, and opportunity don't matter anyway. Yeah.
Which are the predicates that normally move an investigation along rather than stymieing it. You know that it couldn't have been Israel and it shouldn't have been investigated to the director's satisfaction.
No, I never made that claim. That's a straw man.
Would you? No, I'm asking. It's not a straw man. It's a question.
You said, so you're saying, that's what you said, right?
Okay. Are you saying that?
No.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm also assuming
Well, there you go.
based on your position in the debate tonight, that you don't think that there's, at the level of the investigative predicates, means, motive, and opportunity, which is all any investigation moves along.
No, it's not. Means, motive, and opportunity are from fucking CSI. That's not a thing in any court of law ever.
In the pre-trial phase, or the pre-trial phase, you don't think that that Israel should be investigated any further. I'm just assuming that, given your view.
Well, even that's a different question than what you just asked previously. Which one would you like me to answer?
You answer both. Close
Okay.
enough. Just
Yes, of course, it's plausible and theoretically possible that Israel was involved. Can't say that there's 100% confidence they weren't. However, there's no positive evidence that suggests they were. All there is motivation and means, right?
Wait.
But that doesn't mean, which we could say would be the case with a litany of other organizations like the DNC. Are you 100% here to say that the DNC could have committed this crime?
what is positive evidence? What the hell is positive evidence? Because that's not. I just read you the real legal standard, not made up shit. Okay, evidence. If a fact has any tendency to make a fact more or less probable than it would be without it, the evidence, and the fact is of consequence in determining the action, it's evidence. It's generic evidence. It's non-specific, circumstantial evidence. To read Ronan Bergman's book, that's positive evidence. It's positive circumstantial.
It's not circumstantial evidence. It's positive evidence. It's positive circumstantial evidence to read a book that Ronan Bergman wrote in 2018 about the way that Israel has a history of committing targeted assassination attempts. So Ronan Bergman's book written in 2018 is somehow positive evidence, not positive circumstantial evidence about the Charlie Kirk assassination. Brilliant work.
Evidence, which accounts for 95% of jury verdicts. Okay,
No,
so you just don't know, and you're throwing around terms, and it's getting sloppy.
Oh,
Positive evidence.
actually, the debate prompt was: is there compelling reason to think that Israel instigated Charlie Kirk's murder? So that's what our guy Timmy up here, is doing, is trying to debate that there is compelling reasons to think Israel instigated the murder of Charlie Kirk.
This means what? How are you distinguishing it from circumstantial evidence, direct evidence, material evidence?
Positive evidence is evidence that suggests that the crime
Pingo's just talking shit.
being alleged was committed. Motivation does not show that. I could
No,
show you
no,
100
are you just
organizations
pulling
with
these terms out of a
motivation,
hat?
and that wouldn't be positive evidence that they committed this crime.
Where are you citing? Where does this term positive evidence come from?
I will
It's proprietary. He means evidence that something happened, not negative evidence that something didn't happen.
say that it is my proprietary
Blackstone.
definition. Let me explain by what I mean by positive evidence so that there's no confusion. Evidence
You're
to
good.
suggest that the group that you're discussing was involved in the crime, as opposed to just evidence to suggest possible motivation. You have no evidence.
No. What are you talking about?
All of your evidence is
The
motivation. and
definition,
means.
we can go with Rob Knoerr's made up kooky definition, positive evidence, which is there's no legal standard for it because you pulled it out of a hat. Or we can go with Federal Rules of Evidence 401. And I've read it twice now. I don't want to have to
No,
reread
you've misread it twice. You've misconstrued it twice. Asshat.
But here's the thing. You don't seem to, you keep making the claim. There's no evidence. There's no fact with any tendency to make Israel suspicious here. Which is really all evidence FRE 401 says. That's complete hogwash. That's why people want them investigated. That's why positive evidence, I don't know what that is, but evidence is.
So what Rob means by positive evidence is evidence that proves something, right? So when he says negative evidence, he's not saying negative that proves a negative. He's saying like evidence against something. So there's the way that Rob has used this and that Andrew Wilson has used this is positive evidence, meaning evidence that Tyler Robinson did something, evidence that somebody did an action, right? And the difference is negative evidence would be evidence that would refute that. It's they made it up, but it kind of makes sense if you think about it. Positive evidence is evidence that somebody did something. Negative evidence is evidence that detracts from that and makes it less likely they did that something. That's the way that and basically you could say evidence in favor of the prosecution would be positive, evidence in favor of the defense would be negative evidence. That's the way they're using it.
Absolutely constituted even by the Harrison Smith tweet. That's
I just
real.
want to cut in real quick. I'm pausing the time, but I just want to let you know, Rob, your times will start in 15 and a half minutes. And Tim, if you could do a little bit more question asking so we can try to cover as much ground as possible. That's the only thing I want to add here. But yeah, let's get the rest of this 15 and a half minutes and try to make the most of it, gentlemen.
Fair. So do you think it's let's use real legal terms. Is it probative evidence if X says
Probative evidence. We've been through this a second ago. 402. It's a probative versus prejudicial weighing the judge has to do to see if it's admissible. There's no such thing as probative evidence. Like evidence can be probative, and the probative value has to outweigh the prejudicial value. So let's see what he's going to ask as probative evidence.
there's some kill switch. It's conditional for killing me. And then the conditional is met. And then shortly thereafter, a day or two after, X dies. Would you count that as probative? Because
If you can prove all those predicates, if you can prove that a kill switch existed, and you could prove by some text message or some like computer code that if this thing happens, the kill switch will engage, then that would be evidence that could be probative, or at least be relevant.
federal rules of evidence do.
I would not. I would say that it's superseded by the fact that that's secondhand hearsay when we have direct language from Charlie Kirk saying the left is going to kill me the day before.
Okay, are you aware that double hearsay is allowed?
It's not called double hearsay. It's called hearsay within a hearsay. You have to go through a bunch of different exceptions to get it in. The primary exception to that is the declarant, the person who made the hearsay statement, is unavailable, i.e. they are dead. So to get double hearsay in, you have to first of all have a hearsay exception to get the first hearsay in, and then basically the person who said at the beginning has to be like out of the country or dead. That's the way you get double hearsay, or which actually is called hearsay within hearsay under 802 Federal Rules of Evidence in.
At law, even in trial, under certain circumstances.
If I said to you,
Yes or
hey,
no?
I saw
Yes or
Big,
no?
yes, I am. Now I'm responding. If I
So it's
said
allowed.
to you, Big Mike told me that James ran his truck into your house, and then you talk to Mike and he says, no, I never said that. I would not say that my claim is probative because Mike, who I was having the hearsay from, directly contradicts what my
All right,
hearsay
well, the
said.
federal
That's
rules
what
of
Charlie
evidence,
Kirk did.
the Supreme Court has ruled on this, particularly in the realm of circumstantial evidence.
No,
Is
that's not Oh my God. Oh my God.
Probative, and it disagrees with you. So you're just making up
Oh my God. The Supreme Court, so I thought he was going to say something better there. The Supreme Court says that circumstantial evidence can be probative, and so they ruled against you. Okay.
legal
I don't
standard
believe
here.
so. I believe that you're erroneous in that thinking. And I will
You believe
express
I'm
why.
erroneous because
You'd be correct. He is erroneous.
I'll just make shit up. Okay.
No, I'll express why. Just to be clear, if I said Mike told me that James admitted to a crime, and then the police talk to Mike and says that's a lie, you would say they wouldn't evaluate Mike as more credible than me, who's claiming to heard that from Mike, and they would continue to investigate.
Do you
I don't
think
believe
there
that.
is? Do you think evidence ought to be ruled out on its circumstantiality? Like,
It's circumstantiality. Circumstantial evidence can be admitted as long as it actually passes the 401 and 402 tests. Yes.
say the Harrison Smith, utterly circumstantial evidence, the Harrison Smith
It's not circumstantial. It's hearsay within hearsay.
from August the 13th. Is there a special rule or a heightened burden which applies just because evidence is circumstantial?
No, I
Well, then why is it
suggest-
ruled out? Well, then why isn't it probative? By definition,
Because
it's
if-
probative.
It's not by definition probative because it can't be ruled out because there could be an exception to it possibly, i.e. the guy who told Harrison Smith is dead or unavailable to testify and the evidence is otherwise probative. That could therefore be admitted to court. That doesn't make it automatically probative. You would still have to pass the 401A and B and 402 test to be admitted.
There are only two elements.
if he has hearsay, and then the specific target that the hearsay is from contradicts that, we would take the target as opposed to the hearsay.
No, well, that's not how it works. Well, I mean, when you
I mean, sort of, kind of.
take
Of course
evidence
it
class
is.
in real law, no, it's not. In evidence class, you take hearsay, and it's half of the class because the exceptions swallow the rule.
It's not half the class. It's 1 week.
There's a broad rule, no hearsay evidence. And then there are like 27 exceptions, and it takes you half a semester to learn all of them. I learned them, and it took me a real long time.
No, it's 1 week, and I don't know where you learned them. Because wherever you learned them, you should get your money back.
It sounds to me like you can't fathom a special rule or heightened burden which would rule out circumstantial evidence like Harrison Smith's.
It's not circumstantial evidence. It's hearsay within hearsay. My God, circumstantial evidence is like circumstantial evidence would be like we saw a murder victim who was killed by a 45 caliber round. You own a 45 caliber round. Now, that's circumstantial. There's nothing linking your owning the 45 caliber gun to the 45 caliber round in the deceased. However, that's circumstantial evidence that possibly you could have committed the crime. So that's what circumstantial evidence is, not direct evidence, not somebody saying you shot them, not DNA evidence, not physical evidence. Circumstantial evidence that says that, well, there's a circumstance that exists that could prove that you were capable of committing the crime, or at least you might be a suspect, right? But there would have to be all kinds of other indicia to link you to the crime before the fact you owned a 45 caliber handgun would be allowed into trial. That's circumstantial evidence. Hearsay evidence is not circumstantial evidence. It's hearsay testimonial evidence. So dumb.
I want to be clear in what you're suggesting here. What you're telling me is if law enforcement comes to me and I say, Mike told me he saw a red truck flee the scene of the crime, and then they talk to Mike and Mike says, that's not true, I never said that, right? You're telling me that the police would view both of our statements equally and continue to look for a red truck.
Yes, in
That
Holland
is
versus
wrong.
United States, it's
That's
an
wrong.
absolute black letter law.
And
Circumstantial evidence is intrinsically no different than testimonial evidence, and it's much more
Yes, but the problem is that your hearsay evidence is testimonial evidence, not circumstantial evidence.
common, and a lot of times it's of much higher quality.
That's what you're
So
saying.
do you agree?
There
Wait,
is
hold
what
on,
you're
hold
saying.
on,
There's
hold
not
on. This is my time.
responsive.
Just save it, bro.
Okay.
Save it. You agree, because I still can't tell. This whole thing is about the predicates of investigative evidence, well, much lower standard, and you were mixed up on that in the
There's
beginning.
no such thing as investigative evidence.
And so now I'm just trying to reestablish ground. Do you agree that motive, means, and opportunity evidence are all legitimate considerations when you're
That's not evidence, and it's not legitimate.
investigating a killing?
Yes.
Rob,
Good.
don't
Well,
Rob.
okay, so why do you think that there's no compelling evidence, no compelling reason then to further investigate means, motive, and opportunity evidence?
Investigating doesn't mean that you believe there's a compelling reason that someone is involved with a murder. They investigate tons of people before they think there's a compelling reason.
You think they
did
investigate
it.
with no reason?
No,
You
I think that they
law
don't think it
enforcement, you
rises.
just said, you think they investigate with no reason? You think they're investigating me
You
or
keep-
you for Charlie Kirk's death?
You keep putting words into my mouth that I haven't said. Would you like to restate what you think I just said?
That you said that a reason is not the same thing as evidence.
No,
I'm-
I said a compelling reason to think someone's involved in a murder is different than having a precursory look at someone, because you investigate all sorts of people, even those that aren't really suspects, when it comes to these sorts of crimes. So I think there's a different standard to saying, look, we might as well take a look at this because we're here, which is what they did with the foreign nation.
Yes,
Versus
now
saying
we're
there's a
there.
compelling versus
Thank
saying
you.
there's a
So
compelling
now we're
reason,
on
which is
the
your burden
basis-
in this debate.
Can you be quiet, please? Now we're finally most like whatever it is, 2/3 of the way through the debate. We've established there are
Oh, you're not
reasonable
even close.
suspicion
You're not
standard.
even
I was trying to do
close
this
to
in the
two
opening
thirds.
statement, but you were fighting it tooth and nail. There's a reasonable suspicion standard for investigating Israel. Now, I'm glad we established that. Israel has an extensively documented history of conducting TAOs, targeted assassination operations,
Sure.
outside its own borders. Do you dispute this?
That Israel's attack people outside their own borders?
No,
That's your question.
that they have an extensive history of TAOs that are conducted in foreign nations, and they look a lot like
But the foreign nations are Palestine, Lebanon, Egypt, Oman, Jordan, Lebanon, Yemen, Syria.
ops, where they're making someone out, they're framing people, they're doing. I read 5 of the 5 most common motives. Do you dispute this or not?
I
Because
would
this
guess
all
that-
goes to means, motive, opportunity predicates.
I'm unaware of the specific source that you're citing, but if I had to guess, Israel, like many countries, probably assassinates people.
Oh, but okay, so you think like many countries, they do
Correct.
so in either quality, quantity, proclivity, with an average proclivity to assassination.
I have no clue, but I would have
No, I'm
reasons.
asking you to take a guess.
I don't know. My
Is someone
guess
doing
is
fact
that
checking?
given the hostilities that Israel's been with in the region, they probably more than say, I don't know, Denmark. I don't know that it's more than the United States.
Okay, well, so
I
you
wouldn't
want to
know.
retract your statement, what you said a second ago, that just like every other country, they've probably done some.
No,
they've
what- I
Roman
won't retract
Bergen
the statement.
did
What I
the
said is-
definitive study on this. Okay,
What I won't retract a
2,700
true
plus
statement.
in-
Most countries have assassinated.
Are you going to
You
stop them
disagree?
from interrupting? Or are we moderating here now? So 2,700 in 70 years. That is remarkable. That's almost 400 per decade. And I read you the 5 main motivations for these assassinations, and you seem to just
You didn't say you read the 5 main motives. You said you read the 5 least plausible motives. You said you read the most shady motives, not the 5 best ones. So now he's flipping.
I don't know, stonewall. Like this has no effect on you. You think that Israeli intelligence has conducted covert operations outside Israel or no?
Yes.
Good. Okay. And do you see that the standard going opinion after this 2018 study that's cited by
It's so stupid to ask. Would you see that the standard going opinion is? He couldn't see that. It's not something for him to see either way.
everyone in the intelligence community, Ronan Bergman, Rise and Kill First, that they don't do it at an average rate?
Rise and Kill First was a book. It wasn't a study. It was a freaking book published that had very pro-Palestinian, anti-Israeli agenda behind it, which whatever, hate Israel, hate the Jews, I don't care. The point being is that this Roman Bergman study it's a book. It's not a freaking study.
They do at any time, even slight interest to Israel are jeopardized. Do you see that?
I don't believe that everyone says that. I think you're lying.
I
Prove that everyone
that's
says
to
it.
just.
Yep.
I mean, why should?
If you want to be a smug, condescending asshole, so prove that everyone says it.
But I haven't said any. I haven't called you anything, man. You're getting threatened because you don't know legal terms. You're getting threatened now because I'm raising the standard fare. Ronan Bergman, someone in the comments, anybody that's taken an interest in TAOs,
Everyone says it.
knows
That's your
this
argument.
is
Everyone.
the go-to compendium.
That's cool, Nine Tails. That's awesome.
I just.
Rise and
Would
Kill
you want to
First.
retract your statement
we
that
got-
everyone says it?
We got 7.5 minutes
wanna
left.
retract that?
No,
I
I
did.
don't.
I did. I did
Okay, so
pause
you're
the
saying
time.
literally every single person cites this. Every
Okay,
single
then
one.
cite for me
Would you like
another
to retract your
compendious
statement?
study. Cite for me another compendium that has studied in great detail
Cite for me another compendium like Roland Bergmanson's book.
700 successful TAOs from 1946 to 2013, 920 perpetrators, 954 victims. Cite me a better compendium than Rob.
It's a non sequitur. I don't have to cite you better to say
It's a
that I
non
disagree.
sequitur.
Correct.
Wait, it's a non sequitur. You say no. There's a better compendium out there, I'm sure. And I say, okay.
I didn't say that. You're lying. Show me where I said there's a better compendium.
Well, so is your point that because I'm pointing at something that's devastating to what you're saying. I'm pointing at why the usual suspect actually is Israel, and I'm not a Wignat online that you can just say, oh, Tim's a Wignat moron. I'm saying no. I've done my research, man. I brought the receipts, and this
You read a book.
is a devastating, at least for investigative predicates.
Why? The fact that Israel has taken out a bunch of people in the region over the course of 19 or that there have been targeted assassination operations from 1946 till 2013. The second study he cites has nothing to do with the current topic.
At means mode of opportunity, Israel's the first one we're looking at when we're talking
Means mode of opportunity doesn't mean a history of taking people out for geopolitical assassination reasons.
about maybe taking out the most valuable information asset to who's a Gentile under 50 years old in the whole world right now or last year. And then I just say, look, so off the bat, can we just be honest and admit that most countries haven't done 1,000? Most countries haven't done 500 TAOs. Countries that have been around 1,000 years haven't done these. Israel's done 2,700, and they do them for a staggeringly low bar. Can we get? And then I said, well, are we good on that? And you said, what? No, there's how do I know? You're lying. That's a made up study. I thought we had a fact checker. Do we have?
I didn't say you're lying. That's a made up study. I said I do not believe
We don't have a fact checker. What the hell?
that everyone has said that. I still don't think you provided evidence that
Are you being a
everyone
retard
has
who's
said.
trying not to get it? I don't mean everyone in the world has
Oh,
looked
so
at
you
it.
retract
I
your
said, I
statement
believe
that
I said
everyone in the
something
Intel
like
community? You
everyone.
retract that?
I believe I said
Retract
something
that.
like everyone who's looked into Intel community literature on TAOs would cite this 2018 study.
That's not what he said.
Rise and kill first.
He said
It's
everyone would agree.
I
devastating
don't believe you
to
that
the
everyone
claim.
would.
Okay, are you just trying to stall through your time?
No,
So I
you're
did-
the one
I
that's
did-
better
filibustering.
study.
Real quick,
You can't cite a better
did
study,
posit-
Rob?
was there a fact checker that was supposed to be or agreed upon between you two, or is
No,
that
I
just
just
an understanding?
was checking
Savage,
facts.
go ahead.
Okay, well,
Okay,
all right,
so-
you got 5 minutes and 13 seconds left because earlier I did pause it when Rob interrupted for a second. I just didn't say anything.
All right,
And I didn't pause it for too long, Rob, so don't worry. I mean, it's only like 5-10 seconds.
I'm just asking, given the information contained in this 2018 compendium, that's devastating, and it provides a really overwhelming case why, when anyone who's related to Israel, like Charlie Kirk, has an assassination 28 days after someone publicly tweets, he's worried that if he does something 27 days later, which he did do, they're going to kill him, that Israel's going to be first, because they have 2,700 of these things for a far smaller bar. That
Okay.
rises to the predicate level of we should look into it further rather than 3, 5, 7, 9 days into the investigation, throttle in the grave. Can we at least agree on that much? I'm trying to persuade you at this point.
If you're trying to persuade me that Israel has a history of assassinations and could possibly have motivation, sure. What I'm saying is that that's not evidence to say that there's a compelling reason to think Israel was involved in the murder of Charlie Kirk.
Well, not from a jury verdict's perspective, but that's why you were just
from
being
anyone's.
you were being thick-headed about it, and we wasted
not.
like the first hour. I didn't say because
My
we
opening
have-
statement
we
said
have
how
been
concede
through a
motivation.
fact-finding.
That's all
Do
you
you
talked
understand the basic difference between the fact-finding that defense and prosecution, specifically with the subpoena ducis tecum power? That's
Oh my God. Subpoena ducis tecum. Okay. Subpoena ducis tecum is for civil proceedings. It means I'm subpoenaing you to come to a deposition, and you need to bring certain documents with you. So a subpoena ducis tecum means subpoena and bring the documents with you. So basically, if I'm, for example, doing a family law proceeding, if I'm doing a divorce and child custody thing, and I'm going to depose, I'm having a recorded under oath question and answer with the opposing party. I'm like, okay, I need you to bring all your tax returns, your private bank account statements, any medical records of the kids. So I'm going to ask you questions about these documents. Subpoena ducis tecum is a civil procedure. It does not happen in criminal law because the criminal investigators can get all the documents themselves through the investigative power and through criminal subpoenas. A subpoena ducis tecum is a civil procedure, depositional matter. That's the only case in which it exists. This guy has no clue what he's talking about.
really what makes it all go at law is you swear in witnesses on both sides and you have the subpoena ducis tecum power. So we get those phones. Now, there's all this weird evidence that Erica Kirk's been allowed to keep his metal, clothes, the freaking car, all of that weird stuff that she was allowed to have. Well, at trial, subpoena ducis tecum power, they're going to be able to look at that. And
That's not part of a trial anyway. It's for deposition.
that's why we really don't know anything until a trial. There's evidence at the lower level, at the lower burden of persuasion, we can be compellingly convinced that we should go to the next level. But I mean, maybe you're learning here tonight. Do you understand the difference in evidentiary standards as we go further along, from the more universal to the more specific?
I'm aware of the difference in evidentiary standards. It has nothing to do with the topic of this debate.
Why do you think it doesn't have anything to do with the standard of this debate?
As I said in my opening statement, which you said that I stonewalled for an hour, I said the opposite. I said, yes, I will say that Israel had a potential motivation and means, but this is not compelling evidence that they were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. If you have to
But
provide
you just
any
said you
evidence to that.
understood that. The compelling, actually proving as a matter of fact that they did place this call, that requires subpoena ducis tecum. That requires
That's not a
bringing
thing.
some foreign agent to court. And then, because they're not going to give that up on their own. So what I called stonewall.
So you have to bring a foreign agent into court. First of all, you can't do that because you don't have jurisdiction over a foreign agent. Second of all, it's not a subpoena ducis tecum.
Was you applying an intentionally misfit standard? All I'm saying, because all this debate's about is should Israel be investigated, and honestly, it sounds like you agree with me that they should be more. So, do you understand what I mean by a misfit standard now? It's really, really important. What's compelling in preliminary investigation is not compelling in prelim trial, is not compelling in actual jury verdict. Do we understand those standards? At the bare minimum, everyone out there listening should take that nugget of
No, we all understand now that you are functionally retarded, good sir.
truth, and if you take nothing else from this debate, understand that there are different levels that constitute a W or a win.
I understand that there are different evidentiary standards for different stages in an investigation. I understand that was not the topic of this debate. I understand you cannot defend your position on the topic of this debate. And so you're trying to imply that the debate was something
What
that
do you
was
mean?
never designed to be.
What do you mean?
have yet to present any evidence that there's a compelling reason to believe that Israel instigated
Israel
or was
should be
involved in the murder of
investigated?
Charlie Kirk. All
That
you provided was
Israel
motivation.
should be investigated.
That wasn't the topic.
What do you think the difference between reasonable suspicion and probable cause is then, Rob? What's the
I think
legally
that-
prescribed
I think the word
distinction?
compelling. I think the word compelling means convincing. I think there's a very low bar for when we're allowed to start investigations under reasonable suspicion, and that wouldn't rise to anyone's definition of a compelling reason to believe that they committed this crime.
Every time you say proof or compelling, you seem to just mean evidence. Do you mean that there's no evidence, which I've read you the
He means there's compelling evidence.
standard, the FRE standard four times now, FRE 401. I've read you 4 times what evidence is, and
You've gotten it wrong every time. That's about evidence's logical relevance for its admissibility.
explain to me how the timeline doesn't constitute a fact having any tendency to make that fact more or less probable than it would be without the evidence. Explain that to me.
Again,
So
that's
law-
different. That's different. What the topic is. You already said that you wouldn't find it to be reasonable suspicion of other groups that clearly would meet this bar, like the TNC.
No, not
which-
everyone's not reasonably suspicious.
No,
Israel
they would meet that definition because they have
Everyone's not reasonably suspicious. Strong word.
no,
motivation,
give
they
me,
have-
throw it at me. You can pepper
10
me with
Okay.
it.
seconds left.
well, it's my
We could-
you got
we
10
could just
seconds, then I'll
switch
throw
it over.
Which groups are reasonably suspicious? I want to hear. Because
last
it's not just
question.
everyone.
We'll swap
Everyone's
over.
not
the
reasonably
DNC,
suspicious.
trans organizations, Iran, Qatar, any country that Trump tariffed, all of them.
All right.
Kill
That was 30
Charlie- kill
minutes.
Charlie Kirk.
Last follow up, and I'll start Rob's time.
It's lamentable that the debate's gone this way. My impression of Tim has gone down. I don't understand what this filibuster and condescending strategy is.
Don't be
When
a
I tried
girl.
to
It's
enter-
just kidding.
please
It's
stop
just kidding.
interrupting.
Don't be a
Please
girl.
stop interrupting. Stop
No.
interrupting.
You
It's
don't
my
have to
30
say
minutes.
what- nothing
Moderator, I thought we were going to
Yeah.
silence him while he talked, please. Thank you.
Alrighty, here.
This gets
So
bad.
Bill
This
understands
gets
what
really
this is all
bad.
about, and the cross-examination I thought would be more of a back and forth than a filibuster to him, strawmanning me and then trying to get me to admit to things. But I suppose that's what he went with. So I suppose I'll outline my case more since he's had his chance. Motivation and means might be reason to look into someone, but that doesn't mean that we would say that there's a compelling reason to believe that they committed a crime. You would think that investigators would look into any numbers of groups. The investigation still continues. Tim hasn't provided any evidence whatsoever that investigators can't still be proceeding to look at connections that people had to Tyler Robinson. He doesn't have any evidence whatsoever that he's been able to provide that Israel or for that any other country or organization was instigating Tyler Robinson. None. He provides zero. I'll ask you, Tim, a yes or no, please, would be nice. Do you think that the UVU and the law enforcement agencies that are now handling this case would be allowed and are looking in to see who Tyler Robinson had communication with?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
That's a bullshit argument. I would think that if someone who went to evidence class would understand that law enforcement would still be allowed to be looking into possible communications with the person they
No,
suspect of
let me
committing this.
stipulate.
Please,
Can I stipulate?
please,
Yeah,
no stipulation. You
let's
had your
answer
half
your
hour.
question.
You had your
What
half
is
hour.
this?
Please
Was-
sit
was
there
that a
quietly.
question?
No,
Yeah,
I
there's
didn't.
a question.
I asked him a yes or no question. Now I'll proceed to go on.
Well, I didn't ask you one yes or no question where you weren't allowed
You
to
continually
pausing the
interrupted
time.
me. You continually interrupted and filibustered the whole time. Now you'll sit there quietly. I didn't
You don't
complain
know
about
what
the rules.
filibuster is.
I
Like
didn't
any of the
complain
other
about the
terms
rules
in
when
this
you were.
debate.
Please be quiet. Can you stop the time, Mike?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, thank you. If you can stop the time, well, now please give me the courtesy as I did with you of allowing me to take my cross-examination in the way that I would like. So the truth is that UVU is still looking into this.
Right.
Let me ask you this, Tim. Do you know the exact extent of what the FBI or intelligence agencies' investigations were into Israel or any other foreign country?
Within reasonable bounds, we know what the people in charge of the investigation said they could get to and what they couldn't get to. And what Joe Kent says is that they had time to get to almost none of the leads.
That's another way of saying no. He has no clue. He has the word of one
No,
person.
that's
Joe
not.
Kent
That's not.
is that he has the word of one
My answer was
person.
yes.
Please
within
stop
bounds.
interrupting. Right? I let
I'm
you
just
finish
giving
your
my
answer.
answer, man.
I let you finish your answer. You started being a dick and with this condescending filibustering type attitude
Stop
during your
calling
process.
names.
Please.
Stop calling
Okay,
names.
you again. You started being condescending and now you're whining that I call your names.
No, don't call
I'll
names.
take away the.
You
I'll
came
take
into a
away
debate
the
and
word.
you couldn't even define the terms. Then you start calling names.
Please be quiet. It's my
Don't call me a dick.
cross-examination.
All right.
Please be quiet.
Just
It's my
because you're
cross.
losing, don't
Let's,
call
yeah,
me.
let's try to be as respectful as possible here, guys. I know it's a tense subject, and there's a lot of accusations of people's affinities here. So
I'm not tense at all. I don't think he's a dick at all. But
I
he's
said
calling
tense
names.
subject.
He's frustrated, and passion's got the better of him. But I forgive him.
I'm not a woman. I don't mind if people call names. I'd rather someone call me a name than be condescending the entire time. Filibuster, put words in my mouth, and change the topic of the subject because
Well, it's
of
a
the
debate,
debate.
man. I
Because
wasn't trying to be condescending. I expected.
Mike, can you stop the time every
Yeah,
time
yeah.
he interrupts me? Thank you.
Well, if we get into a meta, just know that I already am. You have exactly 27 minutes left total.
If we could get some more moderation, as he asked, when he tries to interrupt it, possibly we can mute him.
Good job,
Yeah,
Jason.
so
Thank you,
that was
brother.
great. Now, the point that I was trying to make is he has no clue what the actual investigation that occurred was. He just says reasonable suspicion. Reasonable suspicion standard, though, is based on particular articulable facts that warrant looking into them.
Wait, is this
Right.
cross X? He's not asking me a question. You asked me to ask questions, and you're also mischaracterizing what I said. You asked, did I know what the investigation was? I said yes within bounds, and you're
No.
saying no. So you're just
Well,
lying.
I waited till about just on the halfway point to try to get it more towards question asking
But I was
because
asking questions the whole time. Like
They
running
weren't. You went off at great lengths.
Absolutely.
You were like doing 6-7 minute chunks at a time. I haven't even got
they
to
were
it.
questions with
I don't
foundations,
under-
but
I
do
don't
you have a
understand.
foundation for any of these
I
questions?
don't understand what the hostility was that you walked into this. I don't understand it. And like, could you just leave me reciprocate? You've talked far more than me. If you allow me to use my time as I see fit,
Yeah, I
that'd
don't
be
have
great.
to mute
it.
You
You
had
have
your
any
time to use
questions
as you
for me?
saw fit.
Or is this not a cross-ex?
I don't know. You were, in fact, you were so bad at this that the moderator 15 minutes in had to ask you to finally start asking questions.
No,
Do you think he was wrong?
The moderator came 15 minutes in. You guys changed out.
It's not true. He started before this 30-minute period.
No, we didn't. The moderator
Okay,
switched
time
out
out.
halfway
Stop the
through.
time. Mike,
I
were
did
you
a second
here at
ago.
the- Mike, can I ask you a question? Were you here at the
Heavens.
start of his 30-minute question period?
Big Mike on trial. Yeah, I did start the 30 minutes for both you guys. I just want to be as fair as possible and not rush Rob's questions right away. If the whole thing got taken up and no questions got asked, I absolutely would tell him the same thing that I told you, Tim. It's like I think he's just trying to be a little bit
Sorry,
tit for tat right
guys,
now
I
with
was
how he
busy.
feels you were
I'll go through
operating.
and question and look at how many questions I asked him. I think it was along
Sure.
the order of 20. It
Yeah,
was
there's
just a
transcripts
filibuster.
for all this too. So I mean that's always something I welcome is try to get the best analysis possible. But there's 26:40 right now. If it gets to 15 minutes and he hasn't asked you a ton of questions, Tim, just know I am going to
All right,
ask him
just
to do
wake
the
me
same
up when
thing.
he asks the question in 15 minutes.
Well, stay engaged, brother. Stay engaged. Let's try to finish this out in good
3 minutes
faith.
into my section, I've asked 2 questions in that 3 minutes. I don't think he asked 1 in his first 3 minutes, and he's complaining.
You're
Now,
wrong.
just so you can see, he's factually incorrect even about the meta of the debate, where he's like, Mike was here halfway through my answering question, which is not true. So anyways, to get to the relevant details, the point I'm trying to make is all reasonable suspicion requires is some like
Starting.
specific actionable evidence that we would want to look into. He doesn't know what evidence was looked into. He just takes the words of Joe Kent. Joe Kent, I mind you, has said he didn't see. He's not saying there was evidence that there was foreign assets. They just thought that there was more stuff that he wanted to look into. Again, the UVU investigators, etc., would be able to look into any communications. I'll ask you this question, Tim. Tim, have you seen any evidence whatsoever that Tyler Robinson had any sorts of communications with Israel or any other foreign country?
Zero.
Tim, I'll ask you this. Did Joe Kent say?
I never
that
claimed he did either. By the
did
way,
Joe
of course.
Kent
Zero,
say-
and there would be none without a subpoena. Yeah.
Did Joe
so of
Kent
course not.
say? Did
You're
Joe Kent say
Yes, there
specifically?
would be. They've Cellbrite extracted the entire phone. They have all of his communications, period, bar none. There's not have to be a subpoena to get his phone. It was seized into evidence. When the state gets the evidence to do a Cellbrite extraction, every scintilla of data that's on that phone is both in the government's hand right now and in the defense's hand right now, and it has been since March.
Israel was the country he was interested in looking into.
No, but it was
Okay.
heavily implied.
All right.
And
So,
why was it shut down?
okay.
I don't
So
know.
what you can see is all that Tim has done, as I suggested he would do in the opening statement, is he outlined that Israel's done bad things in the past, so they have means, and Israel has motivation. The truth would be that we could say that about a litany of other places. He puts the bar, and again, I think he's fundamentally wrong. When we say, is there a compelling reason to believe that an entity, a person, a country, a group is involved in a murder, instigated it, or carried out the murder, which is the topic of this debate, like you would have to have evidence beyond just motivation or means. You'd have to have some sort of specific evidence to suggest that there's something you're looking at. He doesn't have
Did an
any of that.
investigation?
And
Are you
please,
saying?
I didn't ask you a question there. Could you stop the time?
Wow.
25:07.
So I don't get to say anything in your cross X.
When I ask you a question, you can respond. That was the same courtesy that I had with you. I don't understand why the rules, you were fine with the way you went first. You operated it this way. Why should it be different for me?
Just quit crying, man. I asked you.
I'm
like
not. You're
25 questions.
you're the one who just cried. I don't get to say anything. That was you crying. So
I
now,
wasn't
could you
crying.
kindly be quiet? Thank you so much. Now, the point is, as he continues to interrupt me to try to get me off my train of thought, the point that I was trying to make is that there's no evidence to compellingly believe that Israel did this just because there's motivations. Let's ask some more specific questions so you can get a problem with the timeline. Tim, did you say that it was unprompted when Netanyahu put out his September 18th video saying I didn't assassinate? Was that the term you used? Unprompted?
I think I said peremptory.
Preemptory.
No.
Implying that he
Peremptory.
wasn't responding to
No, he
something
didn't say preemptive. He said preemptive. He said preemptive, not peremptory. He said preemptive.
before, and preempt means say something before. Correct?
Yeah, say something before he was
Okay.
formally accused. Yes.
Do you acknowledge that he was being accused within 24 hours? And that on Newsmax on September 12th, Greta Van Susteren asked him about the litany of conspiracy theories. That was 6 days before this video. Do you acknowledge that?
I guess if you say so, I'll take
Would
it.
that mean that it's not
still a
preemptory
spooky
then?
thing.
Would that mean it's not preemptory then?
It's the word is peremptory. And no,
That's
I,
not
well, I meant it in a
peremptive. My God.
different context. See, there are context for words. In that sense, you're right. Then it wouldn't be peremptory. The
What context did
in
you
which
mean
I
it?
uttered the phrase was that no one had formally accused him, and it was strange.
You said preemptive, and it would be preemptive. Except
That
there wouldn't be because stuff happened before that.
Everyone seemed to know that he would say something the day after, the day of. Everyone knew he would give a statement. That's what's strange.
So no one formally accused him. So explain to me, he was just informally accused. What would a
Mhm.
formal accusation look like?
No, he wasn't informally accused either. People were
course he was.
speculating that Israel did it because
What's an informal accusation? The hell is an informal if you like use like that damn Jew did it? Is that informal? But like the lovely gentleman over there who happens to be a Jew, that's formal? I don't understand.
somewhat obvious that they're suspect number one. Everyone around the world thinks so. So he had to respond to it. We make the same claim in Roman Catholicism all the time. Pope Paul VI came out, and one of the first things he said as Pope is, "I'm not gay," because everyone thought he was gay. So that is a kind of, again, investigative predicate that holds water with people that are looking for the truth.
I think
They're
that
not just trying to
again, you misstate things. I don't know if you're doing it intentionally. I suspect you are. I just want to be clear. Your argument is, quote, No one accused. They just asked it. No one said Israel did this prior to September 18th. That's your argument.
He is.
I didn't make an argument. I called
that's your
Bibi
claim.
Netanyahu's. I called his statement. Israel didn't do this peremptory
You call it preemptive.
because no one had dragged him into a courtroom.
Okay, just to cut you off, that's not what you just said. You didn't say because no one had drug him into a courtroom. I said, what do you mean formally? What would be an informal accusation? You said no one specifically called them out. They just asked it questions, suggested maybe it would be the case. I said, oh, so you're sure that no one specifically said Israel did it? And now you're like, well, no one drug him into a courtroom.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any specific evidence whatsoever that that Charlie Kirk was worried, in his own words, that Israel was going to kill
I don't know what that means.
him, other than the secondhand hearsay from Harrison Smith?
Wait a minute. Are you saying to discount the real hearsay from Harrison Smith?
Yes. Do you have any other than Harrison Smith's? Hey, someone close to Charlie told me he's worried about Israel killing him. Do you have any evidence other than that?
Did you hear any on my timeline? I don't think
No.
I don't think I recounted any. I'd have to check,
I've
check
got
the
it.
record.
Okay. Well, I'm
Do you
just
think
asking
that
the
that's
question.
not valid? Do you think that's a coincidence?
Given, what do you think is more likely
Seems
to be
coincidental.
evidence that would be more indicative of what
By the end of the day, do you mean like 13 hours later? I watched that whole thing too.
Charlie actually felt? Charlie's own words the day before he got killed, or Harrison Smith saying that an anonymous person told him he was worried about Israel? Which of those two do you think would be more compelling to people?
I don't think either of them necessarily are more compelling, because just because something's double hearsay, it doesn't mean that they weren't Charlie's words. That's why they're admissible in court.
But we know that but we don't know that they are Charlie's words. Whereas with Charlie's words, we do know they're Charlie's words. So why wouldn't you put more weight on the actual words we can see of Charlie than someone saying, "I think Charlie this," and we don't even know who that anonymous source
Because
is?
with double hearsay, let me stipulate here. One of the things that would rule that double hearsay potentially admissible is the timing. The timing.
No, the timing doesn't matter. It matters if the person. Okay. So somebody told me that Charlie said X. So it's not double hearsay. It's called hearsay within hearsay, like we've been through before. And the only way that that statement could come in is if the person who made the original statement is unavailable or dead. Then they could look at maybe it coming in under some other exception to hearsay. The timing thing has nothing to do with it.
Renders it probative where it wasn't before. So even though it's weaker evidence under the normal course of evidentiary handling, the fact that it was said 4 weeks to the day, and it was uttered conditionally, if a kill switch occurs, which it occurred
All right,
August 8th, 9th. Wait, hold on.
The fact that it's uttered conditionally doesn't change its hearsay nature. It doesn't matter if the guy said the Jews are going to kill me. It'll still be hearsay within hearsay. Same standard applies.
The answer. Then it becomes probative according to the federal rules of evidence. And
No,
that's
it doesn't become probative.
exactly what happened, and it's kind of
The
haunting.
question isn't probative, and the fact that you're unwilling to admit basic truths that we
The
can all
FRE
see
says it
is
is.
the fact that you're unwilling to admit basic truths that we can all see really makes me question your motivation in this debate. So
What
just
do
to
you
be
mean?
clear, this is where we're at, right?
What do you
You're
mean?
saying that you put equal weight on an anonymous source that apparently told Harrison Smith 4 weeks before the assassination, that you put equal weight to that because of timing, correct?
Equal weight
Because the timing.
with what? No, I'm
With
saying
Charlie
I
Kirk's
accord
statement-
very, very, very
with-
high
with Charlie
evidentiary
Kirk's
weight on the
statement-
fact that he
With
uttered
Charlie,
this
please,
4
it's my
weeks before
time.
he died.
Please, it's my
All right,
time.
let him ask the next question.
With
then.
Charlie
Well, he
Kirk's
asked a question. I was answering it, dude.
But please, you cut me off when I was answering questions of you. I'm merely returning the favor that you exhibited during your
It's fine, but
cross-examination.
the guy
Please
seemed
be
not to
quiet
know,
now.
Mike.
I'm not interested in your meta. Like, how can we say that the timing of that 4 weeks
What?
before from an anonymous source has equal value as Charlie Kirk's statement the day before, saying, "I'm afraid the left is going to kill me tomorrow"? Now, everyone
Wait, are you
watching
saying that
could
that's
see-
not a contested message? We would like what 90% of the AI. You're citing the thing that Andrew produced in the debate with Candace. The vast majority of AI is saying that looks bogus. So I don't put
It is
evidentiary weight on
not it
Because the vast majority of okay, whatever.
is not bogus. Secondly, Candace
I don't
herself.
know. You just asked me.
Please let
You
me
said
finish. Please, it's my time. Candace herself reported that this actual message existed after she talked to Erica Kirk, and Erica Kirk told her verbatim what this message would be to Dan Flood, which is further proof that it's true. And lastly, let's say hypothetically it is true, which you granted this when I said it earlier, and you merely tried to make the argument that that's not more compelling, what Charlie Kirk's own words the day before his assassination was, than Harrison Smith saying that some anonymous person told him something 4 weeks before. So will you
But didn't Erica say that there was
me
no
ask the
messages
question.
and she had his
Let
phone?
me ask the
Wait, did Erica
question.
say
Let me
yes?
ask
I thought
please
Erica
stop
said
the timer,
no.
Mike. Please stop the timer.
Okay,
It's
now
not your
that you
turn to
stopped
ask
it.
questions.
Did
It's not your
Erica
turn to
yes
ask
or no
questions.
say there was no such message? I only know the one.
Mike, I'll wait.
Yeah. The only reason I stepped in a second ago is because he had already tried to move on. I thought he got the answer that he wanted, so I just didn't want
What
him
was the
to
answer
have
again?
to have to
We're
ask me
paused now. What was the
multiple
answer I
times.
gave?
It's not your turn to ask questions.
I know. I'm
Okay,
just
please
asking
be
a
quiet.
stipulation. I'm
Thank
just
you.
trying to clarify,
Thank
man. I'm
you.
trying to
Please be
actually
quiet.
answer your questions.
Thank you
I
so
like
much.
what you
Please be
did.
quiet. Thank you.
Wait,
All right. Let me know when we're ready
Did
to
you
go.
get the right answer? Did you get the answer from me?
Yes, the answer I got is that you are fallaciously saying that hearsay 4 weeks beforehand are equally as important as Charlie Kirk's own words the day before.
Why would I say that I'm fallaciously saying something?
I didn't
said
say
I'm
you said you're
fallaciously saying
fallacious. I
something.
said it is fallacious.
Well, no, I
God.
said what was my answer? Can you repeat
don't-
back to me what I said, or are you just gonna?
You're rambling? Sure. Stop the time and I'll try my best verbatim to repeat.
Yeah,
it.
so
Oh,
just
we're,
tell
we're,
me.
we're
Try to tell
chilling.
me
We're
what I
chilling.
said
You
in
got
your words.
18 minutes, 8
All
seconds
right, so
left.
I'll
And after
try
this,
my
you guys want to do it more?
Yeah, like all the Harriet Washington Schultz and everybody be like, I'm reclaiming my time. I'm reclaiming my time.
dialogue. I'm
You're
okay
just
with that.
yelling, man. Just calm
I'm not
down
yelling.
so you can
I'm
tell
not
me what I
yelling.
said.
And so I will attempt to say what you said. You said, yes, because the evidentiary standard shows that this is probative. We've had a history of this. And so given the unique timing of the Harrison Smith, that it had a kill switch engaged to it too, and the timing was just 4 weeks before this, then yes, we would say that that's equal on level with Charlie Kirk's comment.
No, I don't even know. I don't even know what level Charlie Kirk's comment will receive at court, but I'm open.
So then
to it.
you didn't answer my question whatsoever with your rambling answer.
Well, no. I just
Yeah, my
you
question
made
was,
a
which
comparative.
one's
Your
more
question
compelling?
involved the comparative, and I was just saying yes.
Right,
I
which one's
poured
more compelling?
reasonably high value to the
Okay,
things. That's why I put it
it's
in
my
my
time.
timeline.
Please be quiet. Right.
And I
My
don't
question
know
was-
the value
it's fine,
of
you stop the time.
Erica Kirk saying
I didn't know
yes
we were
and
starting
no.
back yet. I was waiting
Okay,
for the back and
all
forth to end. Officially starting it back now.
If your answer, okay, we're starting. If your answer is officially, I didn't even attempt to answer your comparative
That wasn't
question.
my answer.
Instead,
No.
you just said that. My
No,
question
I
was that it's comparative question. Which one's more compelling? And you said, oh, my answer wasn't speaking to the comparative nature. You just said that. In other words, you filibustered and gave an answer that had nothing to do with the question. I'll
That's
try
not
one
what I
more
said.
time. If this is Charlie Kirk's words, what will we put more weight
That's not
to?
what I said.
His words the day before the killing, who he thought was going to kill him, or Harrison Smith saying an anonymous person told him Israel he was worried about
That is
Israel?
true.
Which one would you put
That
more
is
weight to?
true.
Right, and I asked you because I was unsure.
You just answered
Could
the
you give me
question.
a clarification on the second thing, which I'm less familiar with? See, I admit that the few parts
Why
of
can't
this
you
whole
just
debate
answer
that
the
I'm
question?
unfamiliar with, I ask you. I thought I was under the impression that Erica Kirk had said no such message.
Why don't you
existed.
just
I have
answer the
his phone.
question? Why don't you just answer the question? Charlie Kirk said the left's
I
going to
can't
kill
ask
me
a
tomorrow.
clarification question.
Charlie
You
Kirk said the
can.
left's going to kill me
Can I
tomorrow.
please? Pretty
Yeah,
please.
absolutely.
No, just to be clear,
Will
I was
Rob
not
stop
allowed to
yelling
ask
at
any
me?
questions whatsoever during his cross-sex. That was the
Well,
rule.
I mean,
Really?
clarification
Yes.
questions I think are a little different. I didn't.
This
those
isn't a
weren't-
clarification question.
Yeah, it
If you
is.
stop the time, I'll explain what's happening. What he wants to do is impugn Erica Kirk saying Erica Kirk said that didn't happen. My question is, if this text is true, right? He knows that. He doesn't need to clarify, but Erica said
All
that
right,
there wasn't
now,
a text.
because
Now, I'm
time's
happy
paused.
if we...
Here's
if
why
we-
it's a clarification
It
question.
is not a clarification.
Here's why it is.
Oh,
We heard
God.
your theory, man. Now here's why it's a clarification question. I don't know exactly how to regard, and I don't think any of the rest of America knows how to regard the evidence that Andrew produced at the.
But
Kansas
Rob's giving you a hypothetical. Rob says, if this is true, then what weight would you give it?
debate,
So debating whether or not it's true doesn't fucking matter.
precisely because it allegedly comes from the CEO of the company that had sworn to everybody, because she has the phone, that it doesn't exist. So I don't know how to regard it. That's why I
Okay,
had to say.
I will
well-
answer this. I will answer
I
this,
don't think those are available for purchase, Shapingro.
but it's not pertinent. One, I
It's
said
very
if hypothetically this is true, can you answer it? You not understanding hypothetical puts you in ground with the same people that don't know how to answer how they feel if they don't have breakfast today. Congratulations. Secondly, when it comes to the Erica Kirk thing, what
Sweet one, man.
specifically was said was Candace had a meeting with Erica Kirk where Candace then came away from that meeting and said, I talked to Erica. Erica told me the problem was she was just looking at the iMessages on his phone. However, upon reflection and hearing Candace making these accusatory
I don't know why Rob needs to go down this road to like humor the guy. It's a hypothetical. Like answer the hypothetical or don't answer the hypothetical. But go ahead, Rob.
statements, they looked at his Signal and Telegram, which Erica didn't know he had, and actually found this message to Dan Flood. And that message said that he feared for his life from the left. Candace Owens put that out a day or two after her interview with Erica Kirk. Candace then later said, but my deep source tells me that it wasn't a Signal message.
Actually, I'm not sure. But yeah. He'd be easier to get in the hot tub.
It was actually an iMessage. What Andrew released seems to be a Telegram or Signal message, thereby confirming what Erica Kirk told Candace Owens and Candace Owens admitted to way back in December when they had the meeting. So again, it's irrelevant to this specific point. The question the whole time was, if Charlie Kirk said the left is going to kill me tomorrow, will we put more weight into who that likely killed him than an anonymous person telling Harrison Smith 4 months ago that he was worried Israel was?
No. It's a joke about this guy named Brian Shapiro, Bryce Shap, who's like this crazy spurgy dude. It would be a big ass con.
Going to kill him. Why can't you just answer that
Then I
question?
would say, if those messages are verified later, even though they're
It's
not
a
being
hypothetical.
verified now, then
Right.
I would put equal weight on them, and they're concomitant with my view that both Israel using a leftist, their typical tactic, killed him. I think it throws a problem. It throws
I think
some
that-
All right,
other
well,
things
time's
away.
back on, so let's keep it going so we can.
And
get
this
to
is
Can
what
I answer the question?
you
I
just
thought you
did.
did.
You just did. Now, so this is what's frustrating to me. How can a good faith debater not just admit if one person said, "Hey, I think someone told me Tim feels this way,"
It would be
and then they
funnier.
come to you and you
That's
say, "No,
true.
I feel this way." Why would you say that those are equally evidentiary likely? It's just nonsense, and it's sort of what we get to here.
Wait, can I answer
Another
that
thing,
question?
you-
Why would
no,
I-
that's
why
not
would
a
I say
question.
that?
You can't answer, please.
Wait, it's a
Next.
question.
It was not a question.
You're the
I
only
just
guy I've ever
made a
debated that
statement.
doesn't want to ask questions on cross-ex.
You don't even know what a question is now. That wasn't a question. It was a
Yeah, it
statement.
was. You said why?
I
Why
sat here
can't you say?
patiently.
Why would you
I
say
sat
no?
here patiently while you just rambled on and on in your cross-ex. I'm asking you more questions and more clips, and you
You're
just
right.
continue
Oh,
to interrupt.
okay,
You just
okay.
interrupt over and over. And
I'll
it's
bet you a big
irrational
double
because you know
cheeseburger
your
I asked
position
more
is in
questions.
defense
Let's keep
of
it
this.
going. Let's keep it going.
All right.
He asked
So
me a
next,
question. He won't let me
next.
answer.
I think it was rhetorical.
Well, it's still a question.
What was the question I asked? You said I
Are
asked you a
gonna
question.
tell
What was the
me?
question I
You
asked?
said why and how could I give the answer that they're of equal weight? That's what
I don't
you
think I
asked.
said that. I think
Yeah,
I
that's
said
what
it's
you
being
said.
bad faith.
Mike, is that what he said? We'll leave
I
it to
think I
Mike.
said he's being bad faith.
Chat,
right?
is that what he
Because
said? No, you asked the
he's
question.
being bad faith. He's being bad faith because he won't admit that
You
if
asked
we
the
looked at
question.
one person and said, I'm tired of the petulance, just be quiet while I get through the rest of this. The next thing you
Chat,
said, you
what
said
did he
about this.
All right, well, maybe we can just leave that behind us for a second. Treat it as rhetorical. I'm sorry, Tim. I do just want to get through Rob's time without, any interruptions or meta conversation.
Oh, funny thing actually about this. So that freaking Oh, what's that channel where Brian Shapiro does the 10v1 things? Social Talk Hour, Digital Talk Hour, whatever the hell that one is. So they had a list on their website I looked into about their upcoming 10v1s, and they had a 10v1 October 10th that was 10v1 Ben Shapiro. I was like, okay, I'll fly out for that shit. So I signed up for it and got approved for it. And 3 days later, they emailed me and said, "Oh, it's not Ben Shapiro. Sorry, it's Brian Shapiro. You still want to come out?" So they had on their site Ben Shapiro, and then they're like, "Oh no, our bad. It was Brian." I was like, "What the fuck?" I said I had to talk to them, and then we'll figure it out.
Here, and then we'll get to an open discussion, or we'll move into the Q&A, which you guys, I'll be reading whatever you send to James's PayPal. I have that, so I can see y'all's chats through there if you sent it that way. But we have about 15 and a half minutes left. Let's get through this, and then we can keep it going here. A little bit more open back and forth, not as much needing to be strict to the rules here. If y'all are okay with that.
That is perfectly fine. Now I want to get into the realm of reasonable suspicion. Can you tell me, like in 15 or 20 seconds, what's necessary under the standard you're citing for an investigation into reasonable suspicion?
The articulable facts that would raise suspicion in the mind of a reasonable observer. Thank you.
If Charlie Kirk did say that he thought the left was going to kill him, and we
So it's not that. So it is, as we said before, it is observable facts that would lead an officer with adequate training to assume that criminal activity is afoot. I know, right? Or 10 dudes and 10 L's.
can see that left-wing groups like Act Blue were financing organizations specifically go against Charlie Kirk. Wouldn't that rise to reasonable suspicion that they could be involved?
Yes, but it's not a disjunctive syllogism. I'm saying both.
How is it not a just what? He's learned the word disjunctive syllogism. There we go.
Left and Israel.
Okay,
yes,
so you would acknowledge that there should be an investigation into Act Blue, the DNC, etc.
I mean, I'd be fine with it, but I don't think there's as much reasonable suspicion in the mind of the objective observer as Israel. There's so much means motive opportunity predicate.
Okay, how about like groups that he criticized, like the ACLU?
Reasonable suspicion? No. I don't know. What would be the means, motive, and opportunity of ACLU?
Well, they have tons.
That's not the standard. Mean motive opportunities from freaking like Law and Order, not from actual law.
Of money, so that would be means. Motive would be that Charlie was one of the biggest people that went against what they stood for. Opportunity would be that they could communicate with people online, just like you're suggesting Israel could.
Yes, but it's much, much weaker. I mean, there's how many people has the ACLU killed this year? How many people has the ACLU kill every decade?
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. You're answering
a conjunctivitis syllogism.
Ask. Let me finish.
It's irrelevant.
Yes, you didn't say the history of the, would you please be quiet and I'll answer? You said means, motive, and opportunity. I just outlined why those groups would have means, motive, and opportunity. Now you had another standard. Well, they've done this behavior before.
Where's the means or opportunity of like a political action group to carry out a high-end political assassination? Maybe the motive, not the means or the opportunity.
Okay, so we can see motive. Great. Means would be, just like you're saying, all Israel had to do was start chat groups to be able to talk to someone to convince them to do that. They would have the means to do that. They certainly have the finances. They certainly have people that work at those organizations that are prolific online, including
you think everyone knows how to do this?
Let me finish, please. And opportunity would be the same. Again, what you're talking about is we need to investigate the opportunity. They had the opportunity to create Facebook groups or Discord groups to be able to do this. They certainly would have that opportunity. This could be said of any country in the world that was hostile to Charlie Kirk, which would be any that could be hostile to Donald Trump, seeing as how Kirk would be viewed as an asset of Donald Trump. This means any country that Trump tariff would have had means, motive, and opportunity. You disagree?
Yes, I disagree.
Why not?
I disagree there.
So, for example, France, why wouldn't they have means, motive, and opportunity?
I think Tyler Robinson probably had means, motive, and opportunity, but not.
Well, if he fucking killed him, I bet he would.
Nearly as much means or opportunity. These aren't all the same term. The ACLU having means and opportunity, I don't think so. I don't think they've ever killed anyone, nor do they have the nous to do so.
What part
France, I don't know what the motive would be.
Okay, let's talk. When you said means, motive, and opportunity, which one of those three? Which one of those three have done it before?
Opportunity and means.
Opportunity and means are they've done it before. What?
So just to be clear, if there's a murder suspect, let me finish. Just to be clear, if there's a murder suspect but they've never murdered before, they wouldn't have opportunity and means.
Yes, when you're looking into a suspect's background, character evidence is generally not allowed. What's especially delightful.
Character evidence can be allowed, especially prior bad acts, especially if they had a felony conviction for the last 10 years. This guy has no idea what he's talking about.
Or police and intelligence communities is they get to use all of the character evidence they can. They
don't do evidence. Intelligence communities don't do evidence. They look for facts. They look for evidence. Oh, God.
Okay, but nonetheless,
character evidence rule.
Character evidence
if someone doesn't know, you said that every country in the world that might not have watched Charlie Kirk.
Let's keep the question or the answers.
Damn, I don't have the opportunity because we don't have Chick-fil-A's in this part of Ohio. So I couldn't do that.
succinct so he can get
Okay,
through
guys,
as many.
can I use
No,
my
you
answer
can't.
with
I'll
one
take
more
back my
sentence?
time. Thank you so much. So
I can't-
what
I
you
can't-
Yeah,
see
well,
is
in
here-
cross exams, you can cut other people off in
He
their
did it to
answer
me
to
the
get to the
entire
next
time.
one. I did notice you did it a couple times, and
I
you
had
could
to
call
give
Rob out
50
whenever
yes,
he would
no.
ask a question
All
back.
right, all right, that's fine.
So that
Just
was
go
that was
on.
good.
Just
You
go
control
on.
your cross
I
examination.
also didn't yell the whole time, but
This
that's
is just
cool.
the way I talk.
I am not yelling,
apologize.
Tim.
It's horrible, by the way.
I'm not yelling.
What?
You are.
Please don't pick on me and say it's horrible.
No, no, pick
Don't
on
say
me.
things.
You don't know what you're talking about, but you're
I
yelling.
mean, it's just again, I don't know where this condescending attitude came from you here. I do apologize for saying I respected you. That's out the window here. Nonetheless, back to this. What he's doing
You
is now
lost
he's
it.
adding a fourth characteristic. Because what I'm doing is impugning the idea that this would be compelling reason to believe that Israel instigated the murder of Charlie Kirk. Because he set the bar so low. He says also it requires means, motive, and opportunity to have reasonable suspicion to start to look in. Well, the truth is, we
Yep.
can say that at any number of groups like France, the ACLU, etc. Now he adds a fourth criteria. He says no, character matters as well. But that's not included
That's not what I
anywhere.
said.
And please be
That's not what I
quiet.
said.
Please be quiet.
That's not
That's
what I
not
said.
included. Please be quiet.
Okay.
That's not included anywhere
That's not
in
what I
means.
Got it. You just say it once and
Can
then
you
let
just
him
mute it?
finish. I mean, I can't. It's just I have to ask him to unmute. I can't mute and unmute instantly, unfortunately. So it just might take a lot longer. That's also to answer everyone in the chat who says that. Tim, I just asked one
it's
answer.
night and day how
Let him
I
go.
sit here
We're almost done.
quietly and let him just
What
go
were you
on
saying,
and on
Mike?
and then answer what he has.
Are you
And he
paused now,
constantly,
Mike?
he constantly does this. He constantly like interrupts.
I said
me.
character is constitutive of
just-
opportunity.
I-
Right.
Not that it's a fourth predicate. That's it. So for the record, I said character is constitutive of the second opportunity, and the third means that it's constitutive of
true.
them, not that
Why
it's
is he
a fourth
allowed to
separate
keep going?
category.
I don't understand.
Yeah, let's
I don't
just
understand
let
that.
him finish here.
Yeah, so
I
we're
don't
trying to do-
understand. No, it is
You
not
don't get stuff.
constitutive of means and opportunity. A person could have means and opportunity who had good character. In fact, we see this quite frequently when it comes to serial killers and others. That the neighbors say he was a great man. No one's ever suspected anything. He had a clean record. That doesn't mean that there's not means, motive, and opportunity. He's putting a threshold because he knows the absurdity of his position. If me,
Oh yeah, Tim Hortons. Yeah. In Canada, they call it like tin bits, right? Something like that. Like gift cards, Tim Hortons are called tin bits. We got those in Ohio. It's no Chick-fil-A though.
means the ability to, in this case, just send people onto a Discord motive, which would be that they didn't like Charlie Kirk and wanted him out of the picture. And opportunity would be, did they have the opportunity to do these sorts of things? Yes, that would literally mean that we'd have
I don't think he does either.
reasonable suspicion of hundreds, if not thousands, of organizations. Would you agree that all of the people that celebrated the death of Charlie Kirk had motive?
No.
Why not? If they celebrated his death, they were clearly happy.
Because
That
of
would
this
imply
thing
motive.
called chronology, that they're dicks. They celebrated after the fact. That doesn't mean that they're suspected on being a part of his murder. Are you
Again,
really
what you're
this
doing is
asinine?
conflating. I didn't say that they would be suspected beforehand. I said, would they have had motive? That's a different point. You
No,
jumped to the conclusion. and
anybody
said,
who doesn't
yes,
like someone doesn't
yes,
have motive.
Yes,
No.
anybody who celebrates
Legally
their death,
speaking, no.
please.
As a predicate of
All
an
right, all right,
investigation,
all
no.
right. Let him
Please.
keep going. We'll get into much more
Can I answer?
here in a second.
No.
Only if he wants you
I
to.
can't
Honestly,
give you an
that's
answer.
kind of how
No.
the cross exams
You
typically
set this
work.
precedent for how the cross executive works. Please be quiet. Right? Yes, anyone who would be willing
the
to
answer is
celebrate a violent assassination would have clear suspicion of motivation that they were happy that person died. Right? So we can see that there were tons of people on the left and from left-wing organizations that would have had this motive. When it comes to means and opportunity, he's so vague about what it is that Israel allegedly did. It could literally mean they went online and they were instigating people to do this through Discord chats. Well, that sort of means and opportunity can be done by anyone who has access to Discord. The next question I have: at what point do you think, in your theory, that Israel decided they wanted to kill Charlie Kirk? Like, give me a rough month.
This is. I don't have a rough month. I told you this is a predicate of an investigation,
And predicate of an investigation, I don't have a timeline.
and this was specifically ended the investigation. You're trying not to get it, and it's very dishonest.
Why
this
can't you
is
just
jury
answer?
trial stuff, man.
Why can't you just
didn't
answer?
understand the
In order
basic
for them,
distinction.
you have to have some theory. You have
I
this.
have a
well, they
theory.
have
It's an
when did they have
investigative theory,
motivation
not a
that they
jury
wanted-
theory. Now
Please,
you
when did-
wanted to
when did they
whistle
have-
that distinction.
please be
Let's let
quiet.
Rob
Now
ask
you
his
asked
question.
retarded
7
questions.
minutes
Be
left.
quiet.
Let's let Rob ask his question.
When do you believe they first had the motivation to want to kill Charlie Kirk?
What? I didn't hear.
When
the
do you
first part of
believe
the
they had the motivation to first want to kill Charlie Kirk?
When he started turning in his
When?
in his late spring, early summer turn against Israel.
Okay, when was that? Like June?
I don't know, late spring,
So
early
so
summer.
as soon as
Consult my
so
timeline.
the first, correct me if I'm wrong. The first thing in your timeline was that in June he supposedly had a meeting where he on June 18th he yelled at Trump. By the way, do you have any evidence of that?
I would say that starting in October of 23, if you're graphing his enthusiasm, it was coming down gradually, and then it seems to just spike precipitously in late spring,
Any evidence
early
of
summer.
the June 18th yelling at Trump?
There's evidence
you
it
say
went
yes or no?
badly. One of the staffers said it went very, very
Okay,
badly.
an
and Trump-
anonymous
no, Trump yelled at him, not the other
Okay.
way.
Well, you said he yelled at Trump earlier.
What I have is finally there was this
We got
blow up
that
meeting
wrong
in the Hamptons
again.
in August, right? That seems to be where this shit started, right? When you announced
No,
Dr.
it
Carlson
started
would speak in the
before
Hamptons. Okay, when?
I said late spring, early summer.
What? Give me the incident. What was it in late spring? All I
It
got is you
wasn't an
saying
incident. It was in his publicly documented rupture with Israel.
I don't believe that he had a publicly documented
Oh,
rupture
it was
with
very
Israel. Please let me
publicly
finish. Please let me finish. That he had a publicly documented rupture with Israel that would have brought them to the conclusion they must take him out. In fact, he
I
was
read you the
continuing to say,
timeline.
"Please let me finish." Right. I just went through your timeline. The first date I had was June 18th. He yelled at Trump. You have no evidence for that. You just say some guy said.
No,
it.
I said
So what
Trump
we can
yelled
see
at
is
him.
here's
You
the
can't
point.
even get
Last
basic facts
question
right.
I have on this: how long do you
can't
think
get
it would
basic
take
facts
them to create a movement on Discord to radicalize someone like Tyler Robinson? How long do you think it would take them to do that?
Well, since there's evidence that hasn't been investigated that they had looked
It's
into
not the
Tyler
question. How
Robinson's
long do you
name
think?
months
How long do you
before,
think? How long do you think it would take them to do that?
I don't know. I
Give me
don't
an
know.
estimate.
I don't know because I
One
haven't
day
investigated it. Months,
they fish
if
around.
someone's particularly weak-minded, maybe a month, maybe 2 months,
Okay, a
maybe
month.
12 months. I
Given
have
that
no
in
clue.
August-
How long
given
do
that
you
in
think it would
August-
take?
Please, let me finish. Given that in August, Tyler Robinson already had a Dremel and was dremeling these things into the bullet, how would it even make sense that this timeline that Israel would have had time to radicalize him?
What do you mean? You think he could only etch into a bullet at the beginning of his turn?
No, I think if it took him a month to radicalize him to the decision to kill Charlie Kirk, that would mean they'd have to reach out to him in early July, which you have no evidence that there was any reason that they would have motive to kill him in early July.
What I said is, and I'm just guessing because they refused to investigate the claim, but Charlie had a slow at first disenchantment with Israel, where that starting in October of 2023. He's literally the first person I heard saying it was probably a false flag, October 7th. It shocked me. So they could have started looking into this in October of 2023. Now, I never thought of
so
it
just to
before.
be clear, so now
As
you
a
can see how
hedging of
now
bets.
you can see how we have it both ways. On one hand, the timing is very suspicious, seeing as how he had a blow up with his donors in August, and that's very suspicious. On the other hand, they could have been planning this since 2023. Now, anyone that thinks
Well, they could
that
have hedged
Charlie
the
Kirk,
bets,
please let me finish, that
I
Charlie
would
Kirk
say.
was an adamant anti-Israeli person way back in October 2023 is laughable. This is exactly
didn't
why
say
people. Please let me finish. This
I
is
didn't say
exactly why. I don't know what to do here, Mike. Please,
Well, you wanted to-
Yeah, I mean, I
No,
actually,
absolutely. That's what I said before. When he starts attacking the timeline, he's like, "Well, how long does it take to radicalize a like?" I don't know why he's taking this. It doesn't really matter. Like the fact that do you have proof of when they started to radicalize Tyler Robinson? How long did he start etching the bullets in August, and the murder was in September? So that's a 1 month timeline. So maybe it happened. Like, how long does it take to radicalize a person on Discord? Like that's irrelevant to anything.
Pause the time.
I don't have a mute
I
button.
didn't say.
and
I never said he was
wanna-
I never said Charlie Kirk, even by the end of his life, was rampantly anti-Israeli person.
Did you say that in
That's absurd.
Did you say in October 2023 they could have started to want to kill him there?
Yes, as a means
Okay.
of
Okay,
hedging
now
their
pause.
bets. If
Why does that matter for anything?
He's
asset
saying-
turned against them.
Okay, now
yes,
pause.
I
Then
didn't
he's
say he was
saying
anti-Israeli.
me saying that he was saying anything that was anti-Israeli enough to want them to kill him in 2023 is
To
laughable.
start
You
considering,
saying,
yes, if he
please,
turns
would
all
you
the way
please
around,
let's try to
be
not
quiet?
talk
Yeah, sure. I mean, anything's possible, but there's no evidence for it on either side. So when Rob starts making the same completely guessy, spurious, surmising claims that Timmy here's doing, it doesn't help the case because he's going to the same ground with the same basis or lack thereof of evidence that Tim's going the whole time.
Please be
question?
quiet.
He
Are
wasn't
you asking
finished
a question?
talking. He wasn't finished talking. Well, I'm asked the same of Rob when you're going, but we are
No,
just
you
trying to finish. I'm saying I will ask Rob the same as I'm asking you because we're about to move into a little bit more open, so that I don't have to say, just answer the question, keep it short, and go on. This will be more between the two of you, and then we'll have to do a little bit more self-control both ways to hear each other out.
It's
So
not both ways. It's one way.
no, I'm saying when
Mike hates his life right now. Mike's like, why the fuck did I get into this?
we're on the open
It's
dialogue.
both. Yeah, it is one way. You're right. First of all,
It's supposed to be right now.
one way.
No,
Yeah, it's
he's
supposed to be right
interrupting.
now.
I didn't do that to him. I
This
let him
guy
get through his whole
yelled for
half hour.
3
It was
hours
a joke.
straight.
It was a
I mean,
joke. I let him go.
Yeah, this will get reviewed all over. You guys can hash that out after the fact. I don't want to talk too much
It's
about it
being
right
reviewed
now,
right
and
now.
try to say who's doing what. I just want to get through this last 3 minutes so that you guys have a little bit more fluidity here.
So the point I was making is to even consider that it's a possibility that in 2023, where Charlie Kirk was one of the biggest advocates for Israel, that Israel perhaps started planning to kill him there, lets you know just how weak this theory is. Now, notice how important the timeline was when it was to create suspicion on Israel. But when I point out that even that timeline would be ludicrous to think that there would be time to reach out to anonymous people online, find Tyler Robinson, weaponize him. If he was
Again,
very
this is the weakest argument that Rob has. This doesn't really matter.
weak-minded, it would take a month, implying that if he was just a normal person, it would take longer than that. And yet he had time then at some point in mid-August to actually start tremoling this, shows that the timeline wouldn't make sense. Again, there is no evidence whatsoever that anyone Israeli or any other foreign asset looked into this. Now, what he'll keep relying is, but that's because we didn't investigate. Your own admission is that yes, there was an investigation. You just don't know what it was or what entailed. You're just like Joe Kent wanted more. Joe Kent's admitted, will you acknowledge this, that in a recent interview, Joe Kent said he's not saying that there was anything that was actionable that showed that any foreign assets did this? Okay, doesn't want to engage with the question. No problem. No, please, so I will take that as an admission that either one, he's checked out of the debate because he knows he wasn't doing good, or second, that he doesn't want to engage with it. Either way, that's fine. So Joe Kent did say that. Please be quiet. Please be quiet. So
did you ask the question or
please be
not?
quiet. Please,
Well,
I'm not interested.
let's move on to the next question, I guess.
So what I'm going on. So
ridiculous.
Joe Kent did say in a recent interview, I forget who he was talking to, but just the other day when he was backtracking from Candace's implied, well, he's the one who told me about the 12 Israeli cell phones, did say he's not saying there was anything there. He's just saying he would have liked to have looked more. Also, we can see that the current police investigation, will you acknowledge this? It at least would be allowed to look into communications that Tyler Robinson had with people.
I don't know.
You don't know if the police are allowed to look into.
Yes, they did. They pulled all of the Cellbrite extraction off of Robinson's cell phone. The police have that. They gave it to the defense in discovery in March. So they have every communication that Tyler Robinson made off of his cell phone. The Cellbrite extraction, the defense has the same thing since March.
Communications Tyler Robinson had with people.
Well,
Is
the
this
police
where
are allowed
messages
to look
itself-
into communications? Yeah, you're talking local police. Yes,
You
they
mean
have a
the
limited
police-
investigative authority.
Then why did you
Yes.
say I don't know?
Yes, they have investigative authority. They have investigative authority to look at his entire cell brite extraction and see every person he was communicating with. Yes, they have that authority. It's a police power inherent in the state. The FBI can also do the same thing.
I had to think about it a second.
You had to think whether or
You're
not
yelling
police
the
are allowed
whole
to look at
time.
murder suspects.
I didn't think you were going to ask me any questions.
Didn't you
Is
go to
this time
evidence
done?
class? What was
Is this
evidence
time done?
class like?
2 minutes.
I thought you went to evidence class. You didn't know that? Okay. Anyways, so once more we get back to this.
What?
The timeline doesn't add up. Under this reasonable suspicion standard that's not the debate, we would have a reasonable means, motive, and opportunity for basically every left-wing organization, every country that viewed Trump as unfavorable to tariffs and viewed Charlie as part of them, which would mean we would have to reasonably investigate them all. The truth is, the way this works with such a low standard is they keep their ears open and say, are we hearing anything? They look at the evidence in front of them, but if they don't see any immediate connection to a hostile foreign power or a favorable foreign power for that matter, there's really not much more for them to go on. And so they continue to pursue the leads and the evidence and the metadata, etc., which the prosecution has all of this of Tyler Robinson. And we have no evidence whatsoever to suggest that Israel or any other country was involved. Nor did Joe Kemp say that Israel was involved or anything like that. At the end of the day, the topic of this debate isn't, well, is there just
Yeah, I know, right? That kind of just like flew away, right?
a super low bar that we should look into stuff and keep our ears open? I'd say that about pretty much any country in the world. The question is there compelling, i.e. convincing evidence to think that Israel is responsible? And the answer is no. All we've seen is, well, they've killed people in the past, so we should be suspicious. And they possibly had some sort of motive. But that's not enough for the average person or for a legal standard to think that
30
it's
seconds.
compelling that Israel was involved. I'll see the rest of my time. That's fine.
All right. Well, that was exhilarating. We're gonna move on here. So you guys had agreed on how long exactly before we get into the audience questions?
I said 3 hours, but I could go, it don't matter to me, whatever Tim wants to do.
Yep.
Before the audience questions, or 3
Yeah,
hours
okay.
total? Because James told me 11 p.m. cutoff time. So if you guys want to get into those questions now, so we have enough time for all of them, we could do that.
Well,
Or if you want to do some quick closing,
he basically blew up Cross X. So
do you guys want to get into like a 5 to 7 minute like closing rebuttal? You know, so just kind of get it all off your chest within 5 to 7
Yeah, I'm
minutes.
in no
and
hurry.
move
If
into
you want to
questions.
stay, we could rebut all night.
I can stay a little. I can stay a bit longer. So
Okay.
just because we essentially only had one way cross exam. I'd love to just have a quick back and forth with fast answers.
Okay. Like what my fast answers I gave during your cross-ex.
No, like
Okay,
real
something
fast
different.
answers.
Okay.
Without some guy sounding like he's eating a cheeseburger, yelling the whole time. Like
Well,
just
I'm
fast
sorry.
answers.
And I'll try to. I thought we weren't calling names. I thought, please don't
I
call me a
didn't call
dick.
you. I didn't call you a cheeseburger. I said it sounds like you're yelling. the
Oh,
whole
I
time.
get it. So if I said, not that you're a dick, but you're a guy that looks like you dick up your ass regularly, that's not calling you names, right?
Well,
No, but
I saw that
it
smart.
just shows you're a white trash
That's
kind of
people
guy.
like you. Are you
It shows you're a
manipulated by that,
trashy,
huh?
sleazy kind of guy who sounds like a cartoon character.
I sound like
Chat saying just let
God
this
made me this
let
way.
this
Got
continue.
anything
But I don't want
important
to
to
get the channel taken down.
Yeah, let it continue. But here's the thing, man. You came in, you didn't understand that there were real bare legal standards.
It's not true. I understand
And
that.
and so you started using
not the
terms
question of the debate.
that you didn't understand.
That's not true.
And
You
so
didn't
you got
understand
mad
your
and you
terms.
said that I was being condescending, and I was just like, I thought you would research these terms. I wasn't trying. This wasn't overly legalistic.
I'm not interested
But
in the
there are
meta.
different burdens of persuasion. And
You said you had a question.
Yeah, Jason, here's where it starts.
You want to guess? I'm not interested in the meta. Let's go.
I don't know what you mean, but
I mean,
but
like, I'm not
trying-
interested
giving
You
in
you-
don't know my meta. I know what preemptory means and 402 and relevancy means, but not meta. Okay.
a little
Why
bit
you
'cause
think I
you
get
bitched
your
the whole
condescending?
time. Okay, name one articulable fact that's the standard for reasonable suspicion at law that Canada killed Charlie Kirk. Name one. You said there are a bunch for every country that are equal to Israel. Name one for Canada.
They think that Charlie is instrumental to Trump's success and they hate Trump for his tariffs.
No, that's okay. No, that's not accurate because at law,
What's not accurate?
a motive, because at
wait.
law,
I
a
answered
motive
your
is
question,
defined
now
as a
answer mine.
reason
I
governing
answered
likely
yours, now
action.
I answered
Name
yours.
one
Hold on.
articulable
I
fact that
answered yours, now
Mexico
answer
killed Charlie
You said-
Kirk.
Wait, real quick. You said no, that's not true. So let's go through them one by one. Are they pissed off about Trump's tariffs?
Yes.
Do they think
at
that
law,
Charlie's
sir,
instrumental in helping Trump?
everyone who dislikes someone is not a suspect. That's
Why
the
not? They have
primary
means motive. Anyone
fallacy
who has-
in your entire stupid
anyone-
position. His
That's-
position,
You see? You
Rob's
see?
position is
The
that everyone who
filibuster. There we
dislikes
go.
Charlie
There we
Kirk,
go.
that everyone who disliked Charlie Kirk, any leftist country, left-leaning country,
Mhm.
has means, motive, and opportunity to murder.
did.
Not only that, but how dare you not research my made-up legal terms that aren't actually legal terms? How dare you not have the proprietary dictionary of Timmy in order to know exactly what I mean that's not actually legally valid at all?
Simply not the way that means, motive, and opportunity are defined at law. That means
That's not true.
Those things are not defined at law.
an actionable, sequenceable reason that they would act and benefit by a murder.
They
That's
do.
not how it works at law.
Great. I'll outline it. Actual sequential reason. They see Trump's continued push for tariffs as hostile to their country. They see Charlie Kirk as one of the biggest advocates for Trump. If Charlie Kirk was no longer there, they anticipate that Trump's fortunes would decline in the midterms, which means the tariffs would be taken off the table by
wasn't
Democrats in
asking-
Congress. That's sequential. That's means, motive, opportunity.
No, but that's not viable in the mind of the reasonable man for killing someone. Has
Oh,
Canada
neither
ever
is-
killed someone?
neither-
Do they have
see,
any TAO under their belt?
Now, notice how we switched.
Do they? I don't know. I really don't know. But they're not known for doing that. Now,
I would
is
like to
that
make my point.
an existential threat to the country of
I
Canada?
would like to make that point, my point in response to that, right? Notice how now we're adding things. Now well, that's not what a reasonable man would say. That's not what your
No,
standard
that's
is.
the
Your
definition I
standard
read.
is, no,
That's
your
the definition I
standard,
read.
please, your standard is reasonable suspicion that if there is means, motive, and opportunity, that's a super low bar that we can
It's a
start an
term of art.
investigation. It is not my
It's a
belief
term of
that
art.
all of these
It's
countries.
not a term of art. It's a standard. It's a legal standard. A term of art is like if I say the curtilage, like the curtilage outside a house, right? Like that's a term of art, meaning it has a specific legal definition, which means like your porch, part of your front yard, and like your backyard. That's the curtilage, right? That's a term of art because it means a certain thing in a legal context and not in others.
Might be involved. It's that you have set such a low standard to try to weasel out of this debate and imply Israel's involved somehow, that same standard could be applied to Canada, Mexico, the ACLU,
No,
and
and here's the
other
response.
countries. Yes, it
Here's
could.
the response. No, reasonable suspicion is not so. It's lower than what you want it to be, which is a jury verdict standard of beyond reasonable doubt. That's all I was saying at the beginning. It's lower than you want it to be. That doesn't mean it's so low as to catch all boat. That a rising tide lifts all
Any
ships,
boat that has
catches
means,
all
So
fish.
we're just using fucking economic catchphrases now. A rising tide raises some boats and catches all fish. Great job, Tim.
What do you
No,
catch? All
it's not
fish
that
that have
low.
means, motive, and opportunity?
For murder, for political assassination,
Yes.
which also include you
crime.
tried to move past this fallacy in your cross-ex time. The reason that
Oh, that's a good question. So a term of art is something that is specifically legally defined. So for example, if I were to use the term, well, curtilage is a good one, or fraud, right? If we're using it in a specific, though basically within the framework of the law, the term has a certain definition that's already legally defined by previous case law or by statute. That's what term of art. So jargon is just like a really wonky kind of term that's only known by a few people. What term of art means is it's not this like only lawyers use it. It means when a lawyer uses it, it only has this one specific definition. It's a one-for-one correlation, but that correlation only happens within the law. So if a normal person were to use it, or a person, even a lawyer, were to use it outside of legal context, there could be multiple definitions for that term. But in the legal context, it has one set definition that excludes all others. That's what term of art means, and that's different from jargon.
you look at a country's proclivity to commit assassinations, TOAs, is because
Sure.
there's a nous, a certain operational security and operational know-how that goes with doing these things and getting away with them. Canada doesn't have it. Mexico's
That's not
not
part of
known for
means,
having it.
motive, or
Most
opportunity.
countries, Rob, in
Yeah,
the,
the White versus Alabama decision, obviously.
world don't have it. Most countries have 0 TAOs under their belt. All right, Israel has some, Russia has some, the United States has some. Israel has way more than everyone else, and that's why it matters.
Again, it doesn't matter to the standard you set. You're backtracking from the standard. The standard you set
The
was
standard
means,
is reasonable
let me finish.
suspicion.
The standard was
reasonable
which you
suspicion.
cited as means, motive, and opportunity.
And
Now
when
you're adding a fourth criteria, which is basically character, or have they done it before?
Do you
As I've
understand
already
the definition
articulated, please let me finish.
of a
As I
category?
He's right
please.
there, Tim. Just let him finish.
As
And
I
back to you.
articulated before, there are plenty of times where there's reasonable suspicion into someone with means, motive, and opportunity, and yet their character seems stellar. That doesn't mean that we wouldn't have reasonable suspicion. So you're adding that. The reason we're even on this is the debate has nothing to do with the term reasonable suspicion. There was an investigation in all foreign countries. There continues to be open that if they find evidence that foreign countries are involved, they'll look into them. The question was, is it compelling that Israel was involved in the murder? You haven't presented any evidence other than what I said you would
presented a
in the
whole
opening
timeline.
statement of motivation and means. That's all you've talked about.
Motive, means, and opportunity. Obviously,
has
the
that.
history is evidentiary of
Canada
their
has
strong
that.
opportunity to do
The
it.
history is evidentiary of their strong opportunity. My God.
But because they've done it, they do it 400 times per decade. Is that good enough for you?
It doesn't matter. That's not
No, it
evidence
doesn't
that
matter.
did
They
this.
they know how to do it.
Okay,
They're better
so
at doing it than
do-
anyone in the history of the fucking world.
Do you
And
suspect?
So what does that matter?
doesn't
do you
amount
think
to
there's-
opportunity.
Is
Are
there,
you
compelling,
nuts?
is there compelling reason to believe that Israel killed Lindsey Graham?
There's compelling reason to believe that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. That's
Is
what
there
we're debating.
compelling evidence to believe that Israel killed Lindsey Graham?
Not in my view.
Or
Why
they
not?
kill everybody else?
Do you know all the
I don't know.
assassinations
I
they've
haven't
done?
looked into it because we're not debating that. I prepare for the
Wait,
debate
wait,
at
wait.
hand, unlike
Is there
you.
compelling reason to believe that Israel tried to assassinate Brett Kavanaugh?
I don't know.
Is there
Do you say
compelling
so?
reason to believe
Whatever
that
you say, man.
Israel tried to instigate the White House correspondent's assassination?
I mean, coming from the guy who said that there's an articulable fact with equal weight that supports that every country in the world assassinated Charlie
never
Kirk
said
as
that.
Israel,
Never said
no
that.
one can take you seriously. The people
Never
that
said that. They
understand.
can't take that straw man seriously because I never said it.
Yeah, you did. You literally said that.
No, I
You
didn't.
said, and that's why I wrote it down. It was one of the last things you said. You definitely said it. You said
That's not true.
every country has an equal a nexus to
That's
the
not what
Charlie
I
Kirk
said. I
assassination
said that
because
you
any
can-
country that doesn't like Charlie Kirk probably killed him.
That's not what I said whatsoever. I said if the standard is so low that it's just means, motive, and opportunity, that could be pretty much any country in the world. I didn't say they all have
The
equal
standard's not that
motivation.
low.
Yeah, so it's used as a sentence enhancement during no, you're fine. So criminal history can be used as a sentence enhancement, like your sentencing scale slides up if you have a history. Also, like it depends upon what the criminal history is. So if you've committed a related crime and been found guilty of it within the last 10 years for a felony or 2 years for a misdemeanor, it can be brought in as evidence. So for example, if I robbed a bank, right, that's a certain type of crime, or not rob a bank because that involves violence. So let's say I committed a white collar crime. I defrauded a bank out of $100,000 and got found guilty of felony fraud. Okay, 10 years ago, and now I'm on trial for murder. They cannot bring in the fact that I was charged with fraud 10 years ago because it's not a related crime. So if I'm being charged with murder, which is a violent crime, if I had a felony assault conviction within the last 10 years, if I had a burglary or armed robbery conviction for the last 10 years, if I had something that was a domestic abuse conviction within the last 10 years, they could bring that in under character evidence in the guilt phase of the trial. But it has to be a related crime, and it has to be a conviction, and it has to be within the last either 2 years for a misdemeanor or 10 years for a felony. And then regardless if that gets brought in or not, when you get to the sentencing stage, your prior criminal history will play an effect in whether or not, and by prior criminal history, I mean convictions, not that you were put on and acquitted or the state dismissed it. So that's how that works out in trial, actually.
No,
that's
an illustrative, not an exhaustive list.
What you're trying to do is this weird Goldilocks scenario where you're running away from the prompt to say there's compelling reason to believe Israel did this, and you're like, that's because I'm just saying that all it has to do is reasonable suspicion.
It's finally time we start blaming the Jews.
Then
No,
let me
I'm not doing
finish,
that.
and then I promise I'll be quiet. Then I let you outline over and over what reasonable suspicion is. Then
Wow.
I showed how that would meet tons of countries, and you're just like, no, because
No, you didn't. The whole debate got stymied because you didn't know basic definitions you should have prepared for. I'm trying
That's
to call
not
you
the
back
topic.
to. I'm
That
trying to
wasn't
call
the
you back
topic.
to the prompt because you didn't understand basic legal terms.
Well, and as much as Israel evades the ICJ, so do we. Like, we don't acknowledge its authority at all, and Israel's kind of on our boat. Like, nobody has to acknowledge its authority. It's kind of a paper tiger. It's crazy. Clip what? How dare you? Now they're going to come after you next. Just wait.
You were trying, and maybe intentionally, maybe not, to misapply the burden of persuasion
what?
standard that accords after you have subpoenas and sworn-in statements and mutual discovery during a jury trial where people give up evidence, prosecution and defense, that they really don't want to because they're forced to under obstruction of justice. And because you didn't understand that fifth grade distinction, I had to go through and attempt to explain to you that the standard is
attempt is a strong word. I think fail miserably at explaining you might be a more accurate depiction.
lower. It's not as low as you're now caricaturizing it, but it was significantly lower before a trial begins. When a police arm or an intelligence agency is deciding whether or not to investigate and whether to continue investigating. And I give you probably a decent but an incomplete definition because you can't take a law class in a debate. And now you're just saying, oh, all countries are as likely as Israel to commit assassination. It's absurd.
That's not what's occurring. So what occurred is you
That
tried
is
to
what
change.
occurred. I thought you didn't want to talk meta, bro.
You tried to change the
The
prompt,
cross-exam.
right? You tried to change the prompt, right? The prompt doesn't
No, I
say
didn't.
reasonable suspicion. It says compelling. And you're like, you should have known compelling meant that I would be arguing reasonable suspicion. And you should have looked up and studied for those terms. You even tried to lie when I asked you specifically for a court case because you said the courts have said that compelling means reasonable suspicion. And you said Alabama v. White.
That's
I
true.
looked up Alabama v. White and it doesn't say that
You can't
compelling
look up a
means-
case.
Let me
It's
finish.
probably
Let
a
me
48-page decision. You can't have looked it up. I said
Let me finish.
the difference between reasonable suspicion and
Hold on,
let me
hold on,
finish.
hold on. We'll give you equal time, Tim.
Let me finish,
One sec.
right? What I did was I brought up the case. I searched the term compelling because I asked you specifically, name me a case that says compelling equals reasonable suspicion. I'll ask you again. Are you telling me that Alabama v. White defines compelling as reasonable suspicion? Does it even talk about the word compelling?
compelling is a term of art that applies
can't
to
you say
every
yes or no?
single
And then
legal. Okay, can you be quiet now? Because you really don't know and you're ignorant. Compelling is a term that applies to every single case, whether you're at the lowest.
That's not true at all. Compelling. I'll read the definition again in a minute here. Let him go.
Civil standard, the higher civil standard, or the criminal standard. Compelling just means, I think, that makes it true with whatever relative burden of persuasion we're operating at.
Not at all. No, compelling is not a term of art. Not at all. Ah, gotcha.
Got it? So what I said about Alabama versus White, which you didn't read, you Googled it and looked at it for 30 seconds. It's like a 48-page holding, is there's a difference between reasonable suspicion and probable cause.
No one
And I said-
disagrees with
and
that.
I
No one
said
disagrees.
Most of the predicables that you were
The
talking about
predicables.
belong to probable cause, which is a
The predicables. He said compelling is a term of art. He also just used what is a term of high art, I guess, predicables.
higher standard, and it's a stupid way to proceed. I said
No one disagrees that there's a difference between reasonable suspicion and probable cause.
Yeah, but you
What
didn't know
I'm
what they
talking
were.
about, what I'm talking about specifically is this prompt was, is there a compelling reason to believe? And you
Right,
just
so it's
asserted, let me
non-specific.
finish. You asserted with no evidence whatsoever that compelling means reasonable suspicion. When I asked you why, you were like, because the courts have said so. I said, give
That's
me a
not what I
court
said.
case that says that.
That's
You
not
said
what I said.
Alabama v. White. Are you admitting right now that Alabama v. White does not try to describe the term compelling as reasonable suspicion?
What I
Can you just
said
answer
was-
yes or can you
What I
just
said
answer
was
that
there's
yes
an
or no?
He did say that.
Can you
Because
just
we're
answer that
operating
yes or
outside-
no? Can you
Do
just
you
answer
acknowledge
yes or
that
no
this
to that
that
and then
Israel's not
expand?
on trial?
Why
Do you
can't
acknowledge
you just
Israel's not
answer
on
that?
trial?
Why
Probably have
can't
to
you
hit the
answer that?
closings now so we can get into the super chats and the
Can you
questions.
just answer that question yes or no?
Do you admit that Israel's not on trial? All I was trying to say, and it
can't
took
believe
me
this.
it
Why
took me
can't
a
you
half
just
hour.
answer? Why can't you just answer that?
Can you stop yelling? Your voice
I'll
is
talk
sending all
exactly
the
how
dogs
I
running
want.
in my neighborhood.
You ain't my
No,
dad.
I
My
said
daddy's sport.
Alabama versus White stands for the proposition at law. It's a
That's
Supreme
not the
Court
question
case.
asked.
The distinction
Repeating your
between
answer-
reasonable
you're
suspicion and
repeating your
probable
answer-
cause.
Repeating your
hear you.
non-answer isn't answering the question.
It's not an
when asked
answer.
again.
You just did.
Yeah, Alabama v. White, like I said before, distinguishes between probable cause and reasonable suspicion. Terry v. Ohio clarifies it later. But it has nothing to do with compelling.
You didn't know what the terms
Why
meant,
can't
and you were
you
trying to
answer?
misapply them.
Does Alabama v. White specifically use the term compelling and tried to describe that
It
as reasonable?
presupposes the term compelling.
Does it use the
and
word
it uses
compelling?
them
No, you're
reasonable
good.
Does it use
suspicion.
the word
Yeah, you're
That's
good, you're
distinction
good.
from
Does it
probable
use the
cause.
word compelling anywhere in that decision?
No,
Okay,
can you just-
you're good. Stick around. You're good.
Say
Now we
no,
go
but I
past
think
that.
it presupposes it. Can you just say that?
Do you think that this is an investigative
can't you
burden of
answer the
persuasion
question?
or
Why
a
can't
criminal
you
law
answer the
burden of
question?
persuasion?
Why can't you answer the question?
What's the burden of? Because
Do you guys want to do closings or go straight to the questions?
don't
Because I feel like
understand-
we're circling
Why
the
can't you
drain
just
here.
answer? Tim, this is pathetic. Just say no. It doesn't use the word compelling, but it
No, I
presupposes
didn't say that the word compelling is defined in this case.
I mean, if you do what you got to do. If you want to cringe at yourself more, you can do that. I think everything's been funny.
Because you don't
So
know,
then-
because you're ignorant. So you didn't understand that compelling doesn't apply specifically to the highest burden of proof at law. Compelling
No one
applies,
said it does.
Compelling means persuasive, and it applies to all of the different burdens of persuasion at their relative level. And that's why I said, okay, so what level are we at with regard to Israel? What does it
Okay,
take to be
just-
compelling?
Well,
It
just
takes reasonable suspicion
last thing,
because
and then
all we're arguing about is investigation.
last thing. So just to be clear, your answer is no. It doesn't say compelling. It just presupposes.
I don't know. I didn't scan it for that. That
Okay.
wasn't the point, and it was never the point.
So then when
It
you
has
said,
nothing to do with the claim at stake.
if I
don't know. I
okay,
literally-
last point. If we bring up the clip,
Carry
earlier,
on.
I say, can you show me where the courts have defined compelling as that? And you say yes, Alabama v. White. That's going to look pretty foolish for
Do
you.
you want to
isn't
know
it?
what I meant? Do you want to know what I meant?
Well, but that's what you said.
I
What I
know
meant
what you're
is
trying to say.
saying that you didn't understand any of these terms because
Right,
you
we
didn't
got it.
understand the distinction
got
at the lowest level between reasonable suspicion.
Mhm.
One step up, thin probable cause. Another step up, thick probable
There's
cause.
no such thing as thick and thin probable cause. It's probable cause. Same standard, no matter what you do.
Another step up, preponderance of the evidence. The fifth step is clear and convincing evidence. The final step, the most evidence to win, to be compelling, is beyond a reasonable doubt. Compelling wasn't what was at odds. The burden of persuasion was. So I thought I would try to
But
explain
that's
that
the topic, asshat.
to you. And then you said, well, is compelling being defined in the case? That was never my claim. I said there's
what's your claim?
actually a Supreme Court case where they distinguish what you need to constitute reasonable suspicion. And that's investigative, and Israel
But you
definitely
keep-
hits that.
but you
Probable
keep-
cause is higher, and it probably wouldn't hit that yet. Not
What you
yet.
keep doing is you keep referencing
it.
something that's not in dispute. The topic
That's
is
absolutely in dispute.
the topic is there compelling reason to believe Israel is like involved in the murder of Charlie Kirk? And you're like, well, there's different levels between reasonable suspicion and probable cause. I'm like, that's interesting.
Yes,
that has
that's
nothing
all
to do with
important.
whether or not there's a compelling case. And you're like, yeah, it does. The courts say that. And I'm like, can you show me? And you're like, yeah. And then when I'm like, I don't think it's saying that there. And you're like, oh, I never said it did.
Okay,
The truth
can I
is
make an
that I'm
analogy?
gonna finish. I just let you talk. I'll finish my point, and then you can go. Right. The truth is, what we see is that you're unable to defend it. There was an incredibly low burden to just investigate. They did that. They looked into foreign countries.
Just for clarification again, we'll say it again. So compelling has been defined by Supreme Court case. It's the case of Fulton versus City of Philadelphia, 2021 case. Amy Coney Barrett writing says, compelling means tending to convince or convert as by its forcefulness of the evidence. A reason or the evidence supporting it is compelling only if it is especially forceful and convincing in context. That is the definition of compelling by the Supreme Court 21 decision, Fulton v. City of Philadelphia, Amy Coney Barrett writing.
Of foreign nexuses, right? All you did was what everyone does. You didn't provide any evidence whatsoever that Israel was involved with this, other than to say they've assassinated people in the past. They were mad at Charlie Kirk. That's it. That's all you've said. You provided no evidence.
Okay, that's all evidence. That's all evidence. Sorry.
That's not evidence.
I
And I
said
read
other
you,
than
I think,
else.
6 times the definition, the Federal Rules of Evidence 401. That's
Real quick,
evidence.
Tim,
You
you
might-
open tonight, right?
I open.
Okay. So typically it's Rob. You would be.
Guys. So that decision would not make it a term of art. I mean, yeah, in a legal case, yes, that would make it a term of art. So if you mean, so if somebody uses the word compelling in their legal brief, right? Then if they were going to use compelling in a legal brief to the Supreme Court from now on, compelling would have to mean that it tends to convince or convert by the forcefulness of the evidence. It should be especially forceful and convincing in context. So since it's become a term of art after Comey Barrett's decision here, to banty about the word compelling in the briefs to the Supreme Court or briefs to a lower court and use that word in the, I guess, common definition and not meaning what Comey Barrett said would maybe violate a lawyer's duty of candor to the court. Like if you're saying compelling when it's only a preponderance of the evidence standard or where it's only a reasonable suspicion standard, the court might look side eye at you and be like, you're abusing the term because it's been defined by the Supreme Court. So that's more or less how that would go from now on. Yeah.
Closing it right since he got the first word.
Yeah, it's usually he gets.
Hold on, can I respond to the last thing you said?
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say, just keep in mind, like, let this be your last response, and then you can turn it into a
Oh,
closing.
absolutely. So sorry. When term of art is being used, right, that's only what the usage of it in a federal court of law means. So if I say compelling in a federal court of law, and I go outside and I'm watching a football game on my phone, and I say, "Wow, Notre Dame's win over Marshall was compelling," or "It was a compelling performance." That doesn't mean it always means that. It means in a court of law, in a legal brief you're writing, in a memorandum of law you're writing to support your brief, they would expect that you use compelling only within that restrained term. Yeah.
After his response,
Yeah.
so let's try to keep no more questions erupting from that if we can, and then I'll
fair
give you
enough, man. I
3
think
to
what
5 minutes.
happened. I think what happened is you got mad just because I started explaining that to be compelling
I'm not
at
mad.
step 1 requires much less evidence. At step 2 more, step 3, 4, 5, 6 more. And I was just saying, like, if I could make an analogy or something, it would be if you're standing 3,000 feet away, that's reasonable suspicion. It takes less specificity, less of a slam dunk to think, yeah, I need to walk 500 feet further. And all I was saying, and all everyone is 60% of the people out there, or whatever the number is, that's like, let's investigate Israel more. And we know by the fact that the investigation was cut short by time alone. They didn't spend even the average amount of time that they do on foreign cases, on foreign
I'm
nexuses.
glad to hear that.
We know that they couldn't have gotten to it because some accounts say it was only a few days. And the director says, this was really bad. We didn't look into 100 leads that I should have gotten to. We needed to walk close.
Is this your closing? He's like giving his closing argument. It's not closing time yet.
And I knew what you were going to do in this.
Oh, wait,
debate
are
was
we
gonna
doing
be-
closings
what
here?
you're
Is that
going
what
to
this
do
is?
was be like, okay, well, show me specific things, like show me evidence that would require
That's
a subpoena,
true.
And well, there's no subpoena because you're jumping to level 6, and compelling means a different thing, requires something different at level 6 than it does at level 1. We're 50,000 feet away. And Israel looks really, really, really guilty. And
What?
you're saying, well, but they don't look
What the
guilty
fuck
because
is
you can't
this?
even name an
Is this a
Israeli
closing
agent.
statement? What are we
That's
doing?
step 6.
Oh, I have one little point to make. Let me drone on for 4 minutes, and then we can get to closings. Fair?
Well, yeah, that was my point. My point was
That was your
the
closing.
entire
Great.
thing. Go ahead.
Right.
Yeah,
Is that your closing?
I thought you were going to
I
ask
generally don't spend a lot of time investigating bullshit. It would be a waste of resources.
him something, then do the closing. So I guess you just kind of put them both together, or
No, I'm asking, does that gel with you? That's what happened at the beginning and why you're so confused over what's compelling and the definition of
No,
compelling.
I did know
what
that.
Did was,
I did know that.
If we're going to
You got spun off on
if
compelling.
we're going to debate this at length and go back into this instead of doing closings, fine. Then I'll take my opportunity to go for 3 and 4 minutes here before the closing. No, what
Sure.
happened was the debate prompt was simple. It was, is there compelling evidence that Israel instigated or helped with the murder of Charlie Kirk? Right? You immediately took that to, well, to me, that means that there's reasonable suspicion. You never provided that nexus, why it means that. You're just like, no, and Rob, you don't understand. There's different evidentiary levels for different steps for reasonable suspicion to probable cause to beyond a reasonable doubt. Yes, no one's disagreeing with that. No one's frustrated because, oh, we didn't understand. Rob looks like a fool. He didn't. I've said from the get-go, yes, I understand there's different evidentiary standards. My contention is that's not what's meant by compelling. Compelling doesn't just mean there's reasonable suspicion that we look into something. There's all sorts of people. You may have reasonable suspicion to look at everyone in a particular theater if someone gets shot there. That doesn't mean that there's compelling evidence or compelling reason to believe that every single person in there is a murderer.
I think the Jews made all the windmills to kill all the birds so they can replace all the birds with flock cameras. Think about that.
That's a different claim. You drew this imaginary line where you're like, no, to me, compelling just means this very low standard that means reasonable suspicion. And as I predicted, you didn't bring any new evidence. You didn't bring any nexus whatsoever to Israel with Tyler Robinson. You're just like, well, it may be there. And they had motive and they've done bad things in the past. And Joe Kent said he wanted to see more. So they look very guilty. That's the term you just
That's
used.
all evidence.
No, they don't
That's
look
all
very
evidence.
guilty. You can
None
say
of that is evidence.
that's
all
evidence.
evidence.
What I'm saying is that evidence doesn't suggest that they committed this. This just means that they have motive and that they had the opportunity to start a Discord chat if they wanted. But you haven't provided
you want a
any
verdict.
evidence that they did
You
this.
want a
The
verdict.
last thing I'll say about this is we could also see that that same standard will be met by Canada, Mexico, the United Kingdom, France,
Ah.
ACLU, trans organizations,
go.
the Democrats, Act Blue, and a litany of other. Yes, they all had means, the ability to get on Discord. They had opportunity at the
Right?
time to do so. and they
Shapiro,
had
you
motive
gotta
to
keep
dislike
up.
Charlie
You gotta keep
You
up.
say, but Israel's worse. We should suspect Israel more. That may be true, but the point that I'm trying to make, I don't concede it is, but even if I do, like we still would say, well, based on your low standard of what you define reasonable
Typos aren't cringe. You're fine.
suspicion is, you should be calling for investigations into all these other groups, but you're not. You don't have any evidence. I'm happy to get to closings.
All right, I'm gonna start a timer, Tim, and Rob's not gonna interrupt you during your 3 to 5 minutes. So please do the same courtesy here, and then
Sure.
we'll get into the
How long did you
closings
say
right
now?
after that. 3 to 5 minutes. So
Oh,
up to
I thought
5.
you said 35.
As little
I
as
was like,
God, thank
35
God, it's
minutes,
not,
get after
thank
it.
God it's not
Yeah.
35.
All right, so I'll start it when you start talking.
All right. So the reason that this is so important, the
Yeah, you're
standard
right.
of evidence
You're
being
right.
raised, is because what's persuasive changes. All right. And he's done everything. Rob has done everything he can tonight to say that there's no evidence. These are just factually ridiculous claims. Right. And he was yelling about it. And he was calling me names about it. Factually ridiculous to say that there's no evidence. I provided a timeline where every single point at the level of investigation, where to investigate further requires reasonable suspicion, as laid out by this case that I listed that he didn't know, like Alabama versus White.
Which has no bearing on anything. Alabama versus White talks about this distinction between reasonable suspicion and probable cause. What you need to pull somebody over as opposed to what you need to make an arrest. That's all.
got it threatened. At the level of reasonable suspicion, Israel meets the mark very highly, because any one of these, reasonable suspicion, requires a cognizable fact or an articulable
How
fact.
can you meet a mark very highly, first of all? Second of all, it doesn't require a cognizable or recognizable fact. Reasonable suspicion requires an articulable fact, meaning like you observe a fact, not a hypothesis, not a suspicion, not a niggling, as the Supreme Court says in Terry v. Ohio states. You need something you observed that is a fact, like something you factually observed. That is an indicia of that criminal activity is afoot. Not something that combined with 8 other things could be criminal activity. Just this thing you saw is indicative of criminal activity. Well, there you go.
Fact that requires another look for a police agent or a police state. So start with May 2nd. Charlie Kirk sends Netanyahu a very tough letter on May 2nd. That by itself, forget everything else.
That's good. That's
looks
good.
like the kind of thing that NCTC would want to take another look for. And Rob said, that's not evidence. I said, well, no. Once again, he kept misunderstanding
No,
throughout the
it's good.
entire time. He has so paltry an understanding of the legal terms that he keeps jumping.
Poultry, like chicken. Paltry. The word is paltry. If it's not very much, it's paltry. It's not fucking chickens.
To a jury verdict at the level of beyond reasonable doubt. That wouldn't be enough to convict. But at the level of, yeah, Kirk sent Netanyahu a tough letter, and they've done 400 political assassinations of far less important assets than Charlie Kirk this decade. They've averaged that over the course of 7 decades. And he said, well, that looks like Mexico or Canada. Anybody in the world that might have disagreed as to what their favorite color is has motive by that standard. And that's simply legally, factually wrong. Just because
Legally, factually wrong. Okay.
reasonable suspicion, which is the investigative standard, which is all I was arguing for. I wasn't arguing, I know beyond a shadow of a doubt Israel's guilty. I was saying they should be investigated further. Because that standard is lower than the one that he wanted to falsely use, spuriously use. He wanted to use the highest legal standard, even though we're not in a court of law. That it must be ground level low, and it's so low that it includes all 195 countries in the world. And he was yelling, calling me names. I admit I wanted tighter moderation at the beginning because I interrupted. He was interrupting me. That's going to happen if you have looser moderation. But you saw the desperation where he's even resorting to absurd claims like Mexico and Canada killed Charlie Kirk as likely as Israel did. And that's absurd because Netanyahu and all the prime ministers.
What Rob was arguing is by your same standard, all countries who have a problem with the Trump administration would be equally as likely to be suspected and thus should be equally investigated. He wasn't saying they actually did it.
Of Israel have all carried out TAOs that are ordinary course of
Right,
business,
exactly.
that are an ordinary course of statecraft. When anybody, like, let's take Charlie Kirk in October of 2023, because this is an important timeline matter that I agree with Rob on. When he started pumping the brakes, even though it was a very mild brake pump at first, I would be willing to bet, and I would as an investigator, not as a prosecutor, because the standard's higher, I'd be willing to wager that's where they said, what's our contingency plan if Charlie Kirk is off board? Because every other American under the age of 50 hates us. What will we do now that Charlie Kirk is the first guy after October 7, 2023 saying false flag? In all honesty, I couldn't believe Charlie Kirk said that. And I'll bet you Bibi Netanyahu couldn't believe it either. That was it was gentle.
Well, he fucking said it. That's on the record. That's a fact. That's actually a fact. That actually could be evidence that Charlie Kirk said that October 7th was a false flag. That's actually evidence.
Was subtle, and he was reasonably graded in his disaffection for Israel, but it was there. And that was probably enough in Bibi Netanyahu's mind, who looks into this a lot closer than I do, for him to say, what's our contingency
How does Bibi Netanyahu look at it more closely than you do? I think you're looking at it more closely than anyone.
plan? So the timeline, I think, does go all the way back to October 2023, but I don't know. I don't know the way a prosecutor should know when he asks these things in court. And guess what, Rob? We're not in court. We're investigating and doing the job that Kash Patel stopped the NCTC from doing. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's true. But the thing is, like, knowing all the bullshit, like tangential dots to connect about what happened with Israel and Netanyahu doesn't really matter because it's all irrelevant to whether or not there's convincing evidence or compelling reasons to suggest that Israel was involved.
What was it? Was that 5 minutes?
Yeah, that's 5 minutes. He had about 8 seconds left.
Okay, five. That sounds good.
We'll
No
start your time whenever. And yeah, appreciate you being silent for that, Rob. Tim,
Sure, no
please do
problem.
the same, and then we'll get into the super chats. You guys will get into a lot of the same debate topics we were in and more when we get to that. So that's going to be fun. Let's get after it, Rob. Go ahead whenever you start talking.
So he says there over and over, we're not in court. I agree. The person that implied we're in court, to the point where I said, do you have any evidence that we're in court, was my opponent, Tim. Like, he sets this court standard of what compelling is, that it's reasonable suspicion, and then proceeds to say, but we're not in court. He tries to say that I wanted the highest standard of beyond a reasonable doubt. That's not it whatsoever. I define compelling as Merriam-Webster did as convincing. That's more than just, well, there's some motivation, and so therefore we should look into something. The best analogy I give is, it's like if you're in a theater and if one person gets killed there, you might do a cursory look at everyone there, but that doesn't mean that you are convinced or compelled to think that they are all murderers. You wouldn't think that. And so he immediately goes to this legal standard and implies that I'm saying it has to be beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just not true. I never said that. Look, we went through a lot of this. I regret this debate went the way it did. I guess people will judge for themselves based on which side that they like, who's more to blame. But I thought that it was a bit ridiculous from the get-go how it was going. I wanted to talk more about the issues, the timeline, things like that. We didn't get to much of it. I did discuss the timeline about how it would be near impossible for them to want to decide to kill Charlie Kirk in a time that would meant they had time to radicalize.
That was your worst argument, Rob. That was your worst argument because it's using the same exact logic that doesn't exist as Tim's. Oh, well, look at him. Lovely.
Tyler Robinson. He says that maybe they did in 2023. I mean, it's just laughable. Charlie Kirk from all of 2023, 2024, up to 2025 was one of Israel's biggest supporters. So the idea that they were possibly weaponizing people like Tyler Robinson to kill him then is a joke. A lot of the specific details, because of how contentious this debate was, we didn't get to. For example, I think he says things that are overstated and meant for people not to look into them. When we went to the May 2nd letter that he keeps saying that he slapped Netanyahu, you want to hear the first line from that letter? Well, it's one of the greatest joys as a Christian, advocating for Israel and forming alliances with Jews to fight to protect the Judeo-Christian civilization. The theme of that letter was basically saying, Bibi, we need to do better. We're losing the PR war. People are blaming Israel for everything. We need to work together to get better. Now, what Tim wants you to believe is Bibi was so upset that Kirk was like, I love Israel. I love the Jewish people. We need to work together, but we need to do better with PR. The Bibi now was like, well, you know what? Now we're going to kill him. The next incident that we have is June 18th, where allegedly we just have this a staffer said that Kirk yelled at Trump. That's it. Then after that, we have like sometime in July or August when, this is what most people say, Tim didn't even say it, when he seemed to suggest that Tucker could speak at AmFest. This is when Israel started to get upset. But even with that, we could see there wouldn't be enough time.
The punchline is the butt plugs and homosexual innuendo that ensues shortly hereafter.
For them to radicalize Tyler Robinson in that time. Then he talks about the Hamptons meetings with Bill Ackman. But as I showed, Bill Ackman post that show actually afterwards, him and Tyler were having a perfectly affable conversation on August 15th. So it doesn't sound like they had this horribly contentious where all of a sudden lives were at risk. As I predicted from the get-go, all this debate was talking about motivation. I'm not saying that evidence towards motive isn't evidence. What I'm saying is it isn't evidence that they committed the crime. It's merely evidence towards motive. Talking about Israel assassinating people in the past, not like Charlie Kirk, and I make the point that he doesn't address, this would basically lead them to war with Donald Trump, who, if I would sure Tim agrees, was one of their biggest assets. Trump's been a big ally to Israel. So the idea that they would risk upsetting that relationship to assassinate Charlie Kirk, and for what? Because some donors got mad at him and he said on the 9th, hey, I'm getting upset. He also ignores the fact that the best evidence we have is the day before the assassination, he feared the left. The things that I didn't predict, and again, there's no evidence. Look,
I know, right? I know, right? Him and Tyler, you meant him and Charlie. Oh, no.
The question is it compelling? Not in a court, but to you, to me, to all of us. Is the evidence compelling that Israel did it? His case is literally Israel's bad in the past. They've assassinated people, and they had reason to want to take out Charlie. So therefore, I think it's convincing they did it. That's laughable. And as I illustrate, there are any number of countries, organizations, groups that would meet that standard, that had motivation. And as far as means and opportunity, it's literally just, are you capable to get on Discord and radicalize people? That's pretty much any group. So the thing I didn't suspect from this debate, though, was just like the willful obtuseness, the condescension. I don't get it. I think we could have had a better conversation. But I suppose when you're defending an indefensible position, you have to pretend the prompt was something different and act like that and try to filibuster and interrupt constantly because you can't stand behind the veracity of your arguments. So at the end of the day, the evidence that Tyler Robinson did this, which is conceded for the purposes of this debate that it was Tyler Robinson, is quite compelling. There is no evidence sans motive for the fact that Israel was involved in this every way. Joe kept saying I wanted to look into it more. He never even specifically mentioned Israel. We have no idea how much they looked into it. And if it's just reasonable suspicion, all that literally means is taking a cursory look, which was done.
Yeah, they're talking to him through Morse code in his vibrating butt plug because his rectum speaks Morse code. That sounds about as likely, but still, I mean, from a probable cause standard, maybe.
That's your time. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Tim. Okay, we will get into the audience Q&A right now. If either of you gentlemen would like to go take a quick bathroom break or something before we get into that,
That'd be great. Yeah.
you're welcome to.
All right, cool. 5
Here.
minutes.
So the PayPal will get
Yeah,
so
gotta
the
check.
PayPal will get read first, just because you guys listened and followed directions there, and didn't give Google all the money.
Fuck Google.
It's fine.
Okay, first question I want to read is just from the PayPal here, since they did this. Question for Tim. You said in the is it repo rise and kill first? What is that? Reposts, maybe?
The 2018 study, comprehensive study.
Oh, report. That's what they just left out the R.
Oh.
There was an incredibly low bar for assassination. Can you share some of the reasons that there were assassinations that would be similar to a lower bar than Charlie? I tried to edit that in my mind to make it askable.
Well, that didn't work.
Intelligible.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have to do a lot of that with it. Yeah, great. It's great. According to Bergman, 5 of the most common, I think he gives 10 rationales that Israel is known to just go kill people for, start murdering. And the 5 most apposite rationales.
Apposite? Apposite. That's not a fucking word.
Are for of their 2,700 TAOs are like petty retaliation, like what you saw in Munich. So basically, no material benefit to be raped, and it's not a wartime. Just go kill people across borders. Deterrence is one, but this means like non-emergent, non-wartime deterrence. There's another kind of deterrence in the other 5 higher, more understandable, less petty reasons. Decapitation of opposing organizational leadership. That's a third one. That one recurred a lot according to Bergman's analysis, and that was really interesting because if you're wondering if Charlie Kirk's going to pull a Candace Owens or a Tucker Carlson or a Megyn Kelly, I mean, basically anyone that learns about how evil Israel is and how evil they've been for 70 years turns against them. And that's what seems like it was happening with apparently over the last months of his life. So he was going to be arguably an opposing organizational leader, perhaps.
Real quick, sorry to interrupt.
Can I respond just real quick?
Yeah, one second, Rob. I just wanted to give him the Tim. You haven't been on the channel before, right?
I don't think so. No.
Okay.
Not on this.
So typically during the Q&As, how we do it, if there's a question asked specifically at you, I let you answer first. Depending on the size of the chat, obviously you want to maybe expand a little more if it's $100 super chat, so on. If it's like a 5 and we're on those, maybe we'll keep it quick to bust through them. I'm gonna for like 10 and up, I'm gonna allow like 1 to 2 minutes for the person that's asked. But just so you know, every question that's asked at you, Rob will get a chance to respond to after you've given your piece, and then vice versa. If a question's asked to him or a comment made to him, he's responded to, you'll get a chance to do a quick comment on that. But let's try not to spiral back into the back and forth on those too much, because we do have a ton coming in and a ton that we need to get.
Good call. Thanks, Jason. Wow.
Super chat, so on. If it's like a 5.
Also apposite, and then long-term non-emergent Israeli survival.
Also apposite. Apposite's not a word.
Security. So you take those 5 of the 10 major motives, and they all sort of roll into a Charlie Kirk situation where he turns against them, and why they couldn't brook it. Note how a theoretical Israeli Kirk TAO nexus would combine basically
theoretic Israel TAO Kirk nexus. That's next level, man.
5 into 1. So
okay, can you name me one example of a prominent American being killed, assassinated by Israel in America?
Oh, I'm not. You're answering the question, right? I'm not doing cross anymore. After
yeah, I mean, you're welcome to answer questions like that, but I do want to keep it going too.
Can't answer. Got it. There is
no. I'm just not gonna. I'm answering this guy's question. I'm not going to answer the.
I believe the thrust. Well, I'll say my piece. The thrust of the question is
U.S. Liberty. USS Liberty. Okay, there you go.
What? That's not an assassination. Attacking a boat is different than assassinating a political figure in a TAO. Is the U.S.
Bergman? I'll check Bergman.
U.S. Liberty, was that a TAO? Was U.S. Liberty a TAO?
No, that wouldn't count.
Okay.
I didn't have them, but just wait. I can.
You can read the next question while he looks up.
Okay. Next one is from.
Not wrong.
Let's pop this out so I can make sure I see it. We got Big 50 coming in from. Let's see. What is your name? I want to pop up. Sorry, this fan funding here is messing up. Dartho Moss. Since 15 says, Jesus, Tim, I've never seen someone purse their lips and hit a full Zoolander blue steel stare repeatedly during the debate harder than you. You strike me as the type of guy who. Okay, I'm not going to read the rest of that.
You sound like a fan because you're taking the Lord's name in vain.
Can't use that word. Can't use that word on YouTube.
Yeah, it wasn't very. It wasn't discernible. Drink.
Not good.
Get everybody.
It's not me. It's the channel that you're on. You should be respectful of their.
I use it on my channel all the time.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying.
Good for you.
Be careful. That's all.
But if you do re-upload this, if you do re-upload this and you see that not there, don't take any offense. Just in case he edits it out.
Don't take any offense. We took the F slur out of the thing. Okay.
Let's pull this back up. All right. So next chatter for 20 here from Scorpio04 Tech. He says, Rob crushed him. Yeah, just a
thanks.
Positive support.
You sound awesome.
ZFZ Mikey 20 says, Tim, where in the debate prompt does it say reasonable suspicion or probable cause? Don't you think you're moving the goalposts?
No,
a minute or two to respond to that if you want.
The reason it's not moving the goalpost is because when you ask about what the evidentiary standard is to be compelled, you have to ask about the evidentiary standard in the actual real world. And so I'm not going to
wait. What lie? So I got what lie?
Use, as Rob was, the evidentiary standard of a courtroom. I'm going to use the evidentiary policing standard, which is that corresponding with something called the Terry stop. So when a cop,
the evidentiary policing standard corresponding with the Terry stop. My God. There's no evidentiary policing standard. There is probable cause. There is reasonable suspicion. We've been through this 9 times. Reasonably articulable facts that show that criminal action is afoot. That's the Terry stop. That's your reasonable suspicion. Probable cause is you have factual evidence that a crime has been committed that is worthy of arrest.
Pulls you over, he can have one articulable fact for pulling. You probably don't know this. Most people don't. One articulable fact to pull you over, and then the rest of it's kind of a hunch. It can't be just a hunch. And in the case I cited, it talks at great length about this. And you can't fully detain you because that requires probable cause. So this is what I actually wanted to talk about, but
No, they can detain you. They can't arrest you.
He was yelling and screaming the whole time. Probable cause requires a lot more, and its quality and quantity goes up. You have to have a lot more. It can't just be one articulable fact plus the hair stands up on the cop's neck. Anyway, the point is that in detention,
the hair stands up upon the cop's neck. The feels can't be part of any level. It can't be part of reasonable suspicion. It can't be part of probable cause. But this seems like the whole Israel thing is hair standing on the neck.
The cop has to let you go if he can't. I'll actually take that. The cop has to let you go if he can't come up with probable cause, but he could.
You're right. It looks like a Sopranos episode, or
you based on reasonable suspicion. So the way to analogize that to our case here is it's an investigative standard, and 100% it's just a reasonable suspicion. Joe Kent even uses the language corresponding with reasonable suspicion. So no, it's not moving the goalpost at all. Your question is tantamount to asking, is this case in court? And if it's in court, is it criminal or civil? And if it's out of court,
if it's in court, it'd be criminal. Just talking about criminal investigations and criminal investigative procedures. Tantamount. What?
Then are you trying to continue or start an investigative process? And I'm saying, well, since we're thrown into a given fact pattern, we play the ball as it lies. That's why it's assumed.
Rob, before I let you respond,
we play the ball as it lies.
ZFC Mikey sent another 10 and said, thank you for the answers, but you could have just said, yeah, that wasn't the debate prompt, and I wanted to change it. So Rob, go ahead.
We can detain all of this. We can put a fence around the country and detain them all.
If you want.
Yeah, I mean, he says, I wanted to make it a court. It couldn't be more obvious that I wasn't trying to make it a court setting. I was saying compelling means convincing. Is it convincing that Israel did this? No. So he says, I don't want to make it a court. Instead, I made it a police interaction. And the irony to this is, I'll be the first to admit, I'm not a legal scholar. When he asked me reasonable suspicion, I almost verbatim said what he just said. It's usually something that police officers on the street use that's like, look, it's a low bar, but it's very limited investigative tools that they're allowed to take with just reasonable suspicion. And I said, given that, this wouldn't be some massive investigation. It'd be very limited steps if it was just reasonable suspicion. So to answer the question, no, he didn't. He did change the topic, and he has some obscure reason why he did, and he can't really articulate it. And secondly, he acknowledges there was an investigation into the foreign nexus. He acknowledges that they would still be allowed to look into the communications of Tyler Robinson. This would meet the sort of investigative metrics that you would expect under reasonable suspicion anyways. But even if we accept that in reasonable suspicion, that's not the prompt. Ask yourself this. Forget about being a cop. Forget about being a lawyer. Is there compelling reason to believe Israel did this? All he outlined was motive, and Israel's been bad in the past. He didn't give you one piece of evidence. And in fact, quite to the contrary, he cites a bunch of things that he's inaccurate about, such as the letter in May 2nd that was actually a pro-Israel letter. Or he cites that Netanyahu came out unprompted. He was preempted, or whatever term he used. But that's not true. He was asked on the 12th. The conspiracy theories were running rampant. So he's just spinning it down. He was unable to defend the prompt.
The letter to Netanyahu is completely a harsh letter. We could talk about it more through Rob's lies if you want, or we can just let that go. But his May 2nd letter to Netanyahu is a tough read. I feel bad for Netanyahu reading this thing.
You feel bad for Netanyahu, huh?
That he's lost his longtime asset, Charlie Kirk. It's rough. And of course, he opens with cordial language. Apparently, this is
maybe a final solution, I think, there, Chipping Girl.
It's very, very, very convincing. Could it be convincing that Bill Ackman might have used polite language when he, is done intervening on Charlie Kirk? Of course, this is the nature. It's called Romanita. This is the nature of assassins, right?
Give me the harshest.
Murderers come with smiles, right?
Give me the harshest thing in that letter that Kirk said.
Pro-Israel surrogates like myself should not be in charge of fact-checking every piece of anti-Israel information. Quote, sometimes it feels like I'm defending Israel in public more than your own government. Quote, on my recent campus tours, roughly half of the questions I receive are about Israel, and they're overwhelmingly negative. He's saying you suck. Quote, even in young MAGA circles, Israel is losing support. Quote, Israel is getting crushed on social media, and you are losing younger generations of Americans, even among MAGA conservatives. This is a 5-alarm fire. Quote, you are losing the information war, which will eventually translate into less political and military support from America. Quote, Israel needs to take the lead. In your closing
it sounds like he's trying to help Israel out, bro.
statement, you said that we're going to keep working with them. Dead wrong. Quote, no more dependence on subcontractors. Quote, influencers like me can promote your content, but Israel needs to create it in Israel. Quote, he repeatedly uses urgent language, communications, intervention, 5-alarm fire, crushed. It's brutal, like I said. But
you took all those words out of context, you asshat.
And so all of this
story, if you guys
right.
want.
So all of this is just saying we really like Israel. We don't want to stop working with you militaristically. We're out here fighting the good fight PR, but you guys need to do a better job PR. This is almost verbatim what I say about the Trump administration many times.
Goes to the mom side. Gotcha.
That's not me saying I hate Trump. That's me saying you guys need better PR. That's it. That's not something that you would be killed over.
Brutal.
Saying,
Reasonable
hey,
people
let
disagree
me
with you,
finish. Saying, hey, we're doing our best to defend you. You guys will promote your message, but you need to craft it in Israel. No, I don't think reasonable people would think that one of the greatest defenders of Israel in America, up to that point, Charlie Kirk, just saying, hey, can you guys get better with PR, would be enough for Netanyahu to say, kill this man. It's absurd.
But I agree. But do you think there's a reasonable inference that Charlie Kirk was going to continue being the same level of friend, even in this letter, the same level of friend to Israel
extra super special brutal, bro,
that he had been?
I think a reasonable, I don't know. What I will say this, the reasonable inference was he was going to continue to be their friend.
Is there more evidence that he was going to continue supporting Israel, even though he said,
Last question.
Wait, where did Mike get that? Mike has like a fully filled up cappuccino. Where the hell did he get that from? That's suspicious. That's weird. That's strange.
guys can go to hell. I'm done with the pro-Israel cause, et cetera, et cetera. I felt blackmailed after the intervention.
Oh, now you're not talking about this letter.
Jew,
Now you're moving back. Now you're moving on to September. So just to be clear, now we've moved on from this letter. So now the argument is in September. Let me finish. So in September, right now, there's all sorts of things. I think he was pissed because they took away his support, or donors took it away. But I don't think this means he was going to become anti-Israel. Probably just he was going to stop defending as much. So can you explain me the timeline? How of like September? When was that? September 7th or something, where he said those messages, and somehow from September 7th till September 10th,
yeah, why don't you go,
Israel
Jason?
weaponized
Let's
Can you explain
I
how that
already
works?
explained to you,
there.
starting in
right,
October of 2023, there was limited evidence that they might need a contingency plan. Not that they would. Maybe they think, we're going to try to intervene. We're going to try to turn him around. He just called this a false flag operation, which was shocking for not just me, but
He didn't call it a
everyone.
false flag.
Maybe they might think that possibly.
We're going to try to turn it around, and we're going to test the water. And that was from October 2023 until September when they killed him. That was like 23 months. So yeah, that's definitely time to do exactly what in fact-finding investigations you would expect them to do: prove, poke, look for probative signs, yay or nay, that he's going to continue leaning in, like Tucker Carlson did, like Candace Owens did, like Megyn Kelly did, or he's going to lean out of it. That's why you hold things like interventions. But yeah, they might
That's
have had
interesting
in October 2023.
Okay, we got to move on, guys.
An interesting filibuster that said nothing.
We gotta
He
move
never
on.
said it was. He
Question
never
now,
said it was
that's-
false flag.
All right,
It's a
Kenny
lie.
3 stacks for 10 says
retard.
the crucible equal
Fucking
pro-Israel,
retard. Good for
pro-Iran war, and other wars pushed by Israel, pro-government narrative promoted and influenced by Israel, including the mainstream media and pro-Israel influencers.
Yeah, it's just not true. I know this is a take that a lot of people have. Now we're on the position, if you criticize the Iran war, if you say we should never give Israel another dollar, if you say that we should flood Israel with Christians and it should become a Christian country, that means that you're pro-Israel and a Zionist because you don't think that you don't see evidence that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. And when I said in my opening statement that the problem is the people that adapt this mindset, you're actually the greatest ally to Israel because you come off looking foolish. And when you blame Israel for everything, even when there's almost no evidence, what happens is the reasonable criticisms that many of us are trying to levy at Israel get lost in the sauce. And the average person just thinks that people that criticize Israel are like Ian Carroll, or the people that just say Israel does everything. It's part of the question I was asking Tim that he wasn't able to respond for was, given this rationale, anytime a politician dies that had any influence on the Iran war, we could say, well, we have to suspect Israel. There's a reasonable suspicion that Israel's involved. Therefore, there's compelling reason that Israel murdered. It's nonsensical. It's okay to say, I don't particularly like Israel. I don't like the Iran war.
Right.
I have significant problems. But say, I'm not defending Israel when I just say, I don't see any compelling evidence that they murdered Charlie Kirk.
Okay.
Yeah, my response to that would be a question that requires prudence, a question of equipoise. How is someone generally opposed to receiving new facts? And I can't answer for the Crucible. I didn't know Rob is associated formally with the Crucible.
Not really. I'm just friends with him.
All right. Well, they asked it as if you're. I mean, so am I. And they
I'm wearing a
posed that
hat.
question.
He's wearing a hat. That is true.
I don't think it was just a non sequitur that it didn't apply to anyone that was in this debate. Was how I.
But I mean,
we
here's
got a
the
lot of
thing.
crucibilities in the chat, so they're probably duking it out in there with some other people.
Gotcha. Well, but here's what my answer would be with regard to equipoise. It would be if someone says, okay, yeah, I didn't know before today that Israel had killed 2,700 people, more than any other country in world history, especially leaders, especially oppositional groups, that they have this high proclivity, and this feeds the suspicion. It's not just Wignats online. I didn't know that. I didn't know that 91% of political assassinations are done by conspiracies. Under 9% of them are. So Rob didn't know either of these facts. I came in today and I dropped these. And then so what I would expect if I had an honest interlocutor, whether or not it's the Crucible, is I would just say, okay, so these are real reasons to look into Israel. And if his first response is the fucking bullshit that, oh, Canada's is likely to do this, I don't think they have one TAO on the record, or Mexico's as likely. I just say, you're not a serious person, you're a joke, and that's why you're going to lose the culture. And yes, that sounds like someone that's at least in their heart and in their mind in bed with Israel. It's a joke. Israel is unprecedented in its targeted assassination.
I'll take the last word on this. Once more, he issues another straw man. I never said Mexico was as likely. I said, given the low bar that he said, which was means, motive, and opportunity, that would mean to countless organizations. I will say that left-wing organizations had more motivation than Israel, but that when it came to those specific countries. And if we want to talk about bad faith interlocutors, I thought you were one of the most bad faith people I've ever seen, up to and including trying to claim that a court case defined compelling, only they have to backtrack and say that you never said it. I showed you new information you wanted or that you didn't know, and I didn't see you say, "Oh my goodness, that changes my perspective." For example, when you said that Netanyahu preempted before anyone ever accused Israel, that was wrong. I showed you that actually within 24 hours they were accusing, and he actually did an interview when he was asked about that in the 12th. When I showed you other things that came out that you probably didn't know, such as the timeline of when the Dremel was used and stuff like that, you didn't say, "Oh, geez, that's new information." You bringing up stats that just say, "Oh, Israel has done a lot of assassinations, but none really like this on American soil," to a person like Charlie Kirk, and I'm supposed to say, "Oh, that's it, I can see. That means that that's new information. Israel likely did this," is absurd. You brought up a factoid, as I guessed you would, that spoke to motive or the character of Israel, that doesn't provide direct evidence in any way, shape, or form that they were involved in this murder. You ignored a bunch of the facts that I said, and you're upset because you do the same thing that all of you Jaysbergs want to do, and I will call you that because you're impugning that I'm somehow a Zionist now because I didn't just take your evidence and say that proves Israel did it. What you want to do is just talk about the history or motivation and not lean in the realm of facts or what we could see as far as this particular crime. It's low IQ shit, and you're actually hurting the cause that would want to hold Israel to account for the bad things they actually do.
That's rich as fuck. Fuck nuts. Is that I used a bunch of
Don't
terms
call me
you can't
names.
spell
Don't call me names.
that you can't
Let's keep it short, 'cause I gotta move
never
on. We're
said
only
preemptive.
two questions
I used
in,
the
guys.
word I used the word peremptory, which is different from preemptive, and you didn't understand it, like any of the legal terms in this entire debate.
Okay,
Well,
so
no.
I
I'm
do
on
want
it,
to
Chef,
thank
I'm
real
on
quick
it.
Drew Herchak for subscribing as a member on the membership level of the debater, as well as Lex Friedman. I checked out to make sure it was the real Lex Friedman. So thanks for subscribing, Lex, being a
Hey,
paid member.
real quick, Tim, define peremptory.
Peremptory means cut short without full investigation.
Also,
So Netanyahu's statement was cut
Can you
short
spell
without further.
Hey, Rob, can you spell it?
Sure.
'Cause you thought it was preemptive.
Peremptory. That's because you did say preemptive at first.
I
Then you
said
changed it to
preemptive.
peremptory.
I
And
said
explain
He
to me.
said preemptive 3 times, then he changed to preemptory, which doesn't even make sense. But yes,
Okay, you
I
used the
never
word.
said preemptive.
Okay, so your claim is no one further investigated Netanyahu's video, his statement. No one investigated it. No one looked into his
No,
claims.
cut short before. I said
Who
he
cut
was
short? Okay,
He was
how
quick
is it
to act. You said
how is
some
it
shit
cut
about
short?
being accused. I said he was quick
you
to
don't know
act
what that word
because
means.
everyone aside from you and all the Zionist
They
shills
didn't-
out there like
They didn't
you
teach you that in
thought
evidence
that-
class.
thought that Mexico and Canada were as likely as Netanyahu
Whoops,
did Mexico or
whoops,
Canada's
I
president
used the
after
word I
responding to
don't
that.
know.
This is
Hey,
really
go
relevant
back
by
to
Matt
evidence
Dillon
class.
Monkey.
They'll teach you that one, right?
Matt Dillon Monkey says, Tim, can you deny Wigzantium had more motive and ain't halfway crooks? Had conservative shook.
Sorry, what? Sorry, can you repeat the question?
It says, Tim, can you deny Wigzantium had more motive and ain't halfway crooks? It had conservative shook. So
I
do you
don't
don't know what Wigzantium is?
Is that
Yeah,
Jay
what's
Dyer's
Wigzantium?
thing?
Yeah,
That's Jay Dyer's crew, right?
Yeah, it's like an inside Jay Dyer
Well,
joke.
I like Jay Dyer, but I forgot. Yeah, it's a joke or something.
Yeah, just kind of it's like the kingdom that they made up in the chat, I guess. So
What a
Shmuel
peremptory
I
super
did
chat
it.
there, am I right? Let's
You should
peremptory
mock the
move
word
on
because
here,
you
right?
didn't know it. No, no.
Hey,
Shmuel Sperling.
peremptory.
You're sweating really profusely, by the way.
It's hot
I'll
in
just
here,
point
man.
that out.
Shmuel Sperling sent 30 shekels and said Mossad doesn't assassinate people for speech. If that were the case, people like Tucker and Candy would be long gone. Murdering their biggest supporter while not touching all Israel/Jew haters equals 0 cents.
That's retarded. Now that's some low IQ shit. Why would they murder people that were never an asset? They might. I mean, Candace, Tucker, Megyn Kelly. These people were unimportant. They were never
They're
assets,
unimportant.
and they probably
Tucker-
in their establishment days.
okay, there is so
had-
much more evidence to think that Tucker was a CIA asset, at least at some point in time in his career. Like, okay,
looked into the claims about Israel, and so they all had cognizable turnarounds. I've admitted that much. But they were never assets to them in the way that Charlie Kirk was. If somebody can't acknowledge that Charlie Kirk is infinitely more valuable to Israel than, say, Candace Owens, who hates Israel, or Nick Fuentes, who hates Israel, then they're not an intelligent person. We're getting into double-digit IQ territory. Like Charlie was apparently turning on Israel. And now there could be a lot more evidence for this claim because he was cut short, within a few months of his term, of his really blatant term. So
if we got 3 votes, there's like 6 people here or 5 people here. So can everybody vote? Otherwise, some people are going to run with it. Come on, vote, and I'll end the poll here. Vote. I made a poll. Y'all better fucking vote in it, or else.
I, for one, would like to see a lot more evidence. That's why I'd like to see this thing get investigated a lot more. I don't know. I don't claim to know. But the point is, he was the most valuable Gentile asset in the world for them. And remember, Bibi made his eighth front speech in the middle of all this, and he was directly addressing the letter that Charlie had sent to him, where he's like, "Look, Americans don't want to be part of this." Bibi's like, "You guys, the Five Eyes, you're going to be part of this. You're not out of it. You're in it up to your neck." So
It's
Charlie
gone?
Kirk, short of people under 50 years old, was absolutely the most
How is
valuable
the poll
asset to Israel
gone?
because whereas like 91% of boomers were
What the
wildly
fuck?
pro-Israel, it's exactly split. 91% of Zoomers are completely anti-Israel. And the only way that they were getting even 9% was by Charlie Kirk on college campuses. And that's what took his operation from a really, really tiny
It
rinky
shows
dink.
me it's still going. Like I can end it, so I don't. Yeah, it's there. It's ended. What? For in the poll? It still asks me if I want to end the poll. Fuck me, I'm going to end the poll. So now I just ended the poll. See? I didn't end the poll. I would have done that. Yeah, it's because you already voted, jackass. You can't see the poll if you already voted in it, Chipingro.
Debate me on campus to like an
You just
8-figure
disenfranchised one or maybe two people.
Sure.
No, it's fine. We'll do general masculinity.
NGO. So
Yeah.
you simply can't account
All
for
right,
that anyway.
Yeah,
Nice,
just real quick, Gabriel Wood, your super chat didn't get skipped. I've been trying to get through, and we're on the fourth one.
Yeah. Well, when Tim gives 20-minute answers that says nothing to every question, I'll just say this. Notice how he speaks out of both sides of his mouth here. On one, he says, Israel's so petty, they'll murder people just for petty reasons, just because. And then when it comes to Candace or Tucker, he's like, oh, no. Even though they're virulently anti-Israel, they wouldn't murder them because they're not as much of an asset as Charlie Kirk was at one point. Sure, it may be that Charlie, there were unique circumstances with him, but if Israel's as petty as you're suggesting, then they would have went after these people that had huge audiences on the right that were highly critical of Israel when they started doing this, such as 2023, etc. But they did.
sounds like
Which
you're
further
arguing with
suggests,
Loadle
but
Birdman.
please, I sit here quietly while you rambled on. You give me the courtesy of listening to my answer. So
Sure,
it sounds, what we see is that there's sort of this both ways. Israel's flippant, they'll do whatever. But then for some reason, they get in these people almost like they know the stakes of murdering prominent U.S. people could actually drive them into a direct conflict with the United States of America, including the Trump administration. So
I
once
agree.
more, it's
I agree
just,
Sorry.
no, that's fine.
I agree with a lot of that. Look, I mean, if they thought that they couldn't get away with it, they wouldn't hoodwink everyone to the unlikely eventuality that that lone gunman type assassinations are really common. Then yeah, that's a big risk. But they have their backs against the wall. Look at the content of Netanyahu's 8th Front speech. They're desperate. They are on their last legs. 9% of under Zoomers. And I also agreed with another thing you said. I forget what you started with. Presuppositionally, yeah, I agree that. I lost the thread, but that's what it was. I wasn't saying, man, that I know every single reason for every single one of their staggering 2,700 plus assassinations. It just sounds like, and I'm being honest here, it sounds like you don't really believe it. It sounds like, and this is why people do move from, yeah, you can be anti-Israel and not a Zionist and doubt this one. You can. And I have friends who are anti-Israel and doubt this one and have probably closer to your view than mine. But they don't turn up their noses at the Bergman statistics, who is, by the way, a worldwide expert. You were saying like, oh, no one knows. Like ask Jay Dyer, ask the people that know this. The 2,700, ask Dave Smith. That's a readily accepted fact because of this towering 20.
Yes, like Israel has conducted assassinations, sometimes en masse, i.e. the pages, sometimes by drone attacks, sometimes by ballistic missiling headquarters, right? Like the fact they've done that is not in dispute. The question is like, what were the reasons and how was it done? Has it ever been done in America? That's the question. Not that they haven't done these assassination attempts. That's not the point.
18 study. It just sounds like you have a problem with that. It sounds like you have a problem at large.
All right, we got to move on, guys.
All right. We'll go ahead and now this should work. If it doesn't work, I have another way to do it. We're going to boomer our way through this and get this shit going. Can you all hear any of that at all?
Greetings to all I affirm masculinity is in a crisis.
Can anybody hear that? I think, probably not. It works? Holy fucking shit, I did it.
In other words, as a question, is masculinity in a crisis? Yes. Now, how did I reach this conclusion? Problem solving. The crisis is forced masculism. And the problem is toxic masculinity, while the cure is sway masculism. And the solution is gentle masculinity. Now, by asking the correct questions, how and why masculinity is in a crisis, a truly pure answer may be established for what is a crisis of uncivilness and criticalness through statelessness by failure, due to an error that causes uncivilness, that lead to destruction's effect, that demands urgency's required action, to avoid universal destruct by suffering and death to one, and to all uncivilized destruction. Now, to prove masculinity even exists, an ideal masculinity come from a real masculism belief, a form creation of state, sex, and being gender through design environment by nature's reflection within masculinity, faith, a form intent of expected union, and hope desired through ideas blueprint by reality, structure through realities in our heart and outer mind. Masculine works a frame from time of power, space, and strength. Matter through physical image by mental likeness, unified by sexism, physicality, and genderism's mentality. A form, material, a way of ways and truth, or lie through life or death by image of a soul, and by lightness in the spirit. That was complicated, but this is simple. A pure masculinity exists by understanding humanity's nature through seeing mankind as being a real idea, not a defend how and why. Masculinity is in a crisis. The how is simply complicated, but simply speaking, due to humanity's failed religious leaders and mankind's a full nation's followers, both religious and political, are functioning on the wrong type. But masculinism's belief is force, incorrect masculinity. Faith is toxic through masculine's work. It's manipulative by sexism, terror is uncivilized, and genderism's failure is destructive for unnecessary suffering. Causes effective death, evidence of a willing crisis and a willful masculinity through a free or paid choice by own will. But now the question is why? Whose choice and will? Why? Problem solving, humanity's choice of unnecessary suffering and mankind's will and death. If this proves 100% masculinity is in a crisis, and an urgent call to correct and resolve it the best and not better solution for all. Evidence is towards to unnecessary suffering. Chosen outcomes resulted by toxic masculinity. Willful crisis identifies examples as suicide, abortion, divorce, lie, murder, kill, assault, force, manipulate, corrupt religion, corrupt nation, corrupt being, used and abused, and many more self-evident that could, should, and would have been avoided, but chosen not to do to masculinism's force and rebellion's defiance. Through masculinity's toxicity by victim reality, full knowingly or non-knowingly, anywhere in between, depending on situational circumstances, driven by statistical data, real testimony and objectivism, subjectivity and subjectivism, objectivity. This disorder and chaos, crisis, true nature is also at times masquerading as chaos and orders, pure and non-crisis. A false nature is a reflection of humanity's uncivil masculinism being destroyed in mankind's force. Manipulationalism's toxic masculinity through an illusion or a delusion directly towards the slavery's freedom choice by decay, death, and airtight nature's design. Now down to the cure solution for a wage act of sequential choice and sowing repercussions through reaping ramifications by heritage, judgment, reward, or punishment. And life or death. For humanity's mankind to live and they exist with aims, purpose, and meanings desired by a correct type of masculine.
All right. That's like another refrain there, but we got through 4 minutes of it. That sounds sufficient. Now let's get back to the suck, my friends. We'll finish this son of a bitch out.
Address this very quick, right?
I know.
No, I never said.
I was going to clip that one and first causes and make it like an intro thing, but like I didn't have time to do all the doodads with that. But yeah, that's a good idea, Chapringer. I was fitting to do that.
Everyone says it. I was being flippant and glib because you were to me. And the other part that I want to say is I just don't know about this study. Even if I accept it as true, I would assume the vast majority of those are people in Hezbollah, Hamas, things like that, people that were being assassinated in Palestine. I'm not saying it's good. But to just say, well, I said that and you should just drop everything and be like, holy shit, this means that it must be that Israel's involved in the murder of Charlie Kirk. No, I'm not turning up my nose at the statistic. I'm saying I just don't know. I'm happy to look into it. I don't see the relevancy as how that provides specific evidence that they were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Fair.
Right.
I didn't say that you said that murder is good. You wouldn't say that.
All right, Tim.
I said, what? No, I'm giving him credit here. I wasn't saying you're saying murder is good.
I know. I just don't want to get into anything that
nonplussed by Bergman. That's
gotta
all. And
respond to.
Bergman's the final word.
Cool. All right. Blake, Kenny Stacks says for 10, Blake Knight from TPUSA, quote, we also don't need the text because Charlie literally talked about the danger of the violent left on video on Bill Maher, end quote. Didn't even claim them. No positive evidence.
Yeah,
So-
Charlie talked all the time that he was afraid that the left was going to murder him. He talked about it quite frequently. There's never been a public example of him saying he was worried that Israel was going to murder him.
Well, there is a public example. There's public examples of him being afraid of both Israel murdering him. That was a more recent development, and that you just
Show me. I haven't seen that. That's crazy.
August the 13th.
Here, Tim, you
And
can
there's more
defend this in
evidence.
super chat. That way we don't go off into the areas where it's not relevant to the next question, and I can get through these a little quick faster because this supports your claim, I believe.
I thought we both got it.
You do. But we're spending too much time, and so I don't want to have to cut into each answer to get to the next one. But right now I have to just to keep things on track. I apologize.
All right. Why did he get to respond first? That's all I'm asking.
That one wasn't necessarily directed, but you can just kind of jump in.
Respond and you cut me off.
Well, I couldn't predict who was going to talk first, Tim. I'm sorry. But go ahead, finish. Just keep it short. I wanted to read this because it supports your claim, and then you could defend it.
30 seconds.
There's public evidence that Charlie feared both Israel would kill him very lately and the left would kill him, but more throughout his entire career. It's factually wrong to say otherwise. There's evidence he was afraid of both, and that's my theory, by the way.
You said Charlie said
Wait. This is something for you to riff off of towards Rob here, Tim. Major Matt 79 for 10 says, "Hi all. Is this an honest debate? Do we brush off the fact Netanyahu offered Charlie over 150 million to take TPUSA to the next level? A lot of people lost money not taking that money." So,
Okay, two things. One, I'd like Tim to answer this. He said Charlie Kirk said on the 13th publicly he was afraid Israel was going to kill him. Please provide me a link to that. I'm unaware of any time that Charlie Kirk publicly said he was afraid Israel was going to kill him. The only thing I'm aware of is Harrison Smith saying an anonymous person told him that's what Charlie was thinking. So if Tim has different evidence, happy to take it. Secondly, the question of Netanyahu offering 150 million. I'm not sure that that's actually accurate, that specifically happened, but I can't say that it didn't. So let's operate under the assumption that's true. That just once more speaks to a possible motive, right? That, again, I don't know how to say this, right? Like, I'm not disputing the fact that, especially near the end, that there were people associated with that we're having some sort of falling out. That doesn't prove. We need some form of evidence to show that they were involved with this. Tyler Robinson talking to other people, foreigners, something to that effect. Just saying like, well, there was motive. Again, there was more motive for lefties, for trans people, for Act Blue, for democratic organizations, etc., to want Charlie dead. And yet no one's saying, oh, well, that means there's compelling reason to say that they instigated the death of Charlie Kirk. So again, what we need, it's not enough to just speak of motive. But I anxiously awaiting Tim providing the evidence of Charlie publicly saying that Israel was going to kill.
You know, Mike, wasn't that question for me? You said it was for me, and then Loudmouth just starts talking.
it
No, it was for
wasn't
me.
It wasn't a question to anyone that said, is this an honest debate? Do we brush off the fact Netanyahu offered Charlie over 150 million? What I was saying is I'm going to read this one to get us through the chats, and two, because I think it's something that you would be able to defend or works towards your side's argument. Rob did. I'm going to be honest, Rob, you did kind of derail the question subject there specifically.
Rob.
But it was relevant still. It's just that was something that I think would work in your argument's corner, Tim, is that they're claiming that offer to take TPUSA to the next level was a big part
Can I
of
respond to it? You said
what
you
Rob's question
originally
was.
premised it as here's something for you, Tim.
Yes, I do realize that. It was for you to defend if you think that plays into Rob's question of what evidence there is that
Well,
Israel
I
was
listened to the full
involved.
timeline of it, and then he denied that there was a published statement on August 13th of Charlie Kirk, double hearsay of Charlie Kirk.
Oh, so it wasn't Charlie.
Fuck.
No, it was Charlie Kirk.
You said
At the
Charlie
beginning of the
publicly
chain of
said.
evidence. Can you be quiet? Can you ever
Sure,
shut
I
your mouth?
can. Do I
Do you
want
ever
to?
do
Is
it?
the question.
Do you ever shut your mouth at least from speaking? Okay, so there was a published statement accruable to Charlie Kirk via double hearsay. It was published August 13th after he made it, because it was filtered through two very close sources to him. With regard to the Bibi Netanyahu offering him big bucks to take TPUSA to the next level, they'd already taken him through direct action and through their donors to the tune of $6.5 million. The Marcus Foundation, $281,000. Michael and Andrea Levin Foundation, $250,000. Laura and Isaac Perlmutter Foundation, $7.8 million. Jack Roth Charitable Foundation, all Jewish supergroups. And Bibi was going to take them to what, 10, 11 figures, because they have more money than Croesus. So yeah, the fact that he was offering Charlie this deal, Mafia offers you a further favor, and instead of saying no, I don't want further favors, I'm just walking away. That's when you get whacked, and that's precisely the kind of setup that Bergman talks about in the Western specific TAOs that Israel.
Real quick before
So
Rob's response.
I'll get the last one this real quick.
Yeah,
So
you can, but real quick, a lot of
Every
people
time I look at
lost.
his
No, I do it to both of you. You just complained to me a second ago that I cut him off. At the end of that was a lot of people lost money not taking that money. Do you agree with that, Tim? And then we'll let Rob ask his question.
I mean, I think Israel lost. There was an opportunity cost. I'm not sure if it was money to Israel.
I think it's talking about the people in TPUSA who would have benefited from taking that 150 million. Maybe they were mad that Charlie walked away from that deal because they didn't benefit. Is what the question's insinuating.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, they've made a lot more over the last year. So I'd have to think about that one. But
Right.
I definitely I don't think TPUSA necessarily instigated it. I mean, that's a whole different problem.
Hey,
But
so you were
Israel was
mistaken.
pissed.
You were mistaken when you said Charlie publicly said he thought Israel was going to kill him. You were mistaken.
No. I was not
Okay, show me where Charlie said that publicly.
Yeah, August the 13th. Just go look at it.
Okay, so just to be clear, he
It's
said
double
that
hearsay.
publicly.
It's a publication of a
No,
statement.
that's not Charlie.
This other guy published a statement where he said somebody told him that Charlie told him something. That's what he's talking about. It's a fucking tweet.
Do you know what saying something publicly means?
Yeah, published means it's made known
not
to,
published,
to more
public.
than two people in the room.
Not
That's the legal
published,
definition.
public. That he said something
It was
publicly for the
published.
public to hear.
See, this is why
no,
you're stupid.
The
man.
argument
This is why
wasn't
you're stupid.
published.
You want to argue the difference between he said it before August 13th and then through double hearsay it was published later, and he said it on August 13th. You knew what the fuck I was talking about,
No,
so don't be
dude,
dumb.
but you're-
Like,
I know
don't
what
do
you're
that.
doing.
You just
I know
look
what you're
stupid.
doing. I know what you're doing, but I want the audience to see what you're
You
doing. Is you're
don't-
trying to slip in things
A
to say
published
the things you
statement of
said.
Charlie's fear.
I
Yes.
gave you your chance to answer. Notice how I almost
You
never
didn't give me
interrupt
shit, man. You talked the entire
notice
time
how I
with
almost
your
never
fat mouth.
interrupt, and then
Your
who
fat
are
mouth.
calling names, dude. What
I
took
didn't.
you so long in the
I talked
back?
about
I had to adjust
Is
that
that
butt
you?
plug.
Are you your mouth?
Don't worry about it, big man.
Maybe
Now,
in your
I'm gonna
case.
get to my point. I'm going to get to my point. The point is, Charlie Kirk never publicly said, as you claim, that Israel's going to kill him. Instead, what we have is hearsay that someone said, anonymous, that
A
Charlie
published
was
statement that
fearful.
he said.
But
Yeah.
Charlie never
Got it.
publicly said this.
Can
You
you
use
move
the
on?
word publicly. No, we don't get to
Charlie
move on
Kirk
because I'm
statement
making
was
a point to
published
show that
after
you're a
the fact.
liar. You're going to stay
Rob,
quietly and get my
Rob.
position now. You want to mislead people and act like this was something Charlie publicly said. Even in the best of interpretations, if we think that someone told Harrison Smith this was accurate, that's still not Charlie publicly saying anything.
Is
And
your
you know,
audience
if no
this dumb
evidence that
that
that's
they
what
care
Charlie
about these kind of fat distinctions, that you're
They
fat
do
sweating
care about you
distinctions. You know?
lying and
Are
misleading.
they this fucking
Yes.
retarded? They
They
don't.
care about
Everyone
you
knows
lying
it's the
and
Harrison Smith tweet.
You know, it's
You're
the
the one-
Smith week, so why are
I
you
think
wasting
you're
everyone's
wrong.
time, man?
I-
Look, bro, it's like 11:30. Go to the next
Oh.
question, can we?
Yeah. Yep.
You drone on and get upset when I prove you're
You
lying.
drone on
Well,
and
Let me
on.
move on to the
okay,
next question.
whether either person runs on for a second,
Wow,
let's not feel like we
wow.
gotta get a 1-for-1 on there, else we're just gonna only read like 5 questions. You know, should be the example you want to set, kind of thing.
Kolvik said he might hop in today. I guess he's busy, but that's fine though. It'd be funny if he could do the Rob thing.
I think we're almost done with the big ones here. We can do a little bit more rapid fire on these smaller ones, knock them out. So we got Jason Mulgren, since
Hey!
says calling a random person an F slur is not very Christian of you, Tim.
There's Jason. Still in the chat, Jason? You get your chat right out loud.
I wish you podcasters would stop wearing Catholicism as a skin suit and giving the rest of us a bad name. I'm gonna set a minute timer on this one and then say what you got to say. Rob, we'll give you 30 seconds.
I don't get any
Just
time on.
okay, cool.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
All right.
Yeah, I'm good.
We
I'm
get to move
good.
it on here. All right. So next one is
No love,
Delphil for
Jason. No
20.
love.
Tim is vapid. He doesn't even undertake I think that meant understand a debate format. He has shat on the terms repeatedly. Rebuttal to Delphil.
The rebuttal is that you're wrong.
Take that.
When you're
Phil.
outside of a courtroom and people are asking, what is your compelling evidence from an investigative perspective? That's bracketed. That's unspoken because we're not in a courtroom. All we can talk about are the predicates, means, motive, opportunity. I fucking told all you morons that a couple times.
Fucking told
And
all
I
you
tried to
more.
tell Rob that. And then he's saying, well, yeah, but show me a federally subpoenaed text. That only comes when you get inside.
There's no federal subpoena. You have investigative power. You just get the text message. You confiscate the device. You deal celebrate extraction. It's your evidence. There's no subpoena necessary. All the evidence from the cell phone is already in both Charlie's cell phone and freaking Robinson's cell phone. Have both been Cellbrite extracted. The government and the defense are in possession of those documents. Jesus Christ. Well, at least Varian knew. That's fair.
Courtroom. So the standard of evidence gets way, 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 way higher. All you can talk about is Sherlock Holmes, is means, motive, and opportunity. Who looks guilty? Who had the means?
Sherlock Holmes. That's what you're talking about. That's not a legal standard anywhere. I thought it was NCIS or freaking Law and Order. No, it's Sherlock Holmes. That's where he got that from. Thank God.
And the reason and the track record of doing this sort of thing. That's all Sherlock did until he got into a courtroom. And I've said it 50 different ways.
Sherlock Holmes was never in a courtroom. What the hell are you talking about?
You're the one shitting on the prompt.
Oh, right. That was a minute. Thank you. Kristen F2077 for 20 says, Tim, tell Rob he isn't your daddy for us, please. Thank you for the 20, Kristen.
I'm not getting, is this like fat guy inside humor?
So, well, sometimes this might have been topical for like earlier in the debate. And that's why they said it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe it's when you guys are going back and forth. Byzantium Big Boss for 20 says, it's a waste to debate Rob Normie and his.
Right, exactly. And he's like, I don't have any response to that. Like, shame. Yeah, no, absolutely, man. And Rob just laughs. He's like, I don't have anything to say. He's like, I don't want to respond to that one.
The Crucible, because they act like we can just subpoena the Israeli government / mafia for the evidence. Guess we just wait for the textbooks. Oh, wait, whose family published those again?
Again, the problem is with the people like this that want to blame Israel for everything, you would literally say that about everything. Well, they're responsible for Lindsey Graham dying. You need to have some sort of evidence. I'm not saying, I'm being strawman that I'm saying it has to be subpoenaed evidence. You have to have something. Like, for example, if we had evidence that Tyler Robinson was talking to some foreign person, right? Or we had evidence that like some person connected to the Israeli government was connected to Tyler Robinson, at least you have some sort of evidence to speak to. The problem is people just say, well, Israel did it, now prove they didn't. And you're like, well,
How do you
know
get
Israel
foreign
did it?
evidence?
Well, they had,
How do you
let me
get
finish,
evidence of
please,
Tyler talking to a foreign person?
Please be
From
quiet.
Tyler's cell phone, you idiot, which they have and have extracted everything from. That's how you get it.
How do you get
have
that
your
evidence?
chance.
You're
Please
so
be quiet.
dumb.
Please be
Through a
quiet.
subpoena. You're
we
so
have
dumb.
we have the metadata.
Holy
We know
shit.
that the investigators have the metadata. They would see who he was talking to. There's no evidence whatsoever that he was talking to any foreigners that's been released or anything like that. And again, what you all want to do is say Israel did it because I think they're a bad country and they've assassinated people in the past, and I think they didn't like Charlie Kirk. Now prove they didn't.
It's coming. Don't worry.
What evidence would I need to provide to you to prove Israel didn't do this?
I never said prove they didn't. What I said is
How would
investigators
we
don't
possibly
share
falsify it?
during an investigation. Investigators do not share what they've actually seen. They don't
How
share
would-
that they have it or what they have. All they do normally.
So then how would you know it's been a bad investigation? Maybe they have everything right now. Maybe they're subpoenaing Netanyahu's ass. Who knows?
like Joe Kent, is they say we should be proceeding. That's your only indication, because investigations are taken secretly. That's your only indication that the guy in charge says we needed to push.
Wasn't
more.
in charge.
That yes, he
No, he
was in
wasn't.
charge of the foreign nexus
No,
investigation.
he had no
Cash
lump
In
Patel.
charge of the foreign nexus? That's not a thing. This guy was the director between all these cooperating agencies. That's what that was.
Said we're shutting down the foreign nexus investigation, and you're using FBI files to look at it. But when he had it shut down, he was the one looking at counterterrorism, which means someone from another.
Counterterrorism would not include Israel.
country assassinating Charlie Kirk. And Kash Patel, who's very suspect, said, no, you don't get to look more. But you literally said, oh, everyone's strawmanning me and saying I'm requiring a subpoena. That's the only way that we get to hear it.
You cannot subpoena a foreign power. You have Tyler Robinson's text messages, all his communications, and the cell bar extraction from his phone. That's as much as anybody's ever going to get. If you use another device or had a secret freaking computer buried in the house that nobody's found yet, you can't get that. They got Twiggs's phone, they got Robinson's phone, they got Kirk's phone, all extracted. That's what you got. If it's not there, then it's not there.
That's not true. I provided
it's
evidence.
100% true.
How would we ever falsify? What evidence would be sufficient for you to say, okay, I don't believe Israel?
Respond to what I said.
I am responding to what you said. How would we falsify it?
Falsify information we don't have because you can't subpoena it? What
The
fuck
point that I'm trying to
about?
make, you won't engage in good faith, so I'll just answer.
No, in
But
good
the
faith,
truth
you
is,
said that
the truth
everything
is,
on you to subpoena.
The
That's
truth
the
is,
only way you
the
get
truth is, if we accept
specific
It's
if we accept this mindset, then we would always say that we have compelling evidence Israel did it no matter what.
No,
If Joe
I don't
Kent
think they
remind-
did,
please,
I don't
please
think
be
they did
quiet.
Lindsey Graham.
Please,
Do you?
please.
We're
I
gonna
don't
move
think
on
they
during
did
Graham's
Lindsey
Please,
second.
I would like to finish my point unfettered. I sit here and listen to you. You could do the same for me.
You did it
So
sit
this
here and
would mean
listen.
if Joe Kent hadn't left and they would have done the investigation for 2 months, people would still say, "Wow, Israel's got their hooks. They control the United States." Of course, the FBI and company weren't going to show evidence, but we know Israel did it. And I would say, "Well, wait a minute. How do you know that? Do you have any evidence?" And you'd say, "Well, that would require subpoenaing evidence, but the actual investigators wouldn't. So therefore, we'd never get evidence." In other words, you'll always be able to make this claim: the investigators are corrupt. They're in the pocket of Israel, and therefore we could never get the evidence we want. So we always assume Israel did it. It's nonsensical.
No, if that was true, why wouldn't I be saying, yeah, Israel probably killed Lindsey Graham? Yeah, Israel did. I was saying, no, that's not me. You were the one making the idiotic claim that there's no reasonable means of distinguishing certain other assassinations that I don't think they did. No, they did do JFK, but I don't think they did Lindsey Graham. So yes, obviously, even at the super macroscopic level where you're looking from far away as an investigator
Macroscopic level where you're looking from far away. Okay.
looks at it, there is some reasonable means of distinguishing. Probably did it, or probably need to look more like Israel. Probably don't like Mexico and Canada, even though you said you think they should be looked into with equal scrutiny, which is the stupidest thing I've heard.
I want to read this 50 that just came in from Alex Orthodoxy, great debater. He is on the channel quite often. So thank you, Alex, for this one. It says, Rob, would you at least concede some leads were prematurely abandoned?
As
Otherwise,
opposed to micro Loodle.
it seems that Tim knowledge gapped Rob on this one. Congrats, counselor. GG's to you both.
Well, I would thank you for the kind words to GG does both. I think I severely disagree with your interpretation of the debate, as I think the majority of people watching did as well. I don't know if leads were shut down preemptively. Joe Kent says they were. Maybe he's telling the truth. However, what I do know is what would be required would be that there is some form of cover-up that's even going on into the prosecution level now, because they have the metadata from his cell phone. They have the metadata from his Discord channels, etc. So if it's true that he was somehow in communications with Israelis, which we have, again, I remind you, zero evidence of, they have to be covering it up as well. We don't know what leads could mean. Like, if you go back and you look at the Epstein files, one of the things we saw was these files, at least to me as a layman,
Right.
I thought the files were going to be like list of people that were at the island and emails that Epstein had with people and stuff.
I would say like an overview or like a 30,000 foot view or something like that, not macro view.
Instead, some of the things included in the files were leads that people called in and said things like Donald Trump and Harvey Weinstein cut my legs off with a magical
Huge view,
scimitar
huge
that
view.
didn't leave scars and then they grew back. Now, is that a lead? Is that
I think
something we
that
need
was
to
George
investigate?
Bush specifically.
But the point is, it's like, what does that mean? What are the leads that we're looking into? If we just start talking about people online saying, I don't know, I think Israel had motive, how far do we look into that? So to answer your question, I don't know. I can't concede that there were leads that weren't looked into. I can concede Joe Kent said that, but I don't know that those were credible leads. All I know is the words of Joe Kent, if we take him at face value, never said that Israel did it. He's never even said that he has any sort of proof that there was a foreign nexus. He just wanted to look into it more and was told not to. That's
So
it.
anytime
I'm gonna let
there's-
Tim have the last word on this one. We got to move on.
one thing that would be a lead is anytime there's a $150 million offer on the table.
How would
that's
that be a
That's
lead?
a great deal of money. And when one party as consideration is tendering it, that means that the person they're tendering it to has something that they vastly want. And that's what all of the timeline tends to show. The timeline I produced, the Eighth Front speech by Netanyahu shows, man, Charlie Kirk has something we need for the existential, for the survival of Israel. He has something that we need. Now, does that mean I know in a courtroom sense that Israel or even one
I can't
Israeli
see
did
you.
this? No, I never said that. But what I said is that that's a huge lead. People don't just offer $150 million.
Prove it. Prove they
Unless
offered
it's,
that.
wait, excuse me. Unless it's a tremendously valuable asset.
Hey, say hi to everybody. Say hi. All right, go ahead.
Who do I owe a check out that's here?
Nobody you care about. There's nobody here you hate. You're good.
Just
And
tell
when
me
you're
that.
rebuffed,
Huh?
I can't even
You're just
fathom
saying
because
that?
this is so. I can't
Varian?
fathom
Show me the proof.
what
Some
airlines
guy.
Charlie Kirk was traveling in. Because
Show me the proof that they offered
$150 million
$150
Another
means
guy.
you have something incredibly valuable to one of the most dangerous
Matt.
country in the world. By the
No, Matt's
standards
not
which
here.
everybody
Show me-
views.
That's
I'm
something
Show me
to
the
follow
proof.
up
Real
on
quick, please.
after
Show me
this.
the proof. Show me the
What was
proof
the
they
follow-up?
offered. Show me the proof they offered him $150 million. Go ahead.
That right there.
Hi, my friend
because I don't know.
Ringo. How are you?
Say hey to Jason.
Hi, Jason.
Virian's here.
Hi, Viren.
And Raslin's here.
Hi, Wrestling.
What the fuck, Pookie?
What?
You banned wrestling?
I didn't didn't.
He was on stage with me.
When?
Did you try to ban him when he was on stage with me?
Oh yeah, I did.
Son of a bitch.
I forgot.
All right, Pookie, go do Pookie things. We got only good people here.
Oh, so no Matt.
No Matt Buttigieg.
All
No.
right, I owe him a kick out.
Somebody.
I do.
She banned him while he was on stage.
What? I did?
Apparently.
Oh.
That's extra.
Must have been a test run.
If we have time to have you pull that up or anything right now.
Well, can you just tell me where to find this proof? Where did you?
I
get
know.
this
I
proof?
love Matt. For some reason, my wife
The
does
questioner
it.
asked.
No, you're
What?
stating that they.
A questioner brought it up like 3 questions ago.
But you're
I
saying
don't
as if
know.
it's a matter
I don't
of
know,
fact.
wrestling.
so
I don't know.
suspicious.
You're my
It's a
friend,
lead that needs to
Wrestling.
be
You're my
looked into.
friend.
And
Show me the
it's been
proof.
bandied about for the last 6 months.
Show me the
Again,
proof. So you have no
there is
proof
an
of it.
information gap because you just
So just to
evidently
be
didn't
clear,
hear.
once more, like when
Hold
you
on.
said Charlie publicly said Israel's going to kill him. When you're saying
Go drop your bag. Take your shoes off. Take a breath, love.
It must have been a. Why is the ratchet in?
She's in. The baby's in her room.
Yes.
Take it out.
Baby's been messing with my skincare,
She's been. She's been using your skin. Mwah.
and
Why don't you pot her down?
Apparently, we don't have the same skin.
There's Jason. Jason says, "I'm here, tyrant."
Hi, Jason.
What the fuck?
What? I wasn't even there.
Not yesterday, but she means last time.
Wrestling.
Go.
That must have been an accident. It kind of, sometimes your fingers are moving and you're like, oh,
Over the mouse and then click.
yeah.
It's like you were typing 300 words a minute.
Matt's the only one who's in trouble right now
Was he in trouble?
because he made me press Alt F4
Oh, that was funny.
and had the sound on mute, and I was doing silent disco. So he's in trouble. Yes, accident. It happened.
Just like when the Jews accidentally cured Charlie Kirk, right?
Yep,
Yep. The TikTok woman will defend her.
pretty much.
Son of a bitch.
When
as
I
a
said-
statement of fact, let me finish. When you're
You
saying
didn't
as a
know
statement
about
of
Harrison
fact,
Smith?
when you're saying as a statement of fact that they offered him $150 million that he rejected, you have no proof for that claim.
Well, again, we're not in a courtroom, so I'm not offering you proof. I'm saying that one of the publicly bandied about facts that's utterly material to this is that there's a good chance that Charlie Kirk was being propositioned for continued assistance to Israel, like Bibi inviting him there and offering him things, sweets, goodies, things that would keep him on their side. And this is precisely the sort of thing that Ronan Bergman talks about as an incentive for an Israeli political assassination. And
So
you just can't get your
just to be clear, what you're suggesting is
I mean, I answered
they
the
needed
I
to
did not see
investigate
that.
the leads
Holy
more.
shit.
They didn't do enough because, and I'm quoting now, it's being publicly bandied about that they offered him. So if Candace Owens says something on her stream, the FBI better crack down and investigate what she said because she's publicly
I'll look into that. That's both terrifying and very interesting.
bandying about. That's
Bro,
your
calm
standard.
down. First off, calm down. That's
Don't
not
tell me
why I
to
said
calm
they
down.
needed to investigate.
Adjust
That's
that butt
why
plug.
the director of the
There it was.
counterterrorism outfit.
There it was.
and the
Hang on.
Made
United
it up. You
States
made
government.
up
Calm down.
150
Just you
million.
got to
Just say
calm
you
down.
made it up.
I'm
made
getting
it up.
worried
You
about
have
your
no
health.
proof.
It's too
All
much
right, guys.
strain on your
I'm
heart.
gonna move on here.
No,
Kyle
the lead was-
Mitchell. Sorry. You're talking about the 150 million. Go ahead. I'll let you finish that one.
Yeah, this is something that's been bandied about, and it's one of the you asked for an example of the kinds of things that constitute evidentiary leads that need to be looked into much more microscopically. We're only looking at it macroscopically now, and it's a 50-50. I grant you that that's even real, but we do know that Bibi invited him there, and he turned him down, and that would have pissed him off given the gravity. So that's another lead. Things like that. That's all I'm saying needs to be investigated. I don't personally know, but don't get mad when people
We've
say,
fallen
"You're saying
very
shut down
far.
the leads."
The FBI needs to investigate shit that Candace Owens is making up.
No,
Great.
I haven't cited Candace Owens once.
And does
for
everybody
one
see? Does everybody see what he does? He says things like they're a statement of fact. Charlie publicly said that he was afraid of Israel. Then he says here, well, "I'll tell you this much: he turned down $150 million, and that's suspicious." Blah blah blah. He says it as a statement of fact. And
no,
then
a
when someone like
questioner
me
asked
asks him,
it.
"Please," what I have to do is
questioner
I have
asked
to
it.
sit here
Please,
every single
please,
time and be like,
please.
"Wait a minute,
He did.
let me see," and it turns out that you're misstating or hyper focus on this and blowing it out of proportion almost every time.
I was refreshing a recollection to a question by a questioner.
What?
No
Okay.
evidence they offered him $150 million. Just in
All
case
right,
you're all wondering.
let's
No,
get through these.
it's,
with
it's
some-
out there. It's one of the things that might be the case.
It's bandied about.
Okay,
I heard there's some
maybe-
things bandied about you too.
Why don't-
Maybe
why
back
don't
and forth on X on that
Maybe
specific
FBI
one,
should
so I
investigate,
can get through a couple more of these. I really respect both of your times, and Tim, appreciate you hanging out a little longer than your original stated time gap. But let's just try to bust through a couple more of these before you got to go.
Sure.
Thank you. So Patina Eater for 10 says, "Love you both, Tim and Rob," and parentheses and Big Mike. Oh, thank you. Tim, become Orthodox. Quick response, and I'm gonna keep reading some more.
Thanks for the approach. No, though.
All right.
God bless you. God love you.
Robert Ryanson for 10 says, "Rob looks like the typical leftist Reddit mod, except he's deciding to run cover for Israel instead of the Democrats. Why would our country investigate the tiny hats when they're blackmailed by them? Idiot."
That's very perceptive. Tune in. Candace Owens and Baron Coleman. They're so close to finding the real killer. Tune in tomorrow. You sound like the target audience.
Banned.
Wait, can I ask a stipulation? He just said, someone in is pointing out, he just said, I know things about Tim the FBI should know about. What the
No,
fuck
I
is
didn't.
that?
I said, I hear things are bandied about you. Should the FBI investigate those?
What things do you hear? I
Well, the
thought
point
we
is
just
the
met.
No, I was just talking about
point-
gossip
point is
and
the
chats
absurdity
and
of saying
random things, I
online
guess.
gossip requires
I mean, is
FBI
that actually
investigation.
true, or are you just talking?
No,
Are
I
you just
know.
saying shit?
I liked you before this.
Well, but I mean,
You've been terrible today, but
Well,
I'm sure you're a very swell person in real life.
yeah, great. I'm just trying to figure out what you're ever driving at. That's the problem. And
What I'm
it's-
trying to
it's
get is the
inarticulate.
absurdity of implying something's factual, and then as soon as push saying, "But no, it was bandied about, so we have to take it
No,
seriously."
that
It
wasn't
would be
what I
as
was saying.
absurd
Look
as I
into
said
it.
things are-
Evidentiary claim
let
wasn't
me
that they
finish.
should look
You
at it
asked-
because it's
you
bandied
asked
about.
what
I was
yeah,
responding to a
you
fucking
asked what I
question.
was getting at, so I'll go ahead and respond.
I was
So
responding to a
pointing out the
question.
absurdity of that by saying, if things are bandied about you, would you feel the same way? Of course not. You would say it's salacious online rumors.
No.
But I know you have to be the
that's not
victim.
That's not what Joe Kent said. Okay, the lead.
Did Joe Kent
in
say there was
counterterrorism
$150 million
said
offered?
there were 100 more leads that needed to be run down.
You just
and for some
moved
reason,
from
in the
one
first
thing to
week,
the next.
Egyptian
talk.
flag.
No,
in the
I
first
respond to
week,
your stupidity.
in
You
the
talk
first
more than
week,
me.
which is the quickest that it's ever been cut short when we have this many leads. He said he'd never experienced leads being cut short in the first week. Why was that? Do you have any evidence to answer that?
Earlier in the debate, he said he had no idea when it was cut short. It could have been 5 days. It could have been 2.5 weeks. So now he's saying 1 week.
Yes, I have evidence, as I've prescribed, that one, I don't believe him, that he says no other investigation has
Your
ever
evidence
been
is you
cut
don't
this short.
believe him?
Right.
Come on, bro. He
It's
knows
been-
a lot more than
No,
you do.
wait,
about the
I'm sorry. Let me
specifics.
read. It was bandied about the Joe Kent's wrong.
By who?
Good enough for you. It's just bandied.
No, who
It's
said Joe
bandied.
Kent's
It's
wrong?
bandied about that Kent's wrong. So
But I'm just trying to ascertain
Listen, I'm tired of these
why you
peremptory
hold
statements.
Joe
We're
Kent in such
bandying about-
suspicion.
I learned this in
All right.
evidence class.
If we're not
Let's-
getting anywhere on this one, just
You-
let me
you've
bear with
gone
me.
to
Let me
school.
get the last at least $10 super chats done. Since I don't know if we'll have time to get to any of the 5. Sorry, guys. But these 3 in succession, try to give quick answers to because they're not really like asking for anything specific. First one is Kylie Mitchell for 10 says the audience lost. The debater should have clarified the prompt before the debate. This has become petty and pedantic. Sorry, you feel that way.
It was a pretty self-explanatory prompt. It's not my fault. He was incapable of following it.
If you look at the thumbnail for the debate, I have to agree with this comment. If you look at the thumbnail for the debate, it says the Tyler Robinson trial. That's actually the prompt. We had, so you're right.
No,
we
it's
had
not.
to
The title of-
extemporaneously change it to
All right.
something.
Are
We
you
can't
claiming
go back and
James-
forth on this
No,
one,
no,
guys.
no, real quick. Are you claiming James misled us both when he said what the exact prompt was?
He's
And
blaming
so
on me,
this
guys.
video,
Are you
is that your
denying that?
claim?
Is that
No,
why
no.
you're here to debate?
You
the thumbnail?
created the topic.
She was.
You're
She
the one who
was.
took the specific words.
Dude, your
James just
voice is going an
repeated
octave higher like every fucking
I don't give a
15
shit what you
minutes.
think of my voice, butt plug boy. Did you come up
There
with this
was.
topic?
There
No.
was.
I'm married with 8 kids. Have
Doesn't
you
mean
ever
much. You
had
got a
anything
beard.
other
Good
than a
for
fucking cheeseburger?
Hey,
You
hey,
fucking
good for
troll
you.
faggot.
Good for you, buddy.
Hey,
Don't let
yeah,
this
There's
say
another
that.
one.
We're gonna have to
There's
put down
another
to. All right, real quick. Let me get through these.
Hey, Java, what? You're a loudmouth know nothing. How's
Also, Tim, big gay guy, butt plug. Yeah, you got it.
A gay guy with a wife and 8 kids.
Yeah,
Are you
there's
married?
Plenty of them. I
Are
know
you
you're not
married?
specifically saying you're not gay. You're referencing other
See,
things.
this
that
is
would be
why
the case.
white
We get it,
trash
buddy.
guys
We
like
know what you were doing in the
shouldn't have
bathroom there after
audiences.
that beating
But
I
then you
gave
have
you.
white
We
trash
know.
audiences, and it's a lose-lose for everybody. Then you're putting them out here, and you're mocking someone that came to a debate to debate it on legal standards. You're mocking me for
I thought
coming
we
to the
went to court.
debate with real terms,
right, guys,
and you're saying it's
we
subjective.
gotta-
when
we
I
gotta-
say
We got to
this is
stop
what this
this.
legal term means.
Sorry.
Well,
I
all right,
know the
Buffalo.
audience is
We
loving
got
it. I know you guys are having a time right now.
Bravo.
Let's just tell it
Bravo
back
the
real quick.
hook.
I
Bravo
literally
the
have
hook.
like 3 to 5 questions to ask left, and then we can end this.
Look,
I
man, I'm
appreciate y'all.
sweat-free. I can't speak for everyone in the room.
At least
My
it's
AC's
visible,
acting
right?
up, so
Wait.
that's
Let's take a little time in the bathroom for an adjustment there, huh? It's all right. You see, it's
it.
woman. You'll be
You're
all
gonna
right.
mock me?
all right, guys. Next one is Tim. Are you arguing whether we should even consider Israeli in this case? If so, how relevant even are they? Says Michael S79 for 10.
Yes, I think they should have been. I think they should be further investigated because there are interesting angles to it.
Yeah, let's leave it real short and sweet like that. Captain Planet for 10 says Marilyn asked me to send this in for Erica. All right, Marilyn, you could have commented yourself. Jake's game snat for 10 says Tim, if Israel kills 400 per decade, that would mean 40 people per year. Can you name 10 of them that have occurred this year?
Like I was just doing math. No, I was, and I cited the text, and it's a really, really well respected text. I'll get you the text. I didn't say that I could name the names in all 2,700. I guess this is the kind of pushback you get when the audience looks like the creator. But I was just dividing 2,700 by 70 years, and I came with that's like 385 ish. That doesn't mean I know all of them.
You're not
It just
wrong.
shows,
It's pretty
it tends to show
badass.
a high proclivity, an unprecedented proclivity for political assassination type violence, and that's a real reason to believe that that's Israeli statecraft. That's all.
Okay, next one, ZFZ Mikey since 20. This was the guy who was asking those questions earlier. He said, Tim, where in the debate prompt does it say reasonable suspicion or probable cause? Don't you think you're oh wait, no, we already read that one. Sorry. Jason, we read. Dell, we read. Okay, we've got all those 20s done. And then this one is kind of similar, but I'll just read it real quick. Tejo novel later for 14 Canadian dollars. The prompt of the debate said nothing about reasonable suspicion. This is not a courtroom, and neither debater is a lawyer. If Tim didn't like the prompt, he shouldn't have agreed to it.
He wrote the prompt, by the way. It was him that chose these words.
No, that what you're taking to be the prompt. I was never sure what the prompt was, for the record, because the thumbnail was. I'm sure you can agree. The thumbnail was confusing. We weren't here to debate Tyler Robinson, right?
I mean, the topic is there compelling reason to think Israel instigated the murder of Charlie Kirk, Rob Knoerr versus Tim?
Well, yeah, that ended up becoming the de facto prompt, and I'm fine with it.
De
Now,
facto?
why
You wrote
is
the prompt. You wrote it.
why is reasonable suspicion even relevant to it because because we're
You wrote the
arguing whether
prompt
or
and
not
you're
Israel should be
complaining about it.
investigated, not locked up. You can't lock them up. And so
know,
they're
I've
not in a
never seen
courtroom,
this-
and that's why reasonable suspicion is the only standard of persuasion that's relevant.
I've never
For the
seen
10th
someone
time.
write the prompt and then complain about the prompt. It's surreal. You
It might
chose
have been
these
an
exact
evidence.
words as the prompt
Who knows?
and sent them to James, and then James said, "Here's what he said. He wants to debate." I said, "Okay."
Well,
That's it.
Obviously, yes, I'm not disputing that. I said this is better than your thumbnail, Jane. I was at Disney World with my kids and wife, and I was like, this. I mean, people don't want this much meta, but he originally put a thumbnail of Tyler Robinson trial, and I was like, I don't want to debate anyone on the Tyler Robinson trial. It hasn't even begun yet. That's a moronic thing to debate. But I probably agree with Rob. I only want to debate the conspiracy aspect of this. And I said to him also something like, that means we're going to be debating at a much higher level, a macroscopic investigative level, not a guilty or innocent level. So, yeah, you didn't understand that there are corollaries here. There's a corollary to being at the investigative level that I'm not trying to prove Israel's guilt. That's not what you do unless you're in a courtroom.
No one thought that. We thought that compelling meant like synonymous with convincing. There's convincing reason for you to believe that Israel killed Charlie Kirk.
There's
And instead
convincing reason to believe that Israel should be investigated.
I just want to,
That's
but
my
that's a
view.
different prompt. That's different. And secondly, I just want to be clear for the audience. He literally wrote this prompt, and then James sent it to me, and I agreed to debate it. And now he's like, "Well, I was confused on what the
Yes,
actual prompt."
That's not under
I don't know
dispute.
what else to say.
Yeah,
other than
you're
that's
saying
just
that like that's under
ridiculous.
dispute.
Hey, who said Disney World fallacy in the chat? That's not an argument. Well, I appreciate you guys. I don't know if how much time you got left, Tim. If you want to call it right there, James is gonna have to
No, go more. We can go more. We can
Okay.
go more.
Yeah, I mean that's the only reason I was trying to wrap it up very quickly is because I wasn't sure if yours was a hard cutoff. But we do have a couple more $5 super chats to get through. I hadn't really read any of those except that Wiggs Antium one. All right, so we got a couple from Shmuel Sperling. He's shilling his book.
Shmuel Sperling is showing his book. There we go. We're gonna finish out the super chats, and then I don't know what the hell happens after that. We'll call it after that.
For his YouTube channel about Charlie Kirk's book. So if y'all want to go to Shmuel Sperling's channel, he's trying to promote that, I guess. Stargazer Control for 5 says Tim is Morgan Big, Chung is Bob. Bob trembling like an abused dog. Rebuttal.
Nah, I'm good.
Rob?
I didn't feel trembling. I think I did very well. It's exactly what it was as thought, except it was just more catty, I guess. There was no evidence presented, or even it was just motive. And they've done bad things in the past, as I thought. So anyone that was tuning in thinking like, "Oh, Tim's got some good evidence to suggest that Tyler was involved in some way with Israel," or with there's nothing. It's just the exact same things we've heard, just repeated and trying to shirk away from the actual prompt or whatever because he knows that he doesn't have the goods.
All right,
But,
well, this is just wrong. I would hope for your health's sake, for your heart's sake, that you don't sweat this much normally. So I'd say
I'm not
there's
sweating that
some,
much. I don't have any
there's
sweat.
some merit to the claim. But
Are you seeing
when I
things with that
present
butt
evidence
plug?
from-
Squint in your eyes?
All right. Let's not get too far off the rails
Dude,
here.
I
I
thought
don't
you
wanna
were
have to
fucking kvetching when I said the FA word, and then you said butt. You fucking
Yeah,
pervert.
it's two
You
different
said-
terms.
you've
One's a
said butt plug
homophobic
like
slur,
20
the other's
times.
not.
I know
One's
that's
never been a
David's white
TOS
trash
violation.
story, but that's a weird thing to say for someone.
I noticed
kvetching
you
so hard.
smile when I said that.
I don't know what that means.
Next-
But
next
here's the
one.
thing. I presented evidence pertinent to May the 2nd, 2025, June 13th, 2025, mid-July, a Patrick Bet David claim, which is strange.
Motive,
2025.
motive.
Excuse me,
Wait,
talking.
yeah, Rob, let it finish. We can't go back and forth on the $5.
Yeah,
That's just
July
going to take too much
27th,
time.
2025, late July, Baron Coleman claims. I haven't heard anybody say anything about that. That's because that's really weird that there would be
Weird.
someone searching terms like the guy who asked the question or Tyler Robinson
Right.
or Lance Twiggs. Now, I wouldn't bet my life or my family's life that that's 100% solid evidence, but it certainly needs to be looked into.
Oh.
That's really, really good investigative, reasonable suspicion evidence. Then there's
Motive.
August 4th and August 5th evidence. There's
No, it
August-
wasn't evidence. Evidence of what though? Was what evidence? Yeah, me too. Yeah, no.
13th evidence. Harrison Smith published a statement that Charlie had said.
He's calling everything that's been said by randos out there evidence. The fact that Charlie Kirk apparently denied a $150 million contract is evidence. It's evidence of the fact he denied the contract, if it in fact exists. It's not evidence of anything other than that.
Earlier about fearing Israel would kill him if he ever did thus and such. Then on August
Somebody's fear is also not evidence. It goes to state of mind. So if he said, I fear Israel kills me, like publicly, like, and then he died that same day, the lack of time gap there could be called, goes to the declarant state of mind, which is an exception to the hearsay rule. That's all it would get it, but that would be allowed in without hearsay.
8th, 9th, he does thus and such, and then
He
he gets
does
killed a
thus
day or
and
two
such.
later. That's a lot of evidence. That's what you call a pile of evidence.
That's motive.
Okay.
I thought you said you presented no evidence other than
Yes,
motive.
investigate.
That is true. That is true. He did. He declined it. I messaged him. I actually sent a carrier pigeon. It's like, Charlie, I'll buy TPHA for $1. I never heard back. Thus and such. That's great. Yeah. The Kool-Aid guy. Thus and such. Oh, yeah.
Evidence, which
But
Nate
when you
Diaz
said
is
I was
motive.
wrong, you're wrong that I was wrong. All
Nate-
that was motive. Thank
Nate
you.
Diaz for 5 says, stop the
Motive
presses.
evidence.
Tim
We
has a
agree.
timeline. Israel did it. What a clown. Nate Diaz, 1863. Thank you for the 5. Left-handed assassin for 5. Rob is the captain now. Drunk Batman 91 for 5. Hey, good to see you, Mike. Hey, how's it going, man? Jokinut F6I for 5. If your case is viable, you wouldn't need to lie. Netanyahu didn't preemptively deny responsibility. Israel was instantly being accused with 0 evidence.
No, he peremptorily denied responsibility.
Define what that means again.
Audience evidently illiterate as Rob, but there's a difference between preemptively and peremptorily.
You originally said
they're
preemptively.
related.
And can you
No,
You
define
said preemptively 3 times first, dude.
I said
Can you
peremptory.
define what peremptory means again?
Yeah, I already did, and I'm not going to fuck around with this.
explain-
Peremptory means the same thing essentially.
How it was peremptory with
But
that
I did
video?
all
it's
along. I
nothing to
never
do
even
with that
said
word.
preempt.
You're
I
a
said
liar. You said
peremptory. And
preemptive.
You said peremptory 3 times, asshole.
didn't
We'll
know
be
the
able
word.
to go back and see it. You said preemptive.
No, I
We'll
said
be able to go back and
peremptory.
clip it. No, you originally said preemptive. And you
No,
got caught, so you
I-
said
I-
you said a
look,
different word. You know what
There's
this
a
reminds
1
me
in
of?
5. I'll give it this. There's a 1 in 4 chance that you're right, but I
That's a 100% chance.
remember saying peremptory. I think I did. So
It's like,
it doesn't,
Mike,
it
have
doesn't
you ever
tend to
watched
show anything material to the debate, but that would be one little score.
What
And
does that
I
even
still think
mean?
that it's unlikely.
Mike, have you ever watched The Water Boy?
But I want to give
Like,
that one to
there's
you,
this-
man, because you need
Yeah.
it bad, and your
Good
shirt
one.
is crying out to heaven.
So
for
there's
a
this scene in
wash.
The Water Boy where the one dude's in the stand and he goes, "This best linebacker I've seen since Joe Montana." And the guy says, "Joe Montana was a quarterback." And he
I
goes,
said Joe Montana.
I said Joe Montana. I stand here. I didn't say peremptory. I said peremptory. Of course, that word doesn't even make sense in the
I'm-
context of that, but
I'm
that's
gonna
what
go
I said.
check,
That's what
and
I
it
said.
does make
Joe
sense.
Montana.
No.
So you're saying there's a chance?
I think there's going to be tons of clips from this.
Rob,
debate.
go do a
I'm not-
wash,
not
bro.
lying.
Go
Okay.
do a wash the shirt that you sweated so profusely into
That's
this
sweaty.
morning.
Next up, we got Kenny Sachs again for 5. Rob out here making up positive evidence equal my proprietary definition.
No, positive evidence. All I'm saying is evidence to suggest the crime being alleged. Motive isn't that. Motive doesn't suggest they committed the crime. For example, if no crime was committed, right, and Israel hates Charlie Kirk, will we say that's positive evidence that they committed a crime? No. You have to have evidence that they're involved in the crime. I'm not saying beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm not saying that it has to be subpoenaed. All I'm saying is just saying Israel's done bad shit and Israel didn't like Charlie isn't any sort of evidence that suggests they killed him. It's just motive.
When you
That's what
say
I'm saying.
positive evidence, do you mean material evidence?
No, I
It
mean
means evidence that supports the claim.
Because you're
any
using
sort of
terms that are made
evidence
up.
that speaks that they committed this crime other than just motive or bad things they've done in the past.
But I don't know what positive evidence is. No, and there is strong circumstantial evidence.
He means actual evidence that supports the claim that they committed this crime.
At the investigative level of motive. That's real
Motive.
evidence.
I've
right.
said this repeatedly.
But,
Motive.
but
That's
since
all
you
you
made
have.
up positive
All you have
evidence, or
is
I think
motive.
Andrew, our mutual friend Andrew made it up. That's not a real legal term. So I don't know
I'm
what
not
it is.
saying
So I've
it's
been
illegal.
guessing for the last week.
Are we in
Well, we're
court?
talking about a court of law.
You just
You
said
just
your
make shit
whole
up.
closing statement was, "We're not in court. We're just dudes here talking."
We're
And now
not in
you're like,
court,
well,
but we're
positive
talking
evidence
about
is a
legal
term.
things. Do you get it? Are you this dumb?
Real
We're
quick,
not,
I
but we're
explained to
talking
you-
about
I
legal
ex-
concepts. The
to be
reason I
clear-
said we're not in court is because I was saying that there's a different.
If he had mentioned one legal concept or legal term or legal rule of evidence that was anywhere near correct, I would give him some grace on this. But he's been gaslighting the entire audience about what these legal terms that actually have legal definitions mean from the get-go. He's not been once right.
Evidentiary standard that's drastically different outside of court and inside of court. That doesn't mean that you don't have
There's
to
no
know
outside of
any
court.
legalese to talk about it in
There's no such thing as an outside of court evidentiary standard. The fuck?
a reasonable way. And just because you don't know any of it, you're not able to talk about it in a
Well,
reasonable
I
way.
was unable to go to, and I'm quoting now, evidence class. But when I said positive evidence and you took umbrage for it, I explained exactly what I meant. I've done so 3 or 4 times. You know exactly what I meant, and you can't provide any
I
evidence.
don't
to that.
know
All
what you
talk-
meant by positive evidence, because if you just meant any circumstantial evidence tending to show that the fact is more likely than not, then yeah, there's a lot of positive evidence, just like the
Okay,
questioner
so-
remarks.
So just to be clear, it's more likely than not Israel murdered Charlie Kirk.
No,
Oh, then you don't have any
wait,
positive
that's a courtroom
evidence. Thanks,
standard.
based on your own
That's a
definition.
courtroom
Sounds good.
standard. That's preponderance of the evidence. See, and you're illiterate, or you don't know, or you don't want to. More likely than not is the third standard called preponderance of the evidence. And I would never say that without the fact-finding, subpoenaing phase of a trial and pre-trial, that any prosecutor could get to preponderance of the evidence. And
What
that's
I
really
suggested is-
that's really the debate there. Is
No,
you
that's-
thought this was a preponderance of the evidence
No,
debate, which is
no.
a civil standard. It's not even a criminal standard, so you don't know
No,
what you're
that's
talking about.
again. No, the debate
And so it shall be.
was
More
is
likely
there
than not,
compelling
it's
reason to
preponderance.
believe that Israel killed Charlie Kirk or instigated. You provided no evidence to that effect.
What
You
the
just
fuck are
said-
you talking about? I
you
just
said-
went through. I'll go through
you
the
said
timeline
no.
again.
First off,
Evidence of
again,
all of
first
those
off,
dates
again,
are
the
investigated
interruption and
bits
the
of
continue
evidence,
you repeating
circumstantial
yourself.
bits of
You're
evidence.
repeating yourself over and over. I'll say 2 things.
So are
One,
you. You're saying
were
positive evidence.
factually
You're making
one,
shit up.
you were factually incorrect
Lying.
on your timeline, as I showed multiple times. Secondly,
not.
that only
Didn't show
speaks to motive. I've said this over to motive. If someone has a motive, we don't say that it's compelling without any other evidence that they committed the crime.
Who's we? You and what other court?
All people.
No, you and what other court?
Court
You
say
just
that if you
said
have
more
motive, it's
likely than
compelling, you
not.
committed
See,
the crime.
here's the problem. You use
Oh my
terms, so you
God.
don't know what they mean. You said more likely than not. That's preponderance of the evidence. That's
You said
a
it, not
civil
me.
standard.
You said it. You said
No.
positive evidence is evidence that means
I didn't say
it's more likely
positive
to occur
evidence.
than
I wouldn't use a moronic term like that. that
You
made
just
up.
said, okay, you said almost verbatim this. If what you mean by positive evidence is more likely that it occurred than not, I presented a bunch of evidence. I responded, oh, so you're saying that it's more likely that Israel killed Charlie Kirk than not? You said, no, I'm not saying that. I'm like, great, then you didn't provide the
Well,
evidence that you
how
just
could
talked
it-
about.
without
That's
putting on
almost
evidence?
verbatim what happened.
How
How do you
could
not
you get
remember
to-
what you just talked about over and over again? I think you do remember, and you're just trying to be slippery because you know it doesn't make you look good.
Even if every citizen was a Socrates, every jury would still be a mob. That's something James Madison said. And it's driven home today. You don't understand the legal process, sir. And you don't understand that you could never get to preponderance of the evidence, which is a lower standard than the crim standard. That's the civil standard in most civil cases, without putting on evidence, man. No one's had a
Yes, without putting on evidence.
chance to subpoena evidence. So
That's not
why
true.
would I
They
come in
can't.
here and say, yeah,
Wait, can we
you're ready-
focus on that
jury's
point
ready
for a
to
second
convict on
before I go to the
preponderance of the
next-
evidence standard. That
before I go to
shows
the
the
next-
entire
you just-
understanding of
You
the case.
just filibuster on about nonsense.
It's not a
that has nothing to
filibuster.
do with
It's
the-
just
that
that
has
you
nothing
don't
to do.
know.
That has nothing
Anything
to
you
do with
don't know,
what
which
we're
is
talking-
vast.
Wait,
This
Tim,
is a
Again, you
filibuster.
keep
Tim.
saying I don't understand the legal
Rob,
system. That's
Rob.
not what's
Rob,
hold on.
Rob,
I want to
Rob.
let you challenge that one point specifically before I
Rob.
go to the next super chat because I think that's interesting. Tim, you said they haven't had the chance to get the evidence. That's what you said a second ago?
There hasn't been fact finding, which is
not true.
predominantly.
Okay,
there's
so
two-
Rob
there's two
saying that's not
predominant
true.
ways this happens: putting on witnesses and subpoenaing evidence.
Okay, and you're saying neither of those have happened,
No, because that's what a trial does.
right? And we're not at the trial.
What? That's not what a trial does. That's what the investigative state. Oh my God. You gather the evidence through subpoena in a civil case or through criminal investigative practice, which include, I suppose, subpoenas if you need it from a criminal case. Not subpoena doches taken, which you backed off from using that because that was completely retarded. But that's in the investigative phase to gather the evidence to see if there is probable cause to charge a crime.
Yeah, but Rob, what was your point there?
He said what he actually said was they didn't have a chance to subpoena anyone. That's what you said, right?
There is
Yes,
subpoena,
but-
and
They
the
have
other one
subpoenas.
was
Yes, that's true.
call
Yes, they have
witnesses to
subpoenaed
stand.
people.
That sounds like something I would say. Yeah, they haven't been able to subpoena him because they
But
weren't
they have
brought to trial.
subpoenaed people.
No, you have to
Yes.
bring a specific. There's no Israeli or Israel as a country on trial, so there's no chance.
So Israel hasn't been subpoenaed, which you can't subpoena them because they're a fucking foreign power and those no jurisdictional. Are you really? I'm glad. There's no jurisdiction to subpoena Israel.
Chance to offer evidence.
I don't.
because it was-
Thank you for admitting that. There is no evidence. Thank
no,
you.
no,
All right, I'm
no,
ready
there's
for the
no
next
chance
question.
to
Thank you.
tender.
Yep.
There's no chance
There's
to
no
tender the
evidence.
two.
Got it.
Sam
There's no
Slenderman.
chance to tender the two types of evidence
Got it.
I'm
There's
talking
no
about.
evidence. Yep. got
No,
it.
there's no
Thank you.
subpoenable evidence. Can you shut
This is basically just like evidence class.
the fuck up?
No, I'm
There's no
not what I want.
subpoenable evidence that
No
at the
evidence,
time you would
yep.
put at a trial,
Yep,
and
no
there's no
evidence.
witnesses that have been put on.
No evidence.
But
Got
that
it.
doesn't
Yep.
mean that there's no compelling reason to believe
No evidence. Got it.
a reasonable
you.
suspicion.
That's what I've said the whole time. You have motivation. You don't have any evidence. Got it.
No, motive evidence.
You're
is
right. No evidence. You got it.
Wait, okay, so for the record, people go fact check this dumb fuck. He's saying that that evidence of motive is not consistent with federal rules of evidence.
It's
For
not.
Evidence of motive is not evidence. Motive is not a thing. Motive is not a thing.
What I said,
Evidence.
you're lying about what I
That's
said.
what you just
Again,
said. You said no
which-
evidence.
That is
You said
not
no
what I
evidence.
just said. I said you just
Mike,
admitted
can
that
you
they don't
moderate at
have
all, man?
evidence.
I mean,
Motive does not have to be proven as the element of any crime.
There's no
said-
evidence, right?
You just said they don't have this kind of evidence. I've said
This is
over and
the,
over. I'm
Mike,
going to finish
fifth
my
or
thought
sixth
here.
time I've been
I'm
trying to
gonna
go to
finish
the
my
next
thought here, Mike.
question here.
I'm going to finish my thought here, Mike. I've said
I'm
probably
sympathetic.
80 times
You
now.
have to listen to
The
this
only
fat fuck.
evidence he has is motive. That is not enough to say that it's compelling that they
You said
likely
no
committed
evidence.
this crime. He said, well, we can't have that evidence because there's no evidence that was subpoenaed. There's no evidence. So all we can have is motive. I said, thank you.
I didn't say
no
alls.
evidence.
I wouldn't
Thank
say
you so much.
alls. I would
That's
say
it.
all. I wouldn't say
Okay.
alls. But the last word here, and then you can have at it.
Of course,
if
he
you
has to have
want.
the last
That
word.
was that's see this when there's a block of text.
Yeah,
That's
that's
called
what
a
you're-
paragraph.
we know what
That's
that
called
is,
a
buddy.
paragraph. What I
We see your
specifically
squirm
said.
Motive could speak to intent. You're right. But motive and intent are different things. You're right. The fact that one might have a motive, right? Like there's a reason to do it is separate and apart from criminal intent, right? You're not right. They are related, but the way it's couching as motive is totally different.
Check
See,
the
we know
tape.
what this is.
When I checked the tape, what I said was these are the two predominating kinds of trial evidence. And then I said there's subpoenable evidence, right, which is usually direct evidence, and then there's putting on witnesses. Of
Mazel
course,
tov.
there's no trial, so we can't do those two things. That doesn't mean, and I was saying there's no evidence of this kind. That doesn't mean that there's no reasonable suspicion evidence to continue believing that we ought to continue to investigate. That's
So
my
we
whole
do
point.
we have to leave the crybaby get the last word? Is that what we got to do? Are we going to start, or can I have the
Well,
last
go
word?
on and finish your point, and then the
And
crybaby
then,
will have
and then
the
he
last
always
word.
says, Mike, he has what I said.
Can I just read the next chat and we let
Of
that one
course,
just
he has
simmer?
the last
Please,
word.
God.
Hey,
Please,
we
God.
trade last words on these next ones. You know,
But it'll just be
you'll
Mike,
get this one.
Sure.
You'll get this
no,
one. You'll get the next one.
Uh-huh,
You'll get
we'll
the next
see.
one. I'll
Uh-huh.
keep track.
I'm game.
You're what? Oh,
I
you put
got
an M
something
there.
else too, bro.
I thought a little Freudian slip there in your word.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
Sam
sorry,
Slenderman
sorry.
45 says you should watch this back, Tim, because you be about Rob interrupting, yet you cut him off after 2 words every time you ask him a question. Tim is the male version of erudite. And then he
Yep.
said third $5 super chat. I'm just
That's
reading the
about right.
section here. He said, like erudite. Tim is snarky, unlikable, repeats words he clearly just learned, but doesn't use them in correct context.
That's-
Man's filibusters. Instead of 3 chats to give you
That's
something
smart. That's smart. Whoever said that chat, smart.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's plenty of interrupting to go around. Sorry for that. Sorry if it made me unlikable to you. That's going to bother me for a long, long time.
I've been educated.
And I'm certain that you didn't just come in as a Crucible fan or someone with your mind already made up. I'm sure you gave me a fair shake. So I'm gonna go deal with my PTSD on that one. But yeah, there's a lot of interrupting. You said a lot of fucking garble just to say
you guys
there's a lot of
interrupting so much.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, it's clear where it started. And the 30-minute thing was laughable. How he just wanted to talk himself and not
It's
answer
not clear,
questions.
but this is
And
why
then-
tightly moderated.
There it is
debates are
again,
much
another
better.
interruption.
This is why the blood
I
sports
don't know what
shit
to
is
say.
nonsense. This is
I
always.
don't-
I can't
Even
listen
here,
to it.
he
It's always
proves
a
the
guy
point.
that
Even
sounds
here,
like Chris
it's
from Family
constant.
Guy,
It's
just
every
yelling.
time. It's every time. He proves the point here. Yeah, I'll admit I started reciprocating, but it's just laughable. He
No.
can't let me get. See, he can't let me get through like a coherent thought without being.
Well, I'm interested in pressing on that to get a little bit more. When you say tightly moderated debates, what do you mean exactly? Like timed, or just the
Yeah,
moderator
like-
stepping
like
in
panels
every second?
format
Right.
where you just say like, hey, on cross-examination, everything has to be a question, and then the respondent gets a line or something. No, because this, or yes, because of this. Something like
Yeah,
that.
I just
It works
assumed
a
that
lot
you
better.
had done that before, and that's how we were going to do it. And then I guess both of you guys just kind of went a little bit more personal than I was expecting.
Well, no, that's
I
not what
wasn't
happened. at all.
calling names, but until
What-
he started
what
saying
happened to
gay
the-
shit and all that.
What,
but
what
Let's
happened?
not retcon the whole
happened was he
debate,
just
boys.
became
Let's not fucking retcon the whole debate. Let's just read the last $5 super chats, guys.
And like then he insisted on we had to go minute to minute because he was interrupting, and then the 30-minute thing was a joke. It was just him talking and then
The
asking the
30-minute
occasional
thing was a
question
joke.
that he would let me like sort of answer for like 5 seconds and then start interrupting me again. I was told I couldn't even ask a simple question back, which is fine. And then I just said there was like, fine, that's the rules, no problem.
Because-
When it was
He's
my
trying to
turn,
get
no,
rid
it
of
was fine, Mike. When it got to my turn, you saw the exact opposite happen. I
No
was
one
like,
saw the
okay, I
exact
started.
opposite.
I only made it 3 minutes in, and you had to stop like 5 times because he was screaming I didn't ask enough questions because he
You
didn't
didn't ask
like
any
even
questions.
1/10 of the treatment that he was giving me. It's just a joke. He was a joke the whole
Well, it's
debate.
interesting. I mean, at the end of the day, you guys,
Right. Let's have a meta debate about the meta debate that never happened.
I can't control either of you, no matter how tightly moderated it could be as far as
I
rules
thought it was
go.
fine.
You guys still, at the end of the
That's
day,
fair, that's
if
fair.
you're not
Hey-
going to respect each other, there's nothing I can do about that.
Mike, you're right. I wasn't attacking you. I was just saying the format works better. The blood sports thing is so gay because it's just people. It's always a wall of noise. I don't
So it's
think
right for
it's
you.
just. I don't think it's just.
You fit
Rob.
right in,
I
right? Mm-hmm.
don't think it's just me. It's a wall of noise where literally the mics are turned off and you have panel. That's what I would like to do on this one.
No,
I
I did intend to be a little bit more, affirmative with the muting, but I actually did not have that ability. I think it was something that James and I should have talked about before.
James took the muting away.
But
Son of a
that's
bitch.
just because he had to go, and we don't normally set it up.
I
so
I
more
thought it
like
was
a last
fine,
minute thing.
Mike.
Yeah, no, for
Moderation was
not having the ability to mute, I think you guys still kept it entertaining, and that was the more polarizing thing in the chat that I'm noticing is that there's lots of opinions on how that would have went had I would have been able to mute. But
All I've
anyways,
learned is Rob talks a lot about butt plugs. He's a big sweaty pervert.
off the butt
Hey,
plug topic,
it's all right, Tim. We're just taking interest in your interest. We know you said blood sports.
I
game.
miss
Fit
him
right in, buddy.
too.
What?
He's a good dude.
You're saying that I have an interest in butt
What's up?
plugs?
Little tickle in the butt. It's all right, buddy. Spit it out.
All right,
That's the
so-
first time you heard a guy say that. huh?
When did I
Ryan-
ever say any of that?
Uh-huh.
You're
Ryan
just a big,
Ryanson.
sweaty, I
Ooh,
guess perverted.
Yeah,
wow,
let me-
listen
let me
to-
get through
oh,
5
God,
more.
you're
We can
sweaty.
wrap this up.
I don't swing that way like
We'll
you
take
do.
this
Don't
over
worry about
to
it.
we'll take this over to a different trash talk channel if we need to. But
Maybe.
Ryan Ryanson,
Who knows? Who
9/11,
knows?
JFK, RFK, Bolshevism, communism, Marxism, LGBTQ, Frankfurt School, Boer genocide, USS Liberty, Epstein, Talmud, Zohar. Wonder who's behind these. It's like I'm guessing that's directed at you, Rob.
Assuming it's the
Whatever,
Jews.
laundry list of stuff. Just because there are things that you think are a conspiracy doesn't mean that everything is a conspiracy. And when you start with the assumption that everything's Israel's fault and then say prove it wasn't, you end up in a situation like this. There was no evidence other than motive suggested whatsoever in here. We went through the timeline, we went through this stuff. It's not as compelling as you would think. And there's motives. The same standard with means, opportunity, and motivation would fit with dozens of other groups. The thing is, you just have motivated
know,
reasons to
right?
believe that Israel's behind
It's
it.
all
You
just
shoehorn
so
the evidence to
weird.
fit into that. My opponent knew that he was incapable of arguing that in the conventional sense of what compelling means, and so he tried to claim the prompt was something different. He was confused about the prompt, etc., because he takes it down to like, I'm just saying there should be some sort of investigation. I remind you, there was and is. Just because Joe Kent says I wanted to look at it more doesn't prove Israel did.
Yeah, my response would be to show how retarded that last pathetic excuse for reply was. Imagine that somebody says, you don't know anything new. There was a dog bite in your neighborhood and it was a really, really serious bite. If you go, yeah, I'm going to go, if I'm a betting man, knowing nothing about this specific case, it was a pit bull. Then guys like Rob, who kvetch about the fact that he doesn't want people saying that he loves Israel, says, well, that's not compelling. How do you have the basis? Well, when pit bulls have bit, let's say, 2,700 people fatally, and the second place dog hasn't even bit 100, then you're going to say that's a solid evidentiary, statistical, real world basis for assuming that suspect number one is not Mexico, like Rob was bullshitting, like Canada, but the pit bull, Israel.
Now, I would say that if the pit bull wasn't anywhere near the town, and we had on video that the Doberman did it, and we had DNA from the Doberman that the Doberman did it, and somehow we got the Doberman, some dog talker, to the Doberman admit, yeah, it was me, we wouldn't assume that it's the pit bull that's from over the ocean.
Sorry, I wasn't saying that Israel was the trigger man. I was saying that I produced real evidence from West Point that 91% of political assassinations involve conspiracies, and Israel particularly has used ops and all kinds of tricksy conspiracies.
My
to
mistake.
get out
I
of it.
missed the analogy. I wouldn't say that the pit bull talked the Doberman into it.
Okay,
Neither
well,
would
left-handed assassin for 5 says, are any official or recognized agencies acting under these compelling reasons to investigate Israel for the murder of Charlie Kirk? Serious
Zero.
question.
Zero now.
How do you know?
Because Kash Patel officially removed the dossier from the ability of the NCTC to even have access, to even have viewable access to it.
That doesn't mean that other intel
Well,
agencies
I don't know.
aren't
I
still
mean,
looking at it.
I'm just taking them at their word. They say no, and they say that even the FBI released a statement that we think this is.
The FBI does not investigate any foreign issues. The FBI does not investigate any foreign personnel. The FBI does not investigate any kind of counterterrorism stuff until the terrorism asset or the terrorism target is within the United States of America. The FBI only has national enforcement jurisdiction. They do not have international arms.
We turn this back over to the state of Utah. The state of Utah is not capable of investigating Israel. Do you think they are, Rob?
I think the state of Israel is capable of looking at the communications from the metadata and the actual
Israel?
devices. Of
That's
Tyler
probably
Robinson,
true.
And that would include if he was talking to Israel. Do you think there's something about Israel
That's
that
not
makes
what I
them
meant by
invisible? Let me
investigate.
finish. Do you think there's something about Israel that makes them invisible when they're talking to some guy on Discord?
You said Israel can investigate Israel, or did you mean
No,
the
no,
state
no.
of
I
Utah?
said that the state of Utah can
meant the
investigate the
state of
people that were being in communication with Tyler Robinson. They have no evidence that's yet been put forth that he was in communication to anyone that instigated him. If
Oh,
they
we
found
agree.
out that he was
We agree
instigated,
with
okay, if they found out he was instigated, they would be able to look into who that entity was. And if that entity was a foreign actor, I'm sure they would go to our intel communities for help on that investigation. They haven't done
The
so
intel
because they
community
haven't found
shut it
that
down.
instigation.
Peremptorily.
You don't have proof of that.
What are you talking about? Proof? You're disputing what both the FBI and the NCTC have agreed about?
I must have misheard you there. I thought what you said the FBI.
They said they shut down the investigation.
Let me finish. I thought what you said was the FBI would shut it down. I don't think they would. I think if the Utah police find, wait a minute, we have some guy saying, here's how you do it. Here's how you, sight in the gun, blah, blah, blah. You need to kill Charlie. And we see that it's from a foreign address. I think that the FBI wouldn't just say, nope, we close the investigation. We can't look into it. I think they'd say, oh, that's new evidence. We'll happily look into it. Do you have any evidence they wouldn't do that?
I'm not trying to be a dick, but once again, you don't understand the different layers of what is entailed by an investigation. Yeah, local cops, the five and dime cop is like a little over a security guard. They do not have the investigative powers to look into anything outside their jurisdiction. If there was something produced, yeah, and Israel had said we did it, they could read that. But and evidently you missed this. Precisely why it's so momentous that Kash Patel told NCTC chief, we're shutting it down, is because they're the only ones with international files, with international dossiers.
The FBI does not have international files or international dossiers. They are purely a domestic law enforcement agency.
Investigative powers. They're looking at things far beyond what local Keystone cops can. And so, yes,
You missed what I was saying there. What I was saying was what they would be able to see, the local Keystone cops would be able to see if a person instigated. They would be able to see that.
They have Tyler Robinson's cell phone extraction. They have Twiggs' cell phone extraction. They have Kirk's cell phone extraction. So does the defense. The defense has had it since March. The prosecution had the same time frame. If there was any indicia of any of the communications that were on that cell phone or any foreign actor, they would refer that out to the proper agency. Thanks, Varian. The FBI is exactly opposite of the CIA. The CIA does FBI shit, but in the rest of the world, the FBI is purely a domestic law enforcement agency. Oh, sure. If the foreigners have been over here, yeah. Any foreigner who comes into the nation or applies for a visa to come to the nation, they would have that. Yes, that is true.
They might not have the exact same access to be able to determine, oh, this foreign person, actually, we tracked it back to an Israeli base. So they haven't found, which you conceded, you're right, they haven't found anyone instigated. Yes, that's exactly my point. If that sort of evidence would arise, they would find it, and then they would go to the FBI.
Sure,
a foreign
but no,
source.
all
You
we're
admit, will you at
agreeing
least,
about-
real quick, we at least concede that they have not found any evidence that anyone instigated, let alone Israel.
No, there's absolutely no courtroom evidence because there's no one that's been hauled into court and there's been absolutely no subpoena. But
That's
that's
not
why
true. They
it's,
subpoenaed
that's
his metadata.
precisely
They
why it's so
subpoenaed his
momentous
Twigs.
that the
I don't know what to say, that's
investigation
just a
is.
lie.
That's precisely why it's so momentous that the investigation was throttled in the cradle, because that's the ability. That is the single condition for the possibility of getting.
No, of course they do. I'm just talking. The argument that he was trying to make, that Timmy was trying to make, was a jurisdictional argument that the FBI is shutting down investigations of people who are in foreign countries, right? And my whole point was that the FBI is not in charge of investigating foreign countries. I'm sure that the FBI has tons of dossiers on people who are not American citizens. I'm sure the CIA has way more that are on American citizens. The whole point is that if there's an investigation going on, the CIA cannot conduct the investigation within the United States. Even if they do, they're not jurisdictionally allowed to. The same thing is that if there's an overseas investigation, the FBI has no jurisdictional authority to conduct it. Hey, World Radio, what's up? All right, World Radio, let's do it.
The kind of information that would be actionable in court. All you
It's
can
just
get
not
outside
true.
of
You're
court,
just
all you
lying.
can get outside of court is the hunch, a kind of Sherlock hunch, at least one cognizable or articulable fact, and then you look farther. And that was throttled. So no, we agree.
That's a
There's
lie.
real quick,
There
real
were-
quick.
Our
that could-
subpoenas,
There's nothing that
there
could be
is
convicted
evidence.
court.
We
We
have
don't even
the
know who the perp is.
I,
Guys,
The guy
guys,
with white consonants in his last
Guys,
name.
real quick,
Second.
Tim, Rob,
Yeah.
I just have to read this because it's making
we
me.
know Tim has to get the last word again. Go.
I want to just maybe you're both talking at the same time. I'll cut it off right there so no one does.
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
this guy said
He lied, by the way. I don't get a chance to say why, but he lied. Evidence was
you
subpoenaed.
said he lied several times. We went
Yeah,
over
but
that.
I'd like to explain why. But fair enough. Fine.
But yeah, sorry. This guy said if we have these guys, as Benjamin picked Tony said, if we have these guys back to debate, we need to do it on a Modern Warfare 2 Call of Duty lobby on the Xbox 360.
He started. Yeah, he lied. They subpoenaed metadata. They subpoenaed his communications. They would know if he was in communications with someone that was instigated.
Yes.
All of that's been
No.
subpoenaed. The police have all of that.
No, it wasn't subpoenaed from
Yes,
Israel.
it was.
It's not subpoenaed. It's part of the Cellbrite extraction they did from his phone when they got it. You don't have to subpoena it. It's evidence in the freaking criminal investigation. They have it. The defense has it. The full Cellbrite extraction.
That's what we're saying. No.
What was it? Wait, no.
When they're
no,
saying
no.
that Tyler
is
Robinson,
silly.
when the
can I
claim is
explain
that
this?
we are
Can I
investigating
explain
Tyler
this?
Robinson,
No,
I don't
Tim,
know what
we've just got to finish a couple more of these. You can
Yeah,
bring that back up if one of these is
but you
relevant.
can't just say, I know this is how it is in your local bar where you debate this, but when you're debating someone, you don't, just because you disagree with them, it's not a lie. You know,
Well, listen, I know maybe it's
this guy
different in
says
the-
lie. I don't think I've said lie.
Maybe
once.
it's different. Maybe it's different in the bathhouses you're normally debating in.
I-
But no,
I
what I'm
simply
saying is,
don't know what
Apparently, Utah, Pennsylvania, Pentagon, Tel Aviv. I don't know. All the Arabic countries for sure.
Are you
the way
saying,
it
are you
would
even
work,
married,
you
bro?
can't follow a logical trend. This is what I'm saying. If there was they have his communications. If anyone was instigating, they would see. If that instigator was from Israel, they would then go to the FBI and say, "There's an instigator from Israel. We
Who
need to
says
look into."
who?
Your
Show me some
argument
evidence
is
for that.
your argument is we
Show
needed
me
to
evidence for
subpoena. We needed to subpoena Israel for what? If there's no evidence,
No.
that
You
someone
can't
was
subpoena a
instigating,
foreign
what were you
country.
going to subpoena in Israel.
You
What
can't
is it that you're
subpoena a
suggesting
country,
wasn't
moron.
subpoenaed that should have?
That's the point. You think you can subpoena a country?
No,
This is-
I think
you're-
that you can
you're so
subpoena
inarticulate.
records to see if someone had communications, and if they didn't have these sorts of communication, saying, "Well, that sucks that Joe Kent wanted to subpoena someone in Israel but couldn't."
No, he didn't want to subpoena someone in Israel. The investigation was cut short before there was any manner of specificity.
Would you acknowledge that if Israel did this, they would have had to have communications with Tyler Robinson?
No, there are all kinds of ways of law.
Oh, God.
So give me an
This is-
example of how they
look,
could have instigated
How?
without it.
There's a whole chapter on this in the book that I was the Paramount work on it. Ronan Bergman's work,
Yeah, wrote in 2018. Yep.
2018. You need to
It's
read.
a book. It's a novel. It's very anti-Israel. It's not actually a study. It's not whatever. It's about Israel's taking out other people through assassination attempts and assassination successes from the time of their founding through 2018.
it, bro. I mean,
Just
forget-
let me
Yeah,
guess.
that's
It's going to
fine.
be they
Things
could have
get
talked to
chippy.
someone that
We're
didn't
saying
talk to
stuff
him.
back and
We
forth,
don't
but you
need
need
the
to go.
fucking 4-minute drawing on as always.
You need to go read his book. That's all I'm saying. There's a chapter on how do you launder communications. Do
All
you
right.
think
They
the
talked to
best
someone who
country in the
talked to
history of the world
someone.
is just going to send him a fucking text?
No, what they would have done was
Yeah,
talk
you
to
do
someone
think
who
that.
then
You said
what they
you
would have done was talk to someone who talked to Tyler.
Moving on
The
after that.
police got the ability to
You
see
don't
the
know what
records
they
to see who
would've done.
talked to Tyler.
You
They
don't know
don't
what
have
they
any
would have done. You
evidence.
didn't even know Israel leads the world in
You
assassinations.
guys.
How many people live in Israel?
Oh, God.
If Netanyahu said nothing, silence
don't even
would
know
be
that, Tim?
sus, says Jokinut F6.
what I
I
thought.
just
You
wanted
don't
to
even
read that
know.
one. The Zucker says for 2. Rob, would you debate Jesse on fire?
Sure. Hey, Tim,
Okay.
how many people live in Israel?
Will you shut the
All right,
fuck
you're
up?
Rob,
How many-
you're
oh, you don't
derailing
even
by
know
asking
that?
questions
You
right
don't
now,
even
man.
know that?
You're
Wow,
derailing me
talking
just
about
get through
Israel.
these,
You don't even
Rob.
know how many people live there. That's embarrassing.
If we get to a relevant
10
one,
million?
re-ask it.
10 million?
It's like 10.5. Huh, that's interesting. So just like I didn't know your exact source that says they've assassinated 2,700 people means I can't even talk about this. The fact that you didn't know exactly
No,
how
wait,
many people
wait,
live there
wait,
means you
wait.
should shut your mouth too.
Wait. I said 10 million. What's the answer?
It's like
I-
10.2 or something.
Oh, okay. There we go.
All right.
Well, you're
Mark-
wrong.
Thank you.
Marty Clark says,
I
why
heard
would
your
Israel let their
high-pitched girlish
patsy go to
squeal,
trial?
and I thought I got it
Tim?
wrong.
Come on now.
I looked this up like a month ago.
Guys,
Mhm.
guys.
I heard the
It's not Netanyahu, is it? I hope not. I
pig
figure
still
not.
squealing, and I was like, oh, fuck, I thought it was 10 million. But
No, that's just your lover. That's what you hear squealing. It's all right. You'll get back to that butt plug soon enough.
my wife. My
Back to
wife's
the
the one I
bathhouse.
asked to double check that I got it right.
Mm.
My wife is my.
Hey, Tim,
Where-
Marty
What's
Clark
with
wants to
Rob and all
know.
the gay shit?
That's-
Mike, you know him better than I do. Why is he so into gay stuff?
That's not something I'm going to get into.
Nice,
I'm
nice
trying to read
deflection
the
there, old
questions.
bathhouse Tim.
Trying to read the questions,
Well,
guys.
I'm just asking you,
Just
what's
up
your
the level
evidence
of
for
professionalism
bathhouse?
just a little bit. We get through this.
Just because you're cognizably fat and
Oh my
sweating doesn't
God.
mean that just
Where
because
am I
I'm not
sweating?
fat and
Where's
sweating,
the
I'm not gay.
We know what you were doing in the bathroom there. Don't protest too much, I think, with your. Look at you. Old butt
Well,
plugs in there. Look at it. Did you see that mouth?
Protesting too much is when someone doesn't say
Well, I
that.
guess that's what we're going to have to
His
call
mouth,
it, gentlemen.
when he froze there for a
Hey,
minute, his
Jabba.
mouth
Hey,
went
fat
to
sweating
the
Jabba. You're
walls
saying
of
I'm
the
gay,
mouth
but I'm
face.
married
Did
with
you
8
see that?
kids. You
It's
fucking
when he
moron.
froze, when his face froze, it was literally the insert dick here face. Did you see that? Sorry, Tim. You're almost back to those dudes. You'll be all right.
Good one, man.
We
Good
got to
one.
shut it
I'm sure
down.
this serves you
We gotta
well
shut
in
it
the lower
down.
substrata of society where you debate people and impress them with your.
Well, I called you fat when you called me gay. Like, good one, dude. Yeah, man.
but
You're
you're
real high
fat.
crap.
I'm not really
Sorry
gay.
that you're
That's the
getting that medicine there, Madhouse Tim.
Everyone's 100% sure you're fat. People are at most like, 50-50 on whether I'm gay at the worst. But you're definitely
Well,
fat and you're definitely sweating.
50-50, yeah, man. I think you're being charitable to yourself. 50-50, you think you're gay. It's at least 85. 45.
Dude, did you get a snack break?
Okay, he
Be
doesn't even
honest.
know
Be
himself.
honest. Rob, did you get a snack break when we went?
Right.
When we broke?
Let's go.
Did you get a snack break?
Because
Because you're sweating slightly less, so you might have avoided the cardiac
adjusting your
event
toy, right?
when we broke.
Yeah, adjusting your toy. I didn't take no snack break. I was gone for like what, 10 seconds? I went and filled up my water. Now, what were you doing
said-
for
you
so
said
long
you
in the
were going to
bathroom
the
there? Were you a
You
little
said you were
excited
going to the
thinking about
bathroom.
my
Dog.
fat, sweaty body? Is that what you were doing there? Had to rub one out when you went back there?
No,
Tim,
no,
don't worry.
I went
It's only
downstairs and I took a
50-50 that
piss.
you're gay.
I went downstairs and I took a piss, and you're embarrassing yourself because you brought up gay shit like 20
So we're
times.
fantasizing about gay orgies with men. 50-50.
Wow, you're defiling yourself, fat man.
All right,
Defiling
Mike,
yourself.
let's roll.
You were shaking during the
I
big
have
part of this
permission to
debate.
go on now,
Thanks,
gentlemen.
please, Mike.
What'd you say?
Oh,
As I said, do I have
50-50.
permission to carry on now, gentlemen? I thought we had to shut it down there.
I know,
For
right?
seconds.
We're
And
50-50.
lips-
Forgot I was here.
And lipstick.
No, you can go on. No problem.
Okay, all right. I guess we'll just take one of those breaks, get it out of your system every couple of minutes.
You notice
Okay.
I always reciprocate when he's like, you're fat and sweating. That's when I reciprocate. So I can't help it. I'm better at the insult game than him.
Yeah.
And he has so much more to
Yeah.
work with. I am fat, but he's 50-50 gay. So what a cell phone.
All right. Tim, this is from Joseph Romano. Tim, are you affiliated in any way with the Shapidler? With your amount of evidence, I can connect you to him. Quote, you are not a serious person, end quote.
With who?
The
With who?
Shapidler.
I don't know who that is. Sorry.
You
So
know
I'm
who
going to
the
say that.
Shapidler is. Okay.
There's a 50-50 chance you know him. I'm just guessing.
I don't want to
You're wrong. You're
dox
wrong
his
yet again.
Yeah,
superhero identity. So
That's right.
enslaved by truth.
Who is that? Seriously, can you tell me? Will
Oh
someone
God,
tell me?
no.
When you watch the tape backs, I think it'll be a fun thing to look up. Enslaved
You
by
won't
truth
tell
for
me?
two.
Just be.
I just don't want to get into it on the channel, bro.
Oh,
First of all,
yeah.
it's a whole lore, man, and like it's not a quick explanation.
Okay.
But enslaved by
fair.
truth for 2 for 5 says publicly it was announced that oh that's mean. Rob Knoerr was an employee of the Crucible. Stop spurging, Robbie.
I was at one point for like 3 months, but I'm not an employee of the Crucible right
How
now.
about TPUSA?
And I got paid to go down and coach debate.
Coach debate. So are they using that term like capacious, like extra capaciously? The coach debate. Did you get one-time
Extra-capaciously.
payment to coach debate?
Yeah.
It was it a big one-time payment? You don't have to tell me how much, but I'm just curious when I hear that because I know how one-time payments work.
4
They-
figures.
What?
4 figures.
Are you going to get another payment from them?
If they want to hire me again, they said there's a possibility every 6 months or something that I could go down. But I don't know. There was nothing written in stone.
Did you have a view that was appreciably different in any way before they paid you?
No, I played my closing videos of Charlie Kirk every night, talking about how grotesque it is that the left killed him and we needed to unify on the right against it. I talked about the Candace people 4 or 5 months ago about Egyptian planes, tried to bring them on.
I think after they did the so that's probably not completely accurate. I think like he's a contractor for them now. So like when they went over there to do the Candace Owens debate, he was fact checking the back. So he's affiliated. But I don't think he's directly employed for I think legal reasons. Maybe we can do that some other time. But I think he's disaffiliated himself for legal reasons. Not that he did anything bad or Andrew did anything bad. I think when all the bullshit started up with them being sued or whatever, Andrew and his wife like put him out of that so he wouldn't get involved in that shit because it didn't have to do with him, I believe. But I'm not that's hearsay within hearsay.
So no, nothing's really changed other than I think we're getting closer to the election, and I see a bunch of people dividing the right with like outlandish conspiracy theories, and now you're starting to see them publicly say, well, we're working with people like Jimmy Dore, and there is no left-right dialectic. It's all, and to me, I see that as one of the 2 most harmful things that we need to fight going into this election if I want the conservatives to win. So no, I haven't
Do you
had
see-
any appreciative difference.
But you said the left killed him. I thought you he was a lone gunman. Do you think there was a conspiracy of the left?
He was
who
a
also killed him
leftist,
aside from
Jesus
a leftist
Christ.
kid?
Well, no, let me be clear. I leave open that even Israel or any other group, there theoretically could be someone that he was in communication. We haven't seen any evidence of it. There's
That's
no
not what
reason
I
to
mean.
believe
I
it's
just mean,
specific.
what do you think?
But I think that
I thought you were a
is
lone
probably-
gunman guy.
Well, yeah, but I still consider it the left. He is a radical left-wing lunatic, and then the murder of Charlie Kirk was celebrated by the radical left-wing lunatics.
Well, no,
And
yeah,
the position,
but you
the
don't.
position
But
that
the left did not kill
please,
him. The left
let
would
me-
be a
let me-
conspiracy.
No, I think that the environment that the left has created that allow this violence to occur in college campuses and this assassination culture, I think it's fair to colloquially say that the left killed Charlie. I don't think it was a cabal of like 12 official lefties that are running things that did it. And I think that it's a shame that we are somehow in a position where the left can tell us exactly who they are, as violent as they want to be, and yet we have to say, no, it must not be them. They must be the tools of Israel. Israel must have had a hand in it. I think it's sad that that's what it's come to. And instead of unifying over the death of this great man, instead, we're forced to fight with so many people on the right that are blaming everyone from Israel to French Foreign Legions to Masonic cults to Mormon beekeepers to Erica Kirk to all of these people. It's a joke. It's really shitty.
Well,
That's what I think.
but what's confusing is when you use a term of metonymy, which is where you say something like the left, it means one thing to refer to multiple things. I thought we agreed on the gunman is likely Tyler Robinson.
Correct.
And I think there's a conspiracy, which you disagree with, and you think there's no conspiracy. It was a lone gunman. So to say that the left killed him is really misleading.
Well, I explained what I mean by the left. I'm sorry.
You mean one
that
guy?
felt-
One guy who didn't act in concert with anyone, most likely. In your best guess is it's one guy, but that's all of the. I don't like the left either, but I don't think like Joe Biden killed him. And
It would be
that's
like
how-
this. If
That's
it
a
would
really
be like
clawing conspiracy theory.
if it would be like this, if, for example, a woman, decides that she's going to go out and wear a short skirt and be very promiscuous, and then she gets assaulted, and someone said feminists did that to them. That was feminism. Would you say, oh, that's outrageous? That implies that it was multiple feminists that did this when really it was just this guy, or to say secularism did this, or Satanism did it. All of these things I think are in the bounds of colloquially how we use those terms. But I've specifically said you might not like.
Hey guys, I think we're gonna go for like another 10 minutes at the very most and then call it just because it keeps going on and on. We've been on for 4 hours and 20 minutes now. we'll go a little bit further. There's not much more that comes out.
I'll use the term the left there, but I explained what I meant, and I apologize that you don't like the way I use the term. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I stand by it. The left.
I'm just saying it sounds
and then
like
celebrated
there's
as
a conspiracy. And
no, I just
in
told you
some
what I think
sense-
specifically.
in some sense, yes, feminism infected the thought and infected the culture, which infected the
Correct.
thought of the young girl who doesn't even know she's dressing slutty and she goes out and something bad happens. But at law, when someone's being tried, you would say, well, only one person raped. You wouldn't say feminist
Correct.
rape.
That's what I would say here. So
But
if
you
I
said
was
the
the
left killed, which
But
is
I'm not-
actually the
I am
verb.
not in court. If I was
Defendant.
in court and was the prosecution, I would say Tyler Robinson killed. Outside of court, speaking colloquially, I could say that the left killed Charlie, just like the left killed what's her name, Zaratustra, just like the left shot and killed those two people in an ice thing, just like the left attacks ICE agents all the time. Yes, I could use that term. I'm interested in fighting and destroying the left. I understand that you might have other priorities, which is fine, but that's what I'm interested in. I don't think anything I said is inaccurate there.
I don't have different priorities. I'm just
All right.
saying you can't say just because we both don't like the left that they committed murder or rape. I would say
I
the
think
left
I'm well within
probably-
my. I think
if
my
it was Tyler
response
Robinson
from
was a
Rob, and
lone
then-
actor, which I don't
I have nothing
think,
against it.
Okay.
then he would have been infected by the culture of the left. I wouldn't say if you were a lone actor, the left killed Charlie Kirk.
Okay, even Lord 7825 for 5 says, this is a rare debate where I changed my opinion on the debate because of the answering questions. Timothy W.
Well, I disagree with you. I don't think that he provided anything other than to talk about motive and timeline. That's all he talked about, and that's not proven. You would be able to say that.
Disagreed with a guy who disagreed with you?
Yes,
Whoa.
like you did earlier.
No, I'm just saying. If you go, I disagree with you. It's like, well, he's.
Yeah,
said
I was
he thought I
explaining.
won.
I was explaining quickly why. It's all right. Yeah, you got that very important point in there. I don't think that he offered any substantial evidence other than motive, and I don't think that's enough to say that there's compelling reason to believe that Israel killed Charlie Kirk.
Well, the commenter disagrees with you.
That's fair enough.
All right.
I'm not going to call them gay or something like you did when the commentator disagreed with you. Huh?
Come on, just read the question.
Talking Fallacy for 5 says, Rob, do you have any opinions that aren't Andrew's?
Yes.
Monarch for 2 says, shout out to Ryoma Tubes. I'm not gonna read the rest of that. Okay. Spaghettio says, quote, he publicly said, end quote, where his quote, his words were published. They were published. I said published, end quote, the state of Tim. Ha 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 ha.
It's been like that the whole debate. He
For-
says
for the
preemptive,
record,
then
I-
says no, I didn't say it.
For the record, I might have said publicly said and then stipulated. But that's not the same thing as I probably said he publicly said for the record. So take that score, enjoy it. But that's a
Start to add up.
I
Sometimes
meant
that's
there's
happened.
a statement later published through double. I also said through double hearsay on the first pass. So if you know anything about what we've been talking about all night, there's no way you can say something through double hearsay in the present tense. It's always telephone game. So sure, take that if you
No,
need
the,
that
the
one back.
problem is you have said at points when we've been discussing it, things like that. The problem is when you're going off on these long like speeches that you give, you'll say things and then have to backtrack them. So you'll say he publicly said that Israel's trying to kill him and he was offered $150 million. And then what happens is if I don't correct it every time, the audience is like, oh, well, that's compelling. He publicly said that he
No,
was
the
offered
fact- but
150
that's the
million,
whole-
and it's
that's
just not
why-
true. So I
That's
have to
why
push back.
that's why double hearsay is often producible as real evidence at court because it is if it survives one of the exceptions and it gets into court, it is considered legally just.
Again, the only way double hearsay can survive is the person who made the original statement, the guy that they heard from, right? They call him to the stand normally. Since they can't call him to stand, the reason would be he's out of the country and unavailable, right? Which they would subpoena him to get him back there and make him testify, or he's dead. Only if the guy's dead and there's another hearsay exception to get the initial hearsay in. That's the only way they can ever come to a court at trial.
Just as good. It's up to the jury whether they believe it ultimately. But the reason that it's allowed in through process is because it's just as good as having him there.
That's completely not true. No, because if the person was available, the person would have to testify. They would have to get rid of the hearsay. The same reason Tyler Robinson's parents did not testify at the preliminary hearing is because they could use hearsay at the preliminary hearing. At the actual trial, they will call Tyler Robinson's parents. They will call Lance Twiggs to the stand. They will eliminate the hearsay exception and get the actual testimony. You cannot use hearsay when the actual declarant, the actual person who made the testimony, is available. So again, the only way that you can get double hearsay in is that the person who made the statement, the person's reporting on, is dead or out of the country and unable to be reached. At that point in time, they get the person who heard the hearsay statement up there to testify. We hear the conditions, he be cross-examined, and then the jury can believe it or not. That's the only rare exception to allowing hearsay within hearsay. Double hearsay is not a thing into a court of law.
Lance Twiggs, by the way, was literally, without any of the appreciable exceptions to the rule, allowed to testify through double hearsay at the pre-trial.
No,
Did you
that's
know
not
that?
true. That's
No,
not
it's not. That's not true either.
true. These are two
is
completely
true.
different things. One is
No, it
Lance
is
Twiggs.
true.
Let me explain. Like maybe you don't
I
understand.
don't
this.
need an explanation. I'm just
For
saying.
someone who took
Charlie
Charlie's
really
class,
said that,
let me-
I
let me
believe.
expl-
And a
let me
jury can
explain-
find that he
let
really
me
said
explain
that.
the difference. One is
Charlie's
Lance
afraid of
Twiggs.
Israel.
One is Lance Twiggs on tape, who's been sworn in, who will lose his use immunity deal if he lies about anything, right? Saying what he's saying. The other is a person saying an anonymous person told them what Charlie said. Those are
Right.
two different things, and
And
they're
the
not
original
held. Let me
declarant,
finish.
that's
And
called
they're
the
not
declarant.
held to the same. It is not the same evidentiary standard as if Charlie said,
No.
"I fear Israel is going to kill me," versus Harrison Smith said, "Someone told me that Charlie is fearful."
No,
Those are
but
not held
Charlie
to the
is
same
actually
evidentiary
dead.
standard. They're not
Charlie
held to
Kirk
the
is
same
dead,
standard.
so he can't
That's
be
right.
produced.
Not to be
What do you think? This is important. This is really important for whoever's lingering still. What do you think the purpose, Rob, of the hearsay evidence rule is? What is the very purpose of it at law?
quickly.
What is the purpose of the hearsay rule? So that people
The
that say
hearsay rule and
things
hearsay
that they think is evidentiary important can be heard by the jury.
No, what is important in a fundamental way? We won't even use fancy terms. What's important about why hearsay is generally not allowed, but sometimes allowed? What is being preserved there at trial? It's really, really, really fundamental.
So cross-examination? Is that what you're getting at?
Yes, yeah, exactly. The ability of the jury. I'm being serious now. The jury to hear witnesses put on.
The ability of the defense to cross-examine the witness. That's what he actually means, which is why hearsay is generally not allowed. Yes.
By P and witnesses put on by D, and they're going to put on witnesses that say opposite stuff, obviously, right? So they're hearing both. And the idea behind jury trials that are like 3,000 years old is let the jury people.
But you're not talking about hearsay now. The point of hearsay is that if there is a way to get the actual declarant, the actual person who made the statement into the courtroom, you have to do that. You cannot rely on hearsay. Again, things like dying utterance is an exception to hearsay. If Charlie Kirk was dying and said, "No, Israel did it," right? If that was actually a statement that was made, then that can be brought into court, a dying declaration, because the person who made the statement is not available to be put on the stand and cross-examined. Those are the exceptions to hearsay. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about right now.
Decide who's believable, P's witness or D's witness. Assume they're saying the exact.
How do you
opposite.
cross-examine an anonymous person?
That's well, no. So I'm getting to it. So Charlie, originally you would say we want the declarant and we want the declarant's declarant, and you'd say let's get to them. But the reason there are 27 hearsay exceptions is one of them is the original declarant dead? Yes, you pass on that. And another one is the declarant of the declarant being kept anonymous for a reason of safety.
No, that's not a thing. No, that's not a hearsay exception. You lying sack of shit.
Yeah, because he'd be next by Israel. That's how they operate.
That's not a hearsay exception. That's
why
made up.
You can't just produce this. Whereas Lance Twiggs, conversely, I would say, I do have a law degree. I would look at this and I would say, Lance Twiggs. That's really.
Wait. You have a law degree? You have a law degree. Holy fuck. I'm clipping that shit.
Odd that he was allowed even a pre-trial to not have
Like
to
what? A fucking AA with a paralegal certificate? This motherfucker got a law degree. Yeah, I'm a little pissed now.
warning and let the jury hear this guy's full of shit or this guy's telling the truth. And at trial, he won't get the same nicety out of it.
Okay, just want to be clear. All of that was the answer. All I said was no, it doesn't have the same evidentiary value when someone specifically says something versus when some anonymous person says that person said something. You said that evidentiary value is the same. It is not.
It
At the
can
end of
be
the day,
if
you
it's
can
allowed
choose.
in the court, it's
You
the
can
same.
choose.
If it's allowed in the court, it's the same. If it's ruled out, then obviously
If it's allowed in the court, yes, but it's not going to be.
it's not.
It's not the same. And
No, well, it is legally speaking. If it's allowed in, it is.
Furthermore,
You
it is
don't know, but
absolutely
it
your
is.
choice to be like, I believe Harrison Smith, and therefore I think that's evidence that Israel killed Charlie. We have evidence after evidence of Charlie saying over and over, the left's going to kill me, the left's going to kill me, including a message that you don't believe from the day before, where even Kirk told Candace Owens this months ago that he was worried the
I
following
just
day the
want to
left
say
was
where.
going to
Show
kill
it to
me.
me. Show it to me.
It's
You
online.
say many evidences of that, and you're saying you rule out anything that even has a shadow of a little shadow of doubt on it, like the Harrison Smith tweet, which came before the assassination.
Wait.
making it probative.
You're unaware that
Where
there's
are the
public-
Charlie Kirk statements that you're? No, I just want you to produce them.
Okay, so you want me to bring the public statements that Charlie has had that the left will be violent against him or kill him?
That a specific leftist, yes.
No, that's not what you asked. He didn't say Tyler Robinson's
I'm
going
trying
to
to
kill
show
me.
you
He
the
said
difference
on the left
between
is-
saying something ahead of time that's specific, like naming a party, like an agent
The
of
left.
Israel,
So Israel's a party. Oh my God.
versus just saying some leftist doesn't like me because I mean, Charlie Kirk also wasn't like a cutting edge fringe right guy. He was a normie right guy. So I think that even though the left might have had reason to want to kill him, and maybe those statements that he made are producible and true, I'm not disputing him here. I'm just saying to say the left is a little bit more far-reaching and it's more vague because
I mean, this again, like you do these little things. That would be like saying,
that's not a little
even
thing.
if he,
That's just
like, even,
reasoning.
even if he did say that he was worried Israel was going to kill him, he didn't say Shlomo Goldstein was going to be the one to pull the trigger. So hey, he just said Israel. Unless he said Shlomo Goldstein, well then that's nothing. That's absurd. He was
Well,
clearly.
it's more, he said he also named a conditional. He said Israel will kill me if I do X, and then he dies. He threw that kill switch, and the very next day or 2 days after, he made it public to guys like Josh Hammer, who are not, I don't think, good guys. I've debated Josh Hammer in person. I don't think he's a nice guy. He made it public to agents or would be, friends of Israel.
Hey, Tim.
And right afterwards, it
Yeah.
happened. So
Hey,
the sequence is
Tim.
interesting.
Tim,
Yeah.
Marty Clark for 5 says, why would Israel let their patsy go to trial and not make it look like he unalived himself? Seems like a big loose end to leave.
I agree with that. And
There you go. All right, folks. Hey, it's been great. We're on for 4.5 hours now. I got to go figure out what I'm going to do for dinner for the family. So I have to bow out at this point in time. If you have not enjoyed the punishment that you've endured so far, there's another hour-ish or so. You can go to the Modern Day Debate channel and watch it. You are welcome to do so. Not encouraged, but welcome to do so. Hey, Raslin, Chipingro, What else we got? World Radio, Variant. World Radio, you want to debate? Hit me up, man. We'll debate about whatever you want, man. Let me know, man. Variant. If Jason's still hanging out there, everybody else is out there. Nine Tails. Anybody else who popped in? Kai was out here earlier. Thanks for coming out, y'all. Have a great one. Hey, tomorrow night at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 7:30 Central, I'm debating the Vance, the guy, his name is the Vince Wilson Show, about Trump's overuse of executive law enforcement authority. It should be a banger. Tune in there. It'll be high profile if nothing else. All right. Y'all have a blessed one. Take care. Get some food, get some rest, get some drink, and have a blessed one, y'all.